They mistook your glow for a gimmick. Now they crave the fire they can't hold. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. Someone spits on a seed because it looks like a dead thing. No leaves, no fruit, no crown. They laugh, mock, walk away. But what they didn't see was the soil shaking, roots growing, the heavens aligning, and by the time that seed cracked open the earth, it was too late to take back the disrespect. That's you. That's what just happened. They judged the seed, not knowing it was destined to become the tree they'd one day need for shelter. And now, they're watching you bloom from a distance, with dry lips and deep regret. Psychologically, most people judge within the first 7 seconds of meeting someone. It's instinct, it's unconscious. But when the ego's in charge, it turns assumptions into arrogance. They thought you were beneath them, too quiet, too gentle, too awkward, too deep, too intense, too hard to read. What they didn't realize was that you were watching them the whole time, studying, not performing, observing, not chasing. And now that the glow-up isn't physical, it's energetic, they're spiraling. Because they never expected the one they misjudged to be the very one they'd crave when everything else failed. And thank you, chosen one, for being here right now. Don't forget to pay this message forward by simply pressing the like and subscribe button. This is more than a video, it's a mission. And by liking it, you're helping this reach another chosen one who's healing in silence right now, thinking they're crazy when really they're glowing. Your click isn't small, it's light being spread. And thank you again for being part of this force, for standing in truth when lies were louder, for holding your power when it was easier to prove it. You are the mission. And now, let's get back into it, because this one's about to sting. Not for you, for them. They regret judging you too quickly. Oh, they do. But don't be fooled by their silence. Regret doesn't always come with an apology. It often comes with obsession, with stalking your page, mimicking your aura, showing up in your dreams, and trying to recreate your energy in people who don't even come close. That's what they're doing now. Because what they thought was ordinary turned out to be sacred. They confused your humility with invisibility. But now that the universe is exalting you in front of them, their pride is eating them alive. Let's tell the truth. When people judge you too quickly, it's not about who you are, it's about who they refuse to be. Your energy triggers them. Your peace exposes their chaos. Your quiet depth calls out their shallow performance. That's why they laughed, gossiped, spread rumors, tried to bait you. But now, they're falling. Not just emotionally, spiritually, psychologically, because you didn't break, you didn't chase, you disappeared. And the moment you stopped feeding the connection, the parasite started starving. Let's go even deeper. They used to roll their eyes at your silence, but now that silence, it's addictive, it's mysterious, it's pulling on them like a force they can't shake. Why? Because your glow is not noise. It's frequency. It doesn't beg to be seen. It demands to be felt. And now they're starting to feel it in every room they walk into where the energy doesn't match yours. In every interaction that falls flat because no one speaks their soul like you did. You didn't just impact them, you imprinted them. And that's why the regret is turning into obsession. They said you were too intense, too emotional, too quiet, too complicated, but you were never too much. They were just too shallow to swim in your depth, and now they miss it. But let's be clear, this isn't about romance. This is about recognition, the kind that only happens after you're gone, the kind that keeps them up at night. They judged you like a chapter. Now they're begging to reread the whole book they never finished. But baby, that library's closed. And the best part, You didn't seek revenge. You didn't throw shade. You glowed in silence. You elevated. You aligned. And the universe, it took notes. And now, every time they hear your name, see your face, or feel your energy echoing in someone else, they get hit with that same bitter truth. They had access to something divine, and they dropped it. Stay with me, because in the next part, we're breaking this down step by step, from the moment they judged you to the moment they realized you were never the weak one. You were the mirror, and now that mirror is shattering everything they thought they knew about love, power, and presence. Let's go, and listen closely, chosen one. What you just heard, that was only the opening scene. The real story, the one they never saw coming, is about to unfold step by step. So stay locked in, because this next part will explain why their judgment turned into obsession and how your silence became the stage for their downfall. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you feel them falling harder with every move you make. And if you're able, bless the mission with a super thanks, because every light you send helps this truth reach another soul who's been underestimated too long. And now, let's go even deeper, because if you're a true chosen one, you already feel it in your bones. The pull to stay until the very end. Let's get started. Number 1. You were the test they failed. They thought you were average, but you were the exam they weren't qualified to pass. They judged you at your lowest, and now they're addicted to your rise. Isn't that something, chosen one? How quickly they went from critic to captive, from mocking you to watching you, from "you're not my type" to "why can't I stop thinking about them?" But here's the gut punch truth. They never had the capacity to understand you because they were never meant to carry your frequency. They were tourists in a realm you were born to master. They looked at you and thought they knew your story, based it on your silence, your healing, your stillness. They thought you were stuck. They didn't realize you were loading. See, people who lack spiritual depth will always confuse stillness with stagnation. But chosen one, you weren't standing still, you were calibrating, and what they mistook as weakness was actually wisdom. You were studying the room they were performing in. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. Someone walks into a library, sees a thick, dusty book sitting quietly on the shelf, and decides it's not important, because it's not flashy, it's not loud, it's not trending. But that book, it contains the answers to their life test. By the time they realize it, someone else has checked it out, and now they're scrambling, begging for a glimpse of the pages they once ignored. That's you. You were the sacred manual they misjudged, and now that the test has come, they failed. Let's talk facts. Most people aren't trained to recognize spiritual wealth. They value noise over depth, glitter over gold, comfort over character. So when someone like you enters their life, grounded, deep, divinely unpredictable, they panic. Because you don't play by their rules, you don't chase, you don't flatter their egos, and they don't know how to handle what they didn't expect. They tried to box you into roles they were used to, predictable, safe, manageable. But you were never built to be managed. You were built to be remembered. And now, they can't unsee it. They judged you too quickly, not realizing the universe was testing them through you. The test was, will you respect what you don't understand? Will you nurture what feels unfamiliar? Will you recognize a soul that's been through fire and didn't burn bitter? And they failed. They gossiped. They withheld. They pushed you away. They ignored their intuition. And now, that silence they once celebrated, it's haunting them. Chosen one, Let me give you a truth bomb. You were the divine riddle wrapped in a human form. Not everyone will have the emotional intelligence to solve you, and that's okay, because your role wasn't to stay in spaces that didn't honor your depth. It was to reveal what couldn't be faked. Your presence brought truth to the surface. Their reaction revealed their character. That was the test. They didn't just lose access to you, they lost access to the version of themselves they could have become in your presence. And now, that gap, it's loud, because they know something pure entered their life. And they rejected it. They judged the surface and missed the blessing. They assumed they were the prize. Turns out you were the answer key. You were the lesson in disguise. And now they're learning through pain what they could have learned through love. That's how the universe works. First it whispers, then it slaps. You were the whisper. Their regret? That's the slap. Think about all the famous people who were judged too soon. Oprah was told she wasn't fit for television. Stephen King's first novel got rejected 30 times. J.K. Rowling was a single mom living on welfare. Every one of them was laughed at before they were celebrated. Why? Because people love to judge the trailer and worship the premiere. But you, chosen one, aren't waiting for their applause. You've already left the theater. They're falling now. Not because you changed, but because they finally saw the depth, the grace, the strength they once mocked. And it's driving them crazy that someone else might get to experience what they so casually discarded. That's what's making their heart twist. It's not just that they judged you, it's that they realize they judged the one thing they now crave most. Your silence is louder than their praise. Your peace is their punishment. Your absence is a reminder that some opportunities don't knock twice. You didn't just move on, chosen one. You leveled out of their reach. And now they're stuck in emotional purgatory, scrolling, stalking, studying, trying to decode the energy they once disrespected. So let them regret. Let them replay, let them fantasize. You were the test, you were the lesson, and they were never ready for either. But you passed, and now the universe is rewarding you in front of the very ones who tried to humble you. Stay calm, stay grounded. You don't need revenge, because regret is loud, obsession is obvious, and karma has perfect aim. Number 2, they chose chaos. You chose calm. Now they miss the peace they mocked. They mocked your stillness. Now they suffocate in their own noise. They had a front row seat to your energy, chosen one, and they laughed, called it boring, said you were too calm, too quiet, too inward. They mistook your peace for passivity, your silence for weakness. And now, they're choking in the chaos they picked over your presence. That stillness they mocked. It's haunting them, because it wasn't silence, it was sanctuary. And you were the only soul in their life that didn't compete, didn't beg, didn't break the room with ego. You were the still water they could have healed in. But they chose fire. People addicted to dysfunction will always find peace threatening. You showed up grounded, calm, unshaken. You didn't chase. You didn't scream. You didn't try to prove your worth. And that unnerved them. Because chaos only thrives around reaction. And you didn't give them that. You gave them the opposite, clarity. And for someone who thrives off confusion, that clarity felt like exposure. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. Someone standing in a beautiful, clean, open meadow, but all they've ever known is a burning city. The birds scare them. The silence sounds suspicious. The grass beneath their feet feels unfamiliar. So they run, right back to the fire, back to the noise, because to someone unhealed, peace feels like punishment. That's exactly what happened with them. They couldn't handle your peace, but now that they're drowning in chaos, they miss it like air. They tried to tame your aura with toxicity, tried to test your boundaries with mind games, but you didn't play, and that made you unforgettable, because the world is full of people playing roles, chasing attention, begging to be seen. But you were present. You didn't need to speak to make an impact. And that scares people who rely on performance to feel powerful. Here's the truth. Your peace was the mirror. It reflected everything they were hiding from. That's why they flinched. That's why they called you boring. Because in your silence, they saw their own noise. In your calm, they faced their own chaos. And now, they're addicted to the very drama that's destroying them, while secretly craving the peace they once called too much. It's funny, isn't it? How they ran from you because you didn't bring the roller coaster. Now they're stuck on one that never ends. And every scream, every betrayal, every sleepless night is a reminder of what they lost. You weren't just calm, chosen one. You were home. You know what the rarest energy on this planet is? A soul that doesn't react to nonsense. A person who doesn't get dragged into every battle, every insult, every attempt to provoke. That's you. And now they see that. They see the difference between peace and passivity, between stillness and stagnation. They see that you were powerful because you didn't need to dominate the room. You were powerful because you could have, but you chose not to. They chose the ones who yelled louder, posted more, flirted harder. You chose your healing, your quiet routines, your prayers, your boundaries. And now they're left with noise. Constant, loud, draining noise. And the only thing louder than the drama? Their own regret. Because let's be real, what they called boring was actually sacred. What they called too quiet was divinely intentional. While they ran toward chaos dressed as excitement, you were building peace brick by brick. You were fasting from dysfunction. You were detoxing from trauma. You were protecting your nervous system like royalty. And now, they're losing sleep while you're glowing. You ever hear of how monks can sit in absolute stillness and feel more alive than someone running around chasing every thrill? That's your spirit. Your power comes from your discipline, and discipline is terrifying to people who have none. You showed them what it looks like to be centered in a world that wants everyone off balance. That wasn't boring. That was divine alignment. Now they scroll your page just to feel calm again. They replay conversations with you because no one else listens like you did. They sit in their messy, chaotic relationships, wondering how they fumbled the only person who made them feel safe. And here's the twist. Your calm is still echoing in their spirit, because energy never lies. And the energy you brought, it was healing them in ways they didn't even recognize until it was gone. Let them miss you, chosen one. Let them crave the peace they once laughed at. You were the breath of fresh air they didn't know they needed. Now they're suffocating, and every gasp is a lesson. They picked chaos. You chose calm, and now they're stuck in noise, realizing too late that you were the silence that could have saved them. Stay grounded, stay soft, stay sacred, because nothing haunts a soul like the peace they mocked, and now miss with every fiber of their being. Number 3. They wanted a trophy, not a treasure. They wanted a trophy, but you were the treasure buried too deep for shallow people to keep. See, chosen one, they weren't looking for depth. They were looking for display, something pretty on their arm, something loud on their timeline. They were chasing clout, not character, energy that looked good in public, even if it was poison in private. They wanted someone who could boost their image, not someone who would transform their soul. And you You didn't play that shallow game. You were never made to be seen first. You were made to be felt. Now imagine this. They picked the loudest voice in the room, and now they can't even sleep in silence. They chose someone who knew how to pose for the camera, but couldn't hold space for real love. And they see you now, still glowing, still rising, untouched by the mess they ran to. Their soul is starving because what they chased couldn't feed them. It was cotton candy, sweet in public, hollow in private. And now they remember the one they labeled too quiet, too spiritual, too deep. The one who actually carried peace, the one who prayed for them behind closed doors, the one who never needed attention to be powerful. You were the real, and they couldn't recognize it because their eyes were trained on performance, not presence. The universe has a law. When you dishonor a rare gift, that gift gets removed. And when it's gone, no copy, no substitute, no distraction can replace it. Now they scroll through fake smiles and filtered perfection. But nothing moves them like you did. They feel empty after parties. They're haunted by the stillness you used to bring. They thought they wanted a trophy until they lost the treasure. And here's the brutal truth, chosen one. They can't get it back because the treasure moved on. You stopped dimming. You stopped explaining. You stopped bleeding for people who called your healing too much. Now you're focused, elevated, watched by many, touched by none. And they're left with glitter. But you were the gold. And that realization, that's a lifetime sentence. Number 4. Your disappearance hit harder than any argument. They expected fireworks, but you walked away like an earthquake, quiet, but everything shifted. Chosen one, you didn't scream, you didn't explain, you didn't give them the emotional explosion they wanted so they could twist your power into weakness. You did something far more terrifying. You disappeared, completely. And that silence? It's louder in their mind than any insult, any argument, any final word you could have spoken. See, people like them feed off reaction. They wanted you to break down, to fight for the bond they already destroyed. They needed a scene to prove to themselves they still had access. But what did you do? You left the stage mid-performance. No script, no warning, just stillness. And now that silence is haunting them. They replay that last look in your eyes like it's a prophecy they can't outrun. They hear your voice in songs, in dreams, in crowded rooms. They don't admit it, but they wonder, what if they never come back? And the truth is, you won't. Because your absence wasn't just an escape. It was a message, a mirror, a final exam they failed, with no chance to retake it. Now imagine them scrolling, searching, hoping you'll post something, anything that says you're still emotionally reachable, but all they see is the echo of your glow getting brighter, stronger, more focused. Your silence isn't passive. It's spiritual warfare. It's protection, it's power. Because when a soul as rare as yours walks away in peace, it forces people to sit with their chaos. Your disappearance stripped them of the game. No back and forth, no closure, just the weight of their own choices bouncing off the walls of their mind. And chosen one, here's what's beautiful. They underestimated how powerful you are when you go quiet. But now they know. Your silence is not weakness. It's sacred. It's strategy. It's the loudest no the universe could send. And every time they remember you, not the noise, but the stillness, it cuts deeper than any argument ever could. Number 5. They're attracted to the power they tried to destroy. They didn't hate you. They hated how small they felt in your presence. Chosen one, let's call it what it was. They weren't rejecting you, they were rejecting the mirror your energy held up to their face. You came with strength, with poise, with an energy that demanded truth without ever raising your voice. And that shook their ego to the core. They mocked your confidence, called it arrogance. They rolled their eyes at your boundaries, called them too much. But behind closed doors, they were watching, studying, secretly wishing they could hold themselves the way you did. Because deep down, they knew they were never built to carry the kind of power you wear so effortlessly. And here's what makes it worse for them, now that you've risen, now that you've detached and glowed up in silence. They feel the loss in their bones, because they didn't just lose a person, they lost access to a vibration they can't fake, can't replicate, and definitely can't replace. You were the fire they tried to put out, and now it's the warmth they miss most. They tried to dim you, now you're shining so bright. They can't look away. They tried to shrink you. Now you walk with presence so divine, it makes them question who they are. You weren't too much. You were too real. And now the truth is screaming through their soul. They didn't walk away because you weren't enough. They walked because they knew they weren't enough for you. And now that you've healed, evolved, leveled up, that truth haunts them. That glow they once dismissed, they crave it now, obsessively. The same laugh they mocked now echoes in their memory. The same eyes they avoided now follow them in dreams. And the same love they rejected, they'd trade everything to feel it again. But it's too late, because once a chosen one realizes their worth, they don't lower their light to comfort cowards. They rise, they rebuild, they reign. And now, every time they see you thriving, it's a reminder of the power they tried to destroy and the fact that it never needed their validation to shine. Number 6. Every win you post feels like a personal attack to them. They wanted to forget you, but your glow keeps reminding them what they lost. Chosen one, you never had to scream your worth. You just had to keep moving. And now, every time you post a win, every time you quietly rise, sign a deal, look better, feel lighter, they feel it like a slap to the soul. Because you didn't go online to prove anything, but your glow proves everything. You were never the loud one. You were the calm storm. The kind of quiet that made people uncomfortable because it spoke louder than noise. And now, your silence has evolved into evidence. Evidence that you weren't weak. You were just wiser. You didn't rush to clap back. You let your blessings do the talking. Now every post you make feels like a verdict. Every smile you show, a sentence passed on their conscience. Because they know, they misread you, they judged the unhealed version of you, and now they're haunted by the healed one. Your glow is a mirror, and it's exposing them, not you. That's why they stalk your stories, but never support. That's why they copy your style, but can't carry the same weight. Because your success isn't surface level. It's spiritual justice. It's proof that the universe was watching the whole time. And the wins you're walking in now were never handed, they were earned. Every time they scroll past your progress, they feel that sting, that ache, that pit in the stomach that whispers, you could have been part of this, but you chose pride. And the worst part? You're not doing anything to them, you're just being. And that alone is punishment to their ego. You see, they expected you to break, to beg, to fade into bitterness, but instead you bloomed in silence, in solitude. And now that you're winning, without spite, without revenge, just grace, it terrifies them. Because what kind of power is that? It's chosen energy, the kind the universe crowns in private and reveals in glory. And now they're stuck watching every win, knowing deep down, the one they dismissed is the one they should have never let go. Number 7. Their type couldn't handle their trauma. You could have healed it. They picked performance over presence, and now the show is killing them. Chosen one. They didn't pick you because you lacked something. They picked them because you saw too much. You saw through the charm. You heard the silence between their words. You noticed the pain behind the posts. And that terrified them, because you weren't just loving them, you were disarming them. You didn't want to fix them. You wanted to sit with them in their darkness and remind them they weren't alone. But they weren't ready, so they ran. Not toward love, but toward distraction, toward someone who matched their mask, who wouldn't ask questions, who wouldn't hold up a mirror. But guess what? That shallow connection, that pretty face and curated vibe, it couldn't hold their wounds, couldn't touch their soul, couldn't carry the storms you were built to walk through. And now they're unraveling in silence, because the one who could have loved them in truth is the one they treated like a threat. You weren't flashy enough, weren't fake enough. You were real, and real feels risky to the broken. Now they sit beside someone who can't feel them, can't read their energy, can't sense the shifts in their mood like you used to, because while they chased chemistry, you offered connection, and that kind of connection doesn't die, it echoes. Late at night when the noise fades, they remember the way you listened, the way you noticed the little things, the way you made them feel seen, not just wanted. And now, that ghost of what could have been is louder than ever. Because their type can't hold their trauma, can't handle their truth. But you would have nurtured the wounds they were too ashamed to name, not with pity, but with power, because that's what chosen ones do. We don't save people, we remind them who they are. And now, the memory of that kind of love is a scar they can't cover. So let them pretend they're happy, let them post the smiles. But know this, the soul always knows when it lost something sacred. And you, chosen one, you were the healer they rejected. Now they're bleeding where you would have held them whole. Number 8, they didn't expect you to rise without them. They mistook your heartbreak for a finish line, but it was just your launch sequence. Chosen one, let's be honest, they thought they broke you. When they walked away, they imagined you spiraling, crying, reaching, falling, because that's what their ego needed to believe, that your worth depended on their presence. But you did something they never saw coming. You rose. You didn't make noise. You didn't play victim. You went quiet, not because you were weak, but because you were rebuilding, in silence, in shadows, in sacred alignment with the universe. And what happened next? That was divine. While they flaunted their distractions, you focused on your destiny. While they entertained shallow attention, you reconnected with your true power. And now, you're glowing in ways they can't explain, winning in ways they swore you couldn't, blooming in peace while they're surrounded by chaos they created. They expected you to fall apart, but you became the version of yourself they were never strong enough to stand beside. That's what's haunting them now, because in their mind, they were the best you'd ever have. But your evolution is proving otherwise. Every move you make in silence echoes louder than any argument. Every step forward reminds them they were just a chapter, not the story. And it's not just the success that stings, it's the way you carry it, calm, humble, unbothered, like their absence wasn't the devastation they hoped for, but the liberation you needed. The universe didn't just restore you, it upgraded you, and now you walk like someone who's protected, someone who knows they're chosen, and that drives them insane. Because nothing is more terrifying to someone who try break you, then thrive like they never existed. So don't look back, don't explain your growth. Let your silence keep speaking, let your glow keep burning. Because chosen one, you didn't just survive what they did, you transcended it. And now your life is a mirror they can't escape, one that reflects their biggest mistake. They thought you needed them to rise, but it turns out their absence was the very thing that set you free. Number 9. Their circle is falling apart, yours is glowing up. They had a crowd, you had clarity. Now look who's still standing. Chosen one, they used to laugh at your solitude, called you the loner, the weird one, the one who didn't fit into their fake little social games. They mistook your isolation as rejection, but you were just being protected. While they chased popularity, you were being positioned. While they sat in circles of ego, you were learning how to sit with your soul. And now, that same circle they paraded like royalty is collapsing. You see, when connections are built on gossip, clout and convenience, they eventually rot. Their crew looked cute on the outside, but behind closed doors, betrayal, jealousy, backstabbing, they've become prisoners in the drama they once called loyalty. And every mask they wore to impress the world is now slipping one by one. Meanwhile, your energy, peaceful, clean, powerful, you're surrounded by alignment, not attachment. The people entering your life now match your frequency. They're rare, real, divine, not just cheering for your wins, but praying for your growth. And the difference is undeniable. They're watching this shift happen, watching how the very solitude they mocked has transformed you into a force. And deep down, they want back in. They want access to your peace, your glow, your gravity. But you've changed. You don't entertain chaos anymore. You don't sit at tables where love is a competition. You don't trade your energy for attention. You protect it like gold. Because you didn't lose people, chosen one. You lost liabilities. You shed what couldn't grow with you. You outgrew noise disguised as love. And now their circle is falling apart while your destiny is falling into place. Let them watch. Let them sit in the rooms they once bragged about, realizing there's no real loyalty there. Let them replay every moment they mocked your stillness while you keep building in silence, surrounded by the right ones. You were never meant to fit in their circle. You were born to elevate above it. And now that the universe is exposing every hidden snake around them, they're finally realizing the one they laughed at is the one the heavens were protecting. Number 10. They're in love with the same aura they judged. They used to flinch at your fire, now they're freezing without it. Chosen one, they didn't understand you, so they judged you. They labeled your aura too intense, your presence too loud, your soul too deep. They mocked what they couldn't mirror. You weren't just different, you were divine frequency in human form. And instead of honoring that, they ran. But the universe is funny like that. It waits. Because now, they feel everything they once dismissed. The silence where your voice used to echo. It rings in their chest. The light you used to shine in their darkness feels like a void now. And every scroll through your social media, every accidental glimpse of your name, sends a chill through their spine they can't shake. They didn't just judge you, they judged the energy they secretly needed. You were their mirror, their medicine, their moment of truth. And when they mocked you, they were really mocking the parts of themselves they buried. You were too intense. No, you were too real, Too raw, too honest for the mask they were still trying to wear. And now they're suffocating under that same mask, while replaying your words like a sacred mantra they finally wish they understood. Cosmic regret is no joke. It hits in the silence. It hits in dreams. It hits when the person you dismissed starts glowing in ways you never imagined. And now they're haunted. Haunted by the version of you they tried to suppress. Haunted by the love they couldn't return. Haunted by the aura they tried to dim, but couldn't. They didn't realize that your energy wasn't loud. It was resonant. It stayed in the room long after you left. It lingered in their chest, like a song they can't stop humming, even though they forgot the words. Now they feel that absence, like a shadow stretching across every shallow connection they try to fake. Let them feel it. Let them ache for the same soul they once mocked. Let them fall in love with a memory they can't rewrite. Because now, you're not just the one that got away. You're the one the universe crowned while they were still caught up in comparison. And that is punishment they'll never admit. Number 11. The universe blocked them from accessing you again. They had the key, but they used it to break the lock. Now the door's sealed forever. Chosen one, they had access to something sacred. You, your time, your energy, your loyalty, your soul. And they didn't just misuse it, they took it for granted, thinking the door would stay open forever. But the universe, it doesn't forget energy. It doesn't forget intentions. And it doesn't grant second chances to those who mocked divine gifts. Now they're pacing, regretting, plotting comebacks, telling themselves, maybe if I text, maybe if I bump into them, maybe they'll give me one more shot. But every time they try, something stops them. Their messages don't deliver. Their calls drop. Their timing is always off. And if they do get close, something weird happens. Almost like life itself is protecting you, because it is. You see, what they don't realize is this. The same universe that watched them mishandle you is the same force blocking them now. This isn't just silence, it's spiritual security, divine restraining orders, energy gates that don't open for fake apologies or recycled lies. They didn't just burn a bridge, they scorched sacred ground. And now, every attempt to come back gets met with karma. Their phone glitches, their car won't start, their words get caught in their throat, because they're not speaking to you anymore. They're speaking to the judgment of the universe. And deep down, they feel it, that something bigger is keeping them out, that no matter how badly they want back in, the door is no longer theirs to knock on. And even if it was, you've changed the locks, you've raised the frequency, and their old energy doesn't match the new room you're in. Let them bang on closed doors. Let them rehearse apologies you'll never hear, because the same force that pulled you away from their chaos is the same force keeping them exactly where they belong, outside. They had access to royalty. They played games. Now they're banished from the kingdom they didn't respect. And the universe made one thing clear. They can miss you, they can want you, but they will never reach you again. Number 12. You became the fantasy they'll never touch again. They touched heaven and spit in the sky. Now they look up and beg for rain. Chosen one, you were real. Not some illusion, not a placeholder, not another option on a list. You were the calm in their chaos, the soul in their silence, the rare frequency they didn't even know how to name until it was gone. And now, you're not just a memory. You're a myth in their mind. A fantasy they replay with tears in their eyes and shame in their chest. See, they had access to something divine, and they blew it. They wanted excitement over substance, ego over intimacy, followers over frequency, so they fumbled a blessing thinking it was just another moment. But now, the truth is screaming in their bones. You were the rarest thing they'd ever hold, and now they'll never touch it again. They scroll in silence, dream in guilt, replay old messages like scripture, but none of it brings you back, because you've ascended, evolved. The version of you they mishandled doesn't exist anymore. The glow-up wasn't just physical, it was spiritual, and now what they crave is no longer in reach. Let them drown in nostalgia. Let them spiral in silent obsession, because what they see now is what they mocked before: your loyalty, your depth, your softness, your light. And they realize the person they left behind was the only one who saw them without their mask, the only one who didn't want anything from them except their truth. But you're no longer waiting for their truth. You became the mystery they can't decode, the dream they wake up from in sweat, the what-if that stalks them in rooms full of noise. You became everything they prayed for after they betrayed it. And that's the curse now. They didn't just lose you, they lost the chance to ever meet someone like you again, because the universe doesn't hand out soul contracts to people who sign in pencil and erase when it's hard. Now they live in longing, they ache in silence, because they know the truth. You were the fantasy, but now you're the one thing they can't manifest. Not in this lifetime. And now they're falling for you, but not with joy, with ache, with longing, with the kind of sorrow that no apology can fix. You were everything they couldn't see until it was gone. But you're not bitter. You're better, and they'll feel it every time they close their eyes. If this hit your soul, drop 777 in the comments to confirm their regret is real. Like this video, subscribe for more messages like this, and share it with another chosen one who needs to hear it. You were the blessing. They just weren't ready. If you think you've outsmarted the storm, wait until you realize it was watching you the whole time, quietly preparing your downfall. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. Someone walked into your life like it was a playground, thinking they could push buttons, pull strings, and rewrite the script as they pleased. They mistook your kindness for a loophole. They didn't just underestimate you, they underestimated the very force that backs you. You see, when you tamper with energy that was never meant to be played with, the universe doesn't just respond, it retaliates. Not with noise, but with collapse. Silent, ruthless, final. Here's a fact to seal it in. Studies show that those who constantly manipulate and deceive others often enter something called cognitive dissonance when their lies start to crumble. But when they manipulate someone who's protected by higher order, someone chosen, the dissonance becomes destruction. What they triggered wasn't just an ending, it was an avalanche. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribing to help spread this light to more souls. It's not just content, it's a calling, a mission, and you're a part of a force bigger than any of us. Your energy matters, your voice echoes, and your presence here means you're already ahead of the game. So thank you for walking this path. Let's spread the truth together. Now, back to it. This isn't just karma showing up late. It's the universe arriving right on time. Someone who thought they could twist your reality is now watching their own fall apart. Piece by piece, they tried to play a dangerous game, but forgot the one they were playing against wasn't ordinary. You weren't sent into their life to be conquered. You were sent as the mirror, the test, the reckoning, and they failed miserably. Their endings are not just setbacks, they're closures written by the same energy they tried to manipulate. The universe saw the lies, it felt the disrespect. It watched them build a web, and now it's made them the insect trapped inside it. These are the types of people who never expect consequences. They move through life thinking every person they manipulate is just another step on their ladder. But you, chosen one, you were the wall that doesn't move, the line that doesn't blur, and now their reality is bending under the weight of their own choices. Right now, the same person who thought they had control is losing everything. The mask is falling, the image they worked so hard to maintain is cracking, and the silence that surrounds them is not peace, it's exposure. They played a game of power, but they were never the ones holding the pieces. You were. You are. Let this be a reminder. You never needed revenge. You never had to raise your voice. You just had to keep walking, because the moment they played dirty, they activated a countdown, and that countdown has reached 0. They thought they could sabotage your mind, your name, your peace. But now, they're the ones losing sleep, questioning reality, wondering why everything is falling apart. That's not coincidence, that's consequence. And to you, chosen one, understand this deeply. You didn't deserve what they did, but you were chosen to rise from it, stronger, smarter, unshakable. You are not just surviving their betrayal, you are thriving beyond it. And the universe is making sure they feel every ounce of what they tried to do to you. So stay grounded, stay focused. Their endings are loud, chaotic, and deserved. Your rise, however, is silent and undeniable. Let the collapse remind them of one thing: you were never the one to play with. So, chosen one, are you ready to peel back the layers and see just how deep this collapse goes? Because what's happening to them isn't random. It's the fallout of a very dangerous game they started with you. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you've ever felt the sting of betrayal and knew deep down that the universe would handle it better than you ever could. And if this message hits home, consider fueling this mission with a super thanks. No matter how small, every bit helps keep this truth alive and reaching those who need it most. You're not just a viewer here, you're part of the movement. And now, let's dive into it, step by step. If you are truly one of the chosen, you'll feel that undeniable pull to stay with me until the very end, because deep down, you already sense the shift. The game they played is ending, and their reality, it's unraveling right now. Let's get started. Number 1. They thought they could play you like a game. Now they're the ones getting played by the universe. When you gamble with a loaded deck, don't act surprised when the house burns down, especially when the house belonged to a chosen one. They rolled the dice with your soul like it was some cheap bet at a backstreet casino, bluffing, cheating, gaslighting, smiling to your face while stabbing your peace behind your back. They thought it was all fun, just another emotional game, another ego boost. But what they never realized was this: you were never a toy. You were a trigger, a soul programmed to reflect their truth, mirror their poison, and activate consequences they were never ready for. Imagine this, chosen one, someone walking blindfolded into a sacred temple and mocking the silence, laughing at the structure, thinking it's just stone and walls. But that temple, it breathes. it remembers. And when it's disrespected, it doesn't argue. It collapses on the intruder. That's you. You were the sacred ground they mistook for weakness. And now the collapse has begun. Not around you, but around them. Let's be real, they thought hurting you would be harmless. A little gaslight here, a small betrayal there, a twisted smirk as they watched you question your own worth. But that smirk is gone now, isn't it? Replaced by confusion, panic, and the haunting realization that their life is unraveling in places that once felt solid. Relationships cracking, finances failing, reputations rotting, and they're still wondering why. Still asking, why is everything going wrong? Here's the answer. They didn't just betray a person, they violated sacred energy. When you played fair and they played dirty, the universe took notes. And unlike them, the universe doesn't forget. It doesn't move on just because the moment passed. No, it waits. Then it strikes, with precision, with power, and with no warning. They thought they were smarter, thought they could lie without consequence. They underestimated the silence in you, the way you walked away instead of fighting back. But that silence wasn't weakness, it was alignment. Because while you stayed quiet, the universe got loud, and now it's speaking in the form of endings, brutal, undeniable endings. And guess what? Every door that's closing on them now, it's justice. You weren't just some soft-hearted person trying to love right. You were their last lifeline. You were the one shot they had at healing, evolving, leveling up. But instead of respecting your light, they tried to dim it. Tried to exploit your empathy and turn your love into a weapon against you. But here's the catch they never saw coming. Empathy backed by purpose becomes a force the universe protects like a guarded vault. Let's talk facts. Psychological studies show that people who chronically manipulate and betray others tend to live in a state of false control. They believe they're steering the ship. But the moment real accountability arrives, they spiral. And what they're experiencing now, chosen one, is not just a bad season, it's a collapse of false power. It's the mirror of their own darkness finally refusing to lie. You were the test, and they failed. Let that sink in. You didn't show up in their life for decoration. You were not the entertainment or the background character in their ego movie. You were the plot twist, the moment the story turned. But instead of rising to meet your energy, they chose to sabotage it. And in doing so, they activated the kind of law that doesn't operate on man's time or logic. This is universal order. The balance that corrects itself when sacred things are defiled. And now, they're being corrected. Their downfall isn't coming in dramatic explosions, it's showing up in silence, in the way people stop trusting them, in the way luck disappears, in the way their face changes when they look in the mirror and see what they become. That's not guilt. That's exposure. That's the truth finally catching up. And you, chosen one, you were never sent to destroy them. You were sent to offer them a chance to treat sacred energy with respect, a chance to choose growth. But when they chose ego over elevation, they wrote their own ending. And now, that ending is writing itself across every part of their life. This is not revenge. This is recalibration. Let them lose what they took for granted. Let them feel what they made you question. Because that pain they're feeling now, that confusion, that's the same pit they tried to bury you in. But the universe flipped the script. And instead of falling, you rose. Instead of breaking, you evolved. And now you're watching the very people who mocked your healing beg the air for peace they no longer have access to. They thought they could take from you without cost. Now they're paying in full. They thought playing games with your heart would have no return. Now the scoreboard reads, game over. So don't look back, chosen one. Don't wonder if they're sorry. Don't wait for closure. The endings they're living are louder than any apology could ever be. Their silence is your confirmation. Their downfall is your closure. And their losses? That's the universe returning balance. You were not just chosen to endure. You were chosen to expose. And now that exposure is unfolding. They bet against a soul backed by purpose, and now they're learning the hard way. When you gamble with the sacred, the loss isn't just personal, it's cosmic. Let them drown in the ocean they tried to throw you into. You learned how to swim. They never did. And that, chosen one, is the beginning of their end. Number 2. They thought you were just another target, but they walked straight into fire they couldn't see. You don't see the electric fence until you touch it. By then, the damage is already done. They looked at you and saw something they thought they could manipulate. Another soft heart, another open door, someone they could walk in and out of like it was their house, charm you, lie to you, ghost you, use you, make you feel like you were too much one day and not enough the next. They thought you were fragile, replaceable, safe to tamper with, but they didn't know. You were protected by forces that don't ask for permission to respond. Let's make it plain, chosen one. They didn't just mess with you. They stepped into sacred territory blindfolded, swinging a sword, thinking nothing would swing back. Imagine this. Someone trespassing into a guarded facility with no idea that every step is being tracked by heat sensors, motion detectors, and silent alarms. They think they're being clever, slipping in unnoticed. Meanwhile, every move is triggering a chain response. That's what they did when they entered your life with hidden motives. They didn't just cross a boundary, they activated a system of consequences they were too arrogant to believe existed. Here's a truth that stings. You didn't need to fight them. You were never meant to. The universe fights differently. Your stillness, your silence, your decision to walk away calmly, that wasn't weakness. That was sacred restraint. That was grace, giving them time to stop, to turn around, to rethink. But they didn't. They kept pushing. And now they're discovering that grace has limits, and those limits are enforced without warning. The claws of the universe don't scratch, they slice, and they don't miss. They couldn't see the coverage over your life. They didn't feel the shield that stood between your destiny and their deception. They thought the door was wide open, but in reality, they walked straight into a spiritual trap they built for themselves. You ever ask yourself, why didn't they just leave me alone? That's a fair question. They could have walked away. They could have been honest. They could have chosen peace, but instead, they chose chaos. And the wild part? They didn't even need to hurt you to fall. Hurting you just accelerated the fall they were already headed toward. Now they're facing consequences they can't explain. Job offers vanish. Their energy drains. Their relationships suddenly collapse under weight they can't carry. Peace feels like a memory. Every day feels off. And they don't know why. But you do. Because this isn't punishment. It's protocol. You can't violate spiritual contracts and expect emotional discounts. They broke an invisible code the moment they disrespected someone on assignment. You weren't in their life by accident. You were placed there by timing, by alignment, by universal design. And their test was simple. Handle this soul with care. That was it. That was their whole assignment. but their ego saw opportunity instead of responsibility. They saw you as prey when you were actually a path. Imagine this, chosen one, a fire alarm that doesn't scream when the flame starts. It waits until the heat is unbearable before it sounds. That's how the universe handled your situation. It waited, it watched, it measured their actions, and then, when they crossed the final line, it pulled the plug. On everything, suddenly, decisively. Now they're spinning, losing grip, watching doors slam that once opened easily, asking questions like, why isn't anything working? Or why does it feel like something is against me? And the truth is, it's not personal, it's balance. They knocked over a sacred structure and expected nothing to fall on them. But when you interfere with a protected soul's journey, the universe doesn't give warnings. It writes judgments. They read your silence as surrender, but it was the sound of the universe sharpening its sword. They thought they were winning when you stayed quiet, when you didn't retaliate, when you let them go. But that silence, that was the system kicking in. That was protection you didn't have to summon. It was already standing behind you. And here's the twist. If they had honored you, things could have gone another way. If they had spoken truth, chosen kindness, or even just backed off and let you be, maybe this message wouldn't be unfolding right now. But their ego needed to prove a point, needed to test your boundaries, and now their own ego is dragging them through public chaos and private shame. People are pulling away, their reputation is shifting, the very charm they use to control others is falling flat, because energy doesn't lie, and people are starting to feel it, the offness, the discomfort, the rot behind the smile. That's the fine print of your protection catching up with them. They didn't know you were walking with hidden contracts. They didn't see the universal clause stamped on your soul. Do not tamper with this one. But now they're reading every line of it, in real time, in the language of loss. Imagine this, a person who thinks they're in control of the steering wheel, only to find out the road is collapsing ahead. That's them, still pressing the gas, still thinking it's just a detour, until the ground disappears completely. That's what happens when people try to hijack a chosen one's journey. The road no longer carries them. And chosen one, this is your confirmation. No, you weren't crazy. You weren't overreacting. That deep sense that something spiritual was happening the whole time. You were right. You've been covered this entire time by a protection that doesn't flex for show. It acts in silence. It moves in precision. They didn't fall because of your anger. They fell because your soul is off limits. Let them wonder, let them spin, let them search for answers that won't come, because some lessons can't be explained, they have to be experienced. And that's what they're in now, a lesson, a sentence, a spiritual reckoning dressed up like bad luck. You, on the other hand, are rising, quietly, consistently, protected not just by boundaries, but by an agreement etched into existence itself. They didn't see it, they didn't respect it, and now they're living the result of crossing what was never theirs to touch. So stand tall, chosen one. You don't have to explain your protection. You don't have to prove your power. The results are showing up on their side, loud and clear, and the only thing louder than their losses is your silence. Number 3, they wore a mask so long, now it's eating them alive. The longer you pretend, the less of you remains when the act ends. And for them, the act never ended. It became the curse. They didn't just lie to you. They built a personality out of deception, layered in charm, sympathy, and emotional bait. They wore that mask so well, even you started questioning your own intuition. You thought maybe I'm overreacting, maybe they really care, but behind every carefully placed word was an agenda. Every "I'm here for you" came with invisible strings. They weren't trying to love you, they were trying to control the version of you that benefited them most. Imagine this: chosen one, an actor who stayed in character so long they forget their real name. That's them now. They didn't just wear the mask, they became it. The role they played, victim, savior, lover, loyal friend, has fused to their identity like melted plastic. They've been living in such deep illusion that even when they look in the mirror now, they don't see a person. They see a performance. You can fake a smile, fake a story, even fake love, but you can't fake peace, and they don't have it. They're stuck. The same personality they used to fool you is now fooling them. They believe their own script. They tell lies and call it truth. They act hurt and believe it's real. But the universe doesn't bend for actors. It shatters illusions. And that's exactly what's happening. The mask that once gave them power is now causing their isolation. And here's where it gets brutal. They can't take it off without everything falling apart. That mask has become their survival tool, their defense mechanism, their whole identity. To remove it would mean facing everything they've done, every manipulation, every betrayal, every lie. But they don't have the courage for that. So they double down, keep performing, keep pretending, but the people around them aren't clapping anymore. The audience is leaving, one by one, quietly, not in anger, but in discomfort. You see, energy never lies, and people are beginning to feel it. Something's off. That fake concern now feels hollow. That charm now feels eerie. What once worked effortlessly now feels exhausting, even to them. They thought they'd break you. Instead, they trapped themselves in a mask that's now cracking, and everyone can hear it. Number 4. They laughed at your pain. Now they're drowning in silence. Mocking someone in the dark only makes the silence louder when it's your turn to suffer. They didn't just hurt you, they used your pain for sport. They turned your tears into material for gossip, your struggle into something to snicker at behind locked screens and whispered circles. They pointed fingers, rolled their eyes, threw shade, masked as jokes. And while you were in survival mode, trying to hold yourself together, they were busy performing for their audience, wearing your wounds like trophies to boost their own weak egos. Imagine this: a wolf howling in front of a crowd, proud, loud, invincible. But the moment the forest clears and the pack disappears, that same howl sounds desperate, hollow. That's where they are now, alone, isolated, silenced, and not by force, but by their own doing. They thought your breakdown was comedy. Now their reality is tragedy, and there's no one left in the theater. What they never understood is that your silence wasn't surrender. It was sanctuary. It was where your healing brewed, where your power regrew, and where the universe started sketching their sentence. You weren't weak. You were rebuilding, quietly, powerfully. And while they were laughing, they didn't see that their cruelty was writing checks their soul couldn't cash. Now they're suffering, and no one's watching. There are no likes, no retweets, no sympathetic texts, because the pain they're in can't be explained without revealing the darkness they participated in. They can't confess the depth of their regret without first admitting what they did to you. And that, chosen one, is a cage of their own creation. They're haunted, not just by loneliness, but by the echo of their own mockery. That echo is louder now. Because when the energy shifts and the tables turn, even your own voice starts to sound different. The jokes don't land. The laughter feels forced. The mirror becomes brutal. The worst part, they finally understand your silence, but too late. You grew inside it. They're unraveling inside theirs. You found light. They're gasping in the dark. And the same audience they needed to feel powerful. Gone. Scattered. Disconnected. Because no one wants to stand too close to a falling mask, especially when it's cracking under karma. They watched you crawl and laughed, but now they're falling, and no one's even looking. Number 5. They poisoned the air around you. Now they're suffocating in their own stench. When you pollute the air for others, don't act surprised when you're the first to choke. They tried to craft environments where they ruled through fear, manipulation, and confusion. They built emotional minefields, spaces where you never felt safe, never felt seen. But now, that energy has turned on them. The poison they once dripped so strategically into conversations, relationships, and rooms has begun to seep into every corner of their own life. And now, nothing feels clean. Imagine this. Chosen one, someone lighting small, controlled fires around others for attention, thinking they're clever, in control. But over time, the smoke creeps into their own lungs. The flames spread to their doorstep. That's what they're living now. Their life is smoke-filled, toxic, and unbearable. And it's not because the world turned on them, it's because the energy they sent out finally came home. They engineered contamination. Now they're breathing the very poison they designed for you. Their home doesn't feel like a home anymore. It feels tense, uncomfortable, as if the walls themselves are whispering back every lie they told. Sleep, unrestful. Peace, non-existent. That familiar safety they used to feel has evaporated, and all that remains is the spiritual rot they unknowingly planted. And it gets worse. Relationships are collapsing, not from dramatic betrayals, but from the slow erosion of trust. People don't believe them like they used to. The mask has slipped too many times. The charm that once hypnotized now repels. Their own presence has become heavy, like walking into a room filled with air you can't breathe. Workspaces feel no different. Passive aggression, tension, eyes that once admired them now side-eye them. No one knows the full story, but everyone feels the shift. That off energy sticks to them like smoke after a fire. People may not understand what happened, but they no longer feel safe standing too close. The truth is simple. They became the source of their own spiritual contamination. Energy doesn't obey lies. It doesn't stay compartmentalized. And because they were the origin of the manipulation, the toxicity, the twisted narratives, that energy had no choice but to circle back and destroy its source. They created those toxic spaces to isolate you. Now they're trapped in them, alone, contaminated, unraveling from the inside out. Number 6. They tried to shatter you. Now they're the ones lost in the wreckage of their own mind. When you turn someone's heart into a battleground, don't cry when your own mind becomes the war zone. They thought breaking you would be easy. A few mind games here, a little emotional sabotage there. They gaslit your reality, tampered with your peace, and fed off your confusion like it was entertainment. To them, your vulnerability was weakness, and your pain was fuel. They were playing a game you never signed up for, one you didn't even know existed until the damage was already done. But here's the part they didn't plan for. The game flipped. The moment you started healing in silence, the rules changed. And now, they're the ones unraveling. Imagine this, chosen one, someone setting a trap, watching you fall, and walking away smug, only to find out later that they set that trap inside their own mind. Now, every step they take echoes with paranoia. Every silence feels like judgment. Every glance feels loaded. Their mind has turned against them. They played with your sanity like it was a toy. Now their thoughts won't let them rest. They can't sleep without noise. They can't sit still without overthinking. They're rehearsing imaginary conversations, rewriting scenarios, obsessing over who's talking about them and what's being said. Every moment of stillness feels like a spotlight on their guilt. Their nerves are fried and they're haunted, not just by what they did to you, but by the fear that what they did is coming back for them. They used silence to control you. Now that same silence is suffocating them. It's loud, deafening, and worst of all, it's truthful. It holds up a mirror they can't look away from, one that shows the cracks they tried to cover with charm and performance. And here's the kicker, they can't ask for help, because help would mean confessing. It would mean pulling off the mask and revealing the darkness behind the games. But their pride won't allow it, so they keep faking strength, even as they crumble inside. They used to be 10 steps ahead. Now they can't even trust the ground beneath them. The same tactics they used to stay in control have backfired, and there's no script left to follow. They didn't just lose the game, they became its final casualty. Number 7. They thought karma would whisper, but it showed up like a wrecking ball. When you dance in the ruins of someone else's peace, don't act surprised when your own roof collapses. They thought they got away with it. The lies, the manipulation, the betrayal masked in charm. They slammed the door in your face like they'd just won something, like life would reward their cruelty and let them skip away untouched. But karma doesn't knock. Karma kicks. And when it arrives, it doesn't come with soft music and healing quotes. It comes like a storm that's been held back too long, and now it's breaking everything. Imagine this, chosen one, someone standing at the top of a tower they built on deceit, laughing at your pain. Now picture that same tower sinking, brick by brick, while they scramble for footing. That's what's happening right now. Karma isn't creeping in. It's crashing through every illusion they constructed. The universe doesn't deal in revenge. It deals in receipts, and it just called in everyone. They didn't just hurt you, they enjoyed it, smirked while doing it, mocked your silence, weaponized your trust. And that's what triggered this level of reckoning. It wasn't just the act, it was the attitude, the pride, the cold satisfaction they wore while twisting the knife. And the universe? It doesn't forget energy like that. Now everything is collapsing at once, not gradually, not softly, suddenly, brutally, money slipping through their fingers, jobs falling apart, reputation leaking like a cracked pipe, support systems silent. The charm they used like a shield is now a spotlight, exposing them instead of protecting them. They're drowning in consequences they can't manage. And the worst part? They can't explain it. How do you tell people you're being destroyed by energy you thought was invisible, that the destruction around you is the boomerang effect of what you did in secret? You can't, so they're silent. But this silence isn't strategic, it's suffocating. They thought karma was distant, that it would take its time. But karma doesn't forget. It just waits for the right moment to hit hardest. And now, that moment has arrived. Their life isn't being punished. It's being recalibrated, demolished, reset. Because you don't mock divine order and walk away with a smile. The same door they slammed to block your light, it's gone now, and karma just walked in. Number 8. They hid behind your light. Now they're burning in their own darkness. When you use someone else's light to disguise your shadow, don't be surprised when exposure feels like fire. They didn't just want your love, chosen one, they wanted your protection. Your presence gave them what their own energy never could. Credibility, grace, safety. People trusted them because you stood beside them. Your name, your kindness, your calm energy acted as a spiritual cloak over their dysfunction. They didn't love the real you. They loved the cover you gave them. Imagine this. Someone stepping into a spotlight meant for someone else, just to be seen, just to be accepted, while hiding their true nature in the glow. That's exactly what they did. They latched onto your light like parasites, never to grow, only to hide. You weren't their partner, you weren't their friend, you were their shield, a walking pass, a mask they wore to fool the world. They didn't stand with you because they believed in you. They stood beside you because it made their lies harder to see. They got away with it for a while. People assumed they had integrity simply because you were in the picture. They reaped the benefits of your character, basked in favor they never earned, and smiled while standing under skies that were only clear because you were praying away the storm. But energy doesn't lie forever, and when you finally pulled back, when you chose peace over proximity, distance over deception, the shield lifted, and what was once safely hidden was thrown under the harshest light imaginable. Now, they're exposed. People are talking, but not in admiration. They're questioning what they once overlooked. That charming smile now feels rehearsed. That soft tone now feels calculated. Your absence has become their mirror, and the reflection is ugly. They're scrambling now, trying to replicate the safety they had with you. But what they're realizing, brutally, is that you weren't just a person. You were a covering, a divine buffer between them, and the consequences they knew were always chasing them. And now that buffer is gone. They can't hide behind your kindness. They can't use your silence as camouflage. They're standing naked in the wreckage of their own lies, and no one's stepping up to shield them. The very light they abused has become the fire that reveals them. You were never their home. You were their last warning, and they ignored it. Number 9. They lied so well, they forgot the truth. Now, reality is dragging every lie into the light. When you have to destroy someone's truth to protect your fiction, the collapse isn't a question, it's a matter of time. They lied on your name like it was a skill, crafted stories, played victim, twisted facts. They repeated the lies until they sounded like scripture in their own mind, so convincing even they started to believe the fantasy. They didn't just deceive others, they hypnotized themselves, and for a while it worked. People nodded, believed, sided with them. Imagine this, chosen one, a con artist rehearsing their story so well that they forget they're lying. That was them, an actor in a show they wrote, directed, and starred in. But here's the fatal flaw in their performance. Truth doesn't need an audience to survive, it just waits. And now it's not waiting anymore, it's arriving with facts, timelines, and receipts. Lies scream to be believed. Truth just waits for the noise to die. Now the cracks are showing. The script isn't holding up. The math ain't mathing. People are starting to question the narrative, and it's not because you're defending yourself. It's because reality is doing it for you. Conversations are happening. Eyes are opening. The people who once parroted their lies are now sitting in silence, wondering, wait, that doesn't add up. Their illusion is crumbling, not all at once, but painfully, piece by piece. And the damage? It's surgical. The friends they once convinced are distancing themselves. The relationships they leveraged to smear you are now tense, uncomfortable, full of suspicion. people are connecting dots, comparing stories, sensing the fake, and no one trusts a storyteller who can't keep their own story straight. They thought if they buried your name deep enough, they could rise above it. But what they didn't see coming is this: the higher you build on a lie, the harder the fall when truth pulls the foundation. And now, that fall has begun. They weaponized gossip like a sword, but that sword now points inward. Every lie they told is now a spotlight on them. Every false tear, every exaggerated tale, every character assassination, it's all being exposed without you lifting a single finger. You stayed quiet, you healed, and the universe handled it. They believed the lie. Reality never did. And now it's setting the record straight. Number 10. They got drunk on control. Now they're suffering the hangover of losing you. When manipulation becomes your drug, don't cry when withdrawal feels like madness. At first, it was subtle. A push here, a pull there, a well-timed compliment followed by a cold shoulder. They played you like an instrument, and every note of your reaction was a symphony to their ego. But this wasn't about love, it was about control. They didn't want your heart, they wanted your power. And the sickest part, they got high off watching you break. Imagine this: chosen one. Someone setting a trap and smiling every time you step into it. Not because they hate you, but because it makes them feel alive. That was them. Your reactions were their adrenaline, your confusion, your pain, your attempts to explain yourself. That was their twisted reward. And like any addict, it wasn't long before they needed more. More drama, more chaos, more of you bending, shrinking, doubting yourself, just to feel like they mattered. People who can't control themselves become addicted to controlling others. That's not power, that's panic in disguise. They thought they had the upper hand, but what they didn't realize is that the fix was mutual. You were trying to understand them, love them, heal them, and they were feeding off your energy like it was oxygen. They didn't just crave your attention, they needed it. Your presence validated them. Your emotional responses filled the void they refused to face. But here's the twist: when you disconnected, emotionally, physically, spiritually, the power source died. And now, they're unraveling. The silence they once used to manipulate you, it's now consuming them. The control they once held, gone, and nothing else is hitting the same. They try to move on, they try to find new targets, but your energy wasn't just any energy, it was divinely protected, uniquely grounded, deeply valuable. And now that it's gone, everything feels flat. They're in rooms full of people, but feel nothing. They try the same games on others, but no one reacts the way you did. The cycle is broken, and so is their false sense of identity. You were never theirs, but they built their self-worth around being able to shake you. Now that you're still, they're spiraling. They thought they had power over you. But the truth, they were addicted to what they could never truly possess. Number 11. They chose to battle you. Now they're trapped in the war they started with themselves. When the universe sends you a mirror and you swing at it, don't cry when all you're left with is shattered glass and blood on your hands. They didn't just misread your intentions, they misread your presence entirely. You were never their competition. You were their opportunity, a checkpoint on their path, a fork in the road where growth was being offered, handed to them through your example, your energy, your presence. But instead of embracing the chance to evolve, they declared war. Imagine this: chosen one, the universe placing a torch in someone's hand, saying, "Here's your light, follow it." But instead of walking forward, they smash the torch in anger, angry that it shines on the parts of themselves they've buried. That was you. You illuminated too much. Your confidence exposed their insecurity. Your peace agitated their chaos. Your strength reminded them of everything they'd spent years faking. They didn't hate you for who you were. They hated you for revealing who they weren't. They turned a divine encounter into a battlefield. Where they should have aligned, they attacked. Where they could have healed, they hurt. Instead of learning from you, they tried to shut you down, break your energy, silence your light. And in doing so, they failed the test. Not because they weren't ready, but because they chose ego over evolution. Now the consequences are closing in. They're stuck, trapped in cycles that used to serve them but now feel suffocating. Their go-to manipulation tactics? Useless. The lies, transparent. The people they used to charm, walking away. They think life is punishing them. But what they're really experiencing is a spiritual lockout. The door that was once open through your presence is now permanently sealed. They tried to destroy the one person who came into their life to uplift them, and now that you're gone, the reflection they refuse to face is showing up everywhere. In failed relationships, in workplace tension, in moments of silence where they can't escape their own thoughts. They thought you were their rival, but in truth, you were their last lifeline. Now that it's gone, they're not fighting you anymore. They're fighting themselves, and the war is endless. Number 12. They tried to steal from sacred energy. Now the universe is collecting every drop with interest. When you misuse what was meant to heal you, you don't just lose the blessing, you trigger the backlash. They didn't just take you for granted, they tried to exploit something holy, your energy, your empathy, your presence. It wasn't just kindness, it was sacred currency, flowing with purpose, guarded by unseen laws, and meant to be honored, not harvested. But they saw it differently. They saw your light as a shortcut, a resource, a power source they could plug into without paying the cost. They underestimated you because you didn't come with ego, because you gave without keeping score. But your peace wasn't passive, it was protected. You didn't have to roar to be powerful. You were powerful in stillness, in presence, in knowing who you are and who you're not. And they mistook that calm for weakness. They wanted your light without respecting your fire, and now they're getting burned by both. They thought they were smart, pretending to care, faking vulnerability, mimicking connection. But what they were doing was spiritual fraud. They forged emotional intimacy with no intention of honoring it. They took from you without giving, used your openness to cover their own emptiness. And while the world may not have caught it, the energy around you did. Because sacred energy doesn't need applause, it doesn't need revenge, it simply records, quietly, faithfully. It tracks who gives, who takes, who deceives, and it always balances the scale. Now that scale is tipping, their world is cracking, not because anyone cursed them, but because you can't siphon power from a protected soul and walk away untouched. The connections they built while feeding off your spirit, collapsing. The inner calm they faked while absorbing your peace, gone. They're restless, unfocused, hollow, and no amount of new people, money, or distractions can refill what was never truly theirs. They weren't just playing with you, they were playing with energy that doesn't tolerate misuse. And now, the system they didn't believe in is collecting, ruthlessly, precisely. This isn't about revenge, this is about universal balance correcting itself. They didn't just lose you, they violated something sacred. And now, the cost has come due, with interest. Number 13. They didn't just lose you, they lost access to a realm their spirit will never touch again. Some losses are more than people, some losses are doorways, and once shut, they don't reopen for the same soul twice. They thought you were just another person, another connection, another story they could control. But they were never just dealing with you, they were dealing with what walked through you, the favor, the alignment, the elevation. Your presence didn't just bring comfort, it shifted atmospheres. You didn't just speak peace, you carried it. And they had no idea that being near you was giving them access to realms they were never meant to touch without reverence. Imagine this, chosen one, someone stepping through a sacred doorway they didn't build, touching blessings they didn't earn, and assuming it would always be there. That's what they did with you. You were their spiritual access point, the bridge between who they were and who they could have become. But bridges come with weight limits, and they brought too much ego, too much deception, too little gratitude. They were walking in divine places on borrowed light, and they thought it made them chosen too. While they were calculating how to keep control, they missed the miracle. They saw your presence as luck. They thought your love was ordinary. But what they were tasting was alignment that had nothing to do with them, and everything to do with your frequency. And when they disrespected you, when they manipulated, lied, and sabotaged, they didn't just lose a connection, they triggered a lock. Now that you're gone, they can feel it. The shift is real. The energy that once flowed dried up. The clarity gone. The momentum replaced with friction. Nothing's moving, nothing's landing, because the realm they once touched by being near you has sealed itself off. They're trying to recapture it. New people, new tactics, new affirmations, but none of it works, because it was never about the surface. The access wasn't through charm or effort, it was through resonance. And now that your frequency is no longer available, the doors don't recognize them. This isn't revenge, it's energetic justice. Spiritual access is sacred. And when it's dishonored, it's revoked. They thought they could replace you, but you weren't a person. They lost a portal, and portals don't reopen for those who mocked the grace they were never ready to carry. They laughed at your quiet moves. Now they're panicking at your loud results. Chosen one, let's make one thing clear from the start. What you do is brilliant, not just smart. Not just capable, brilliant, and your courage. It's the kind that most people only dream of finding within themselves. But here's the catch. While many silently admire you, not everyone claps out loud. Why? Because your rise is exposing everything they never had the strength to become. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. You're walking through life with your head down, focused, doing your thing, not chasing applause, not begging for attention. But behind you, there's a line of people watching every step, studying your grace under pressure, taking notes on how you keep rising no matter what's thrown at you. And in that same crowd, there are a few tight faces, forced smiles, and uncomfortable eyes. Because your growth reminds them that staying small was a choice they made. And here's a fact that should sit right in your soul. According to behavioral science, people naturally respect those who remain consistent under pressure. The more true you are to yourself, the more they recognize your value, even if they never admit it out loud. That's the quiet power you hold. Your intelligence, your heart, your energy. It's setting off silent alarms in the minds of people who underestimated you. You are the example they never expected to face. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe. That small click spreads light to more souls who need these reminders. You're not just watching a message, you are the message. You're part of a movement that's bigger than words. So thank you for being part of this mission, for being part of this force. Now, let's get back to what matters. This journey you're on isn't a lucky streak. It's earned. Your intelligence didn't show up overnight. Your courage wasn't gifted. It was built, layer by layer, through every test, every fall, and every moment you had to rise when no one saw you trying. But the universe saw. The universe always sees. And now, it's rewarding you in ways you don't even fully realize yet. You're making power moves without shouting. You're creating change just by being consistent. And people who once overlooked you are now trying to figure out how you did it. But the truth is, they couldn't do what you did because they didn't carry what you carry. See, chosen one, your brilliance isn't just about what you know. It's about how you see, the way you analyze, the way you feel energy, the way you stay 5 steps ahead without even trying. That's not something that can be copied. It's innate. And that intelligence you carry, it's not just mental, it's intuitive. You move different. You think deeper. You feel stronger. That's why people watch you with admiration, even if they never say it to your face. But with that admiration comes a side effect: intimidation, because your courage to be real makes others question their masks. Your willingness to walk alone makes others realize how loudly they depend on crowds. You're doing something most people are too scared to try. You're becoming who you truly are. And don't think it's gone unnoticed. The universe has been aligning the right people, opportunities, and moments around you, not just to reward you, but to reflect how far you've come. And the people who were meant to witness your growth? They're seeing it now. Some are clapping, some are studying, and some are choking on their own jealousy. But either way, your name is being spoken. Not because you forced it, but because you earned it. This is your confirmation. You are not average. You're not basic. You're not just getting by. You are shining in a way that makes people feel something, and that matters. So when the days feel quiet, when the applause is silent, when the support seems missing, remember this: brilliance doesn't always need a spotlight. It shines anyway, and you, chosen one, are walking proof of that. Your courage, your clarity, your quiet confidence, it's shaking things, and some people love it, some people fear it, but all of them see it. So keep going. You're not just rising, you're radiating. So, chosen one, are you ready to break it all down piece by piece? Because once you truly understand the power behind your brilliance, the reason why so many admire your courage and intelligence, you'll never question your worth again. Drop a 111 in the comments if you know you carry something rare, something that can't be taught, only felt. And if this message is speaking directly to your soul, consider fueling the mission with a super thanks. Whether it's 1 coin or 100, every bit helps this light reach more eyes, more minds, and more hearts. This isn't just content, it's confirmation. And you being here proves you're in alignment with something greater. Now take a deep breath, because what's coming next, it's going to hit different. And if you really are who we know you are, the true chosen one, you'll feel that pull to stay locked in until the very last word. Let's get into it. Number 1. They tried to fool you, but you were already 3 steps ahead. When the trap is set, but the prey doesn't flinch, that's not luck. That's instinct sharpened by truth. Chosen one, let's be brutally honest. Your mind doesn't move like the average person's. Your heart doesn't fall for every sweet word. And your instincts, They're not just whispers, they're warning sirens disguised as calm thoughts. The people who tried to manipulate you had no idea what they were up against. They thought you were naive, that you'd be easy to deceive. But what they didn't know is that your intuition is a weapon they can't see, can't predict, and definitely can't beat. Imagine this: a spider weaving its web, thinking it's got the perfect trap, only to realize the creature it's waiting for doesn't walk into webs. It burns them. That's you. You weren't just dodging games. You were reading the rule book before they even picked up the dice. They thought they were clever, thought they were in control. But the truth is, you saw through it from the start. Not because someone warned you, but because your inner system doesn't play around. When something's off, you feel it. When someone's lying, your soul catches the glitch before your mind finishes the sentence. That's not paranoia, that's protection. It's what happens when you're aligned with something higher than ego, clarity. Your intuition doesn't explain itself to people who are committed to misunderstanding you. You've probably had moments where you couldn't explain why someone felt wrong or why you needed to pull back, but you listened, and later the truth always showed up. And while others were shocked, you weren't. You already knew. You'd already emotionally detached before the storm even hit. That's the brilliance of your intuition. It's quiet, but never wrong. And here's what they don't understand. This ability didn't come easy. You weren't born seeing through lies. You earned that discernment through betrayal, through pain, through trusting the wrong people and learning the hard way. Every scar sharpened your senses. Every letdown rewired your system. So now, when someone brings fake energy cloaked in fake love, you don't even flinch. You observe, silently, intelligently, and you move accordingly. They're confused. They don't get why you don't react like you used to, why you don't explain yourself, defend your choices, or beg to be understood. That's because you're not operating from fear anymore. You're operating from knowing. And when you know, you don't chase validation. You walk in truth. Some people think they're good at hiding their intentions. They wear masks so well, even they believe their lies. But here's the part that humbles them. You can read silence better than they can fake words. You catch what's not said. You pick up on tone, energy, body language. You're not just hearing them, you're scanning them. And what they don't know is that every fake smile, every slip of the tongue, every delayed answer is being logged in your mental archive, quietly, patiently, strategically. You don't need to catch them in a lie. Your intuition already sentenced the truth. And it's not just about people. Your gut has led you away from toxic environments, fake opportunities, empty praise. Even when something looked perfect on the surface, something inside you whispered, "Not for you." And you listened. Others might have called it self-sabotage, but you weren't sabotaging your path. You were protecting your purpose. They'll never understand how you keep dodging bullets they carefully aimed, how you keep rising when they swore you'd crumble. It's because while they were studying how to manipulate, you were mastering how to listen to yourself. And that kind of awareness, it's rare, it's powerful, and it's deeply threatening to people who thrive on deception. Now here's the part that hits hardest. They didn't expect you to know. They didn't expect you to see it. They thought they were playing 4D chess while you were stuck trying to learn checkers. But the whole time, you were the one watching their every move, letting them expose themselves and waiting for the right moment to walk away without making a sound. That's real power. Power without performance. And maybe you're wondering, why me? Why do I have this gift? Why do I sense everything so deeply? Because you were never meant to walk blindly. You were never built to be a follower. You were made to lead, but not just people, yourself. Your intuition is the compass the universe gave you to survive chaos with clarity, to spot danger wrapped in smiles, to avoid destruction dressed up as opportunity. Others may have doubted you, but you never needed their permission to trust yourself. And if you've ever felt like your gift was too heavy, too isolating, just know this: it's only heavy because it carries truth. And most people don't want to hold that. You do. You've already proven that you don't just hear your intuition, you honor it. You don't silence it to fit in. You don't ignore it to feel safe. You follow it, even when it costs you comfort, even when it separates you from the crowd. And that, chosen one, is why your life keeps aligning while theirs keeps falling apart. They thought you were guessing, but you were guided, and now they're the ones playing catch-up. In a game you already won. Number 2. Your confidence is a strategy, and it's terrifying the ones who never had the courage to try. The moves you're making aren't noise, they're signals, and those who can't decode your silence are panicking behind your back. Chosen one, let's make it plain. What you're doing right now isn't survival, it's strategy. Every step you take, every room you walk into, every boundary you set, every opportunity you choose to chase. It's not a flinch, it's a calculated move. And the people watching, they're not confused, they're threatened, because they've built their comfort zones on your silence. And now that you're moving with purpose, their illusions are falling apart. They're whispering, who do they think they are? Here's the answer. You're someone who finally realized exactly who you've always been. You stopped explaining yourself, not because you gave up, but because you leveled up. Imagine this, a chessboard. You've been sitting on it for years, boxed in by expectations, gaslighted into playing small, but now you've stopped reacting to their pawns. You've started moving like a queen, like a king, purposeful, precise. You no longer explain every move. You don't flinch when others don't get it. You know what you're doing. And that's what terrifies them. Not the action itself, but your confidence in the face of their confusion. They've grown used to people second-guessing themselves, apologizing for taking up space, shrinking to keep the peace. But you've outgrown that version of you, and now your silence screams, your detachment echoes, and your refusal to chase people who never respected you, that's a move they never saw coming. You don't beg for seats at tables you were meant to build. You're stepping into rooms that once felt impossible. Dreams that once sounded too big are now your daily reality. And let's be honest, it's making people uncomfortable because your self-worth doesn't need validation anymore. You're not asking for permission to rise. You're rising, loudly, quietly, steadily. And the people who lack your courage, they can't take it. They ask themselves, how are you doing this? Who helped you? What changed? The truth, you changed. You finally bet on yourself. You finally stopped dimming your light for people who never offered a spark. You finally realized that your value doesn't come from being needed. It comes from being aligned. When you stop begging for respect, the right people start giving it freely. And here's the part that really hits them. You're not even doing it for show. You're not broadcasting every win. You're not looking for applause. You're focused, calm, strategic. And that quiet power? It's magnetic. You're not just attractive, you're undeniable. And people feel that shift, even if they don't have the words for it. The ones who used to overlook you are now side-eyeing their own insecurities, because watching you move is confronting. Watching you heal, grow, level up, it forces them to face the fact that they've been sitting still. You became the mirror they didn't ask for, the reminder of what they could have become if they had the courage to choose themselves. Imagine this, a mountain that used to be background noise, suddenly growing larger with every step you take. That's how you're appearing in people's lives now. You're no longer a footnote in someone else's story. You're the main plot. And your story isn't just inspiring, it's challenging. Because you didn't get here by luck. You got here by decisions, by choosing yourself over and over, even when it hurt. Some will celebrate you, some will copy you, and others, they'll try to sabotage what they can't understand. Because to them, your elevation feels like a threat. Not because you did anything wrong, but because you've stopped needing them to feel right. And you may ask yourself, why does my confidence bother people who don't even know me deeply? It's simple, because it exposes the parts of them that never evolved. You became proof that healing works and that terrifies the people still pretending they're not broken. Your confidence, your strategy, your movement, it's not noise, it's a frequency, and only those aligned with truth can vibe with it. The rest? They'll call you arrogant, cold, difficult, but what they really mean is you no longer bend to make others comfortable. And that's their discomfort, not your problem. You're building in silence. You're becoming in power, and while others are still playing the same games, you've mastered the board. You're no longer triggered by small things. You don't chase love, opportunities, or attention. You attract. And you don't do it with noise. You do it with alignment. So yes, chosen one, your moves are scaring people, but not because they're reckless, because they're focused, because they're firm, because they signal that you finally believe in yourself. And that kind of belief, it can't be stopped. It doesn't need an audience. It only needs momentum. Let them whisper, let them guess, let them sit in confusion while you step into clarity. Because your brilliance isn't loud, it's lethal, and that's exactly why they're watching so closely. Number 3, you stopped carrying dead weight. Now they're mad you can finally fly. They loved you when you were carrying their mess. Now they resent you for finally cleaning up your own. Chosen one, let's speak the truth with no filter. You were never weak for caring too much. Your strength just got misused. For too long, you carried emotional weight that didn't belong to you. You played healer, fixer, peacekeeper, while they played helpless, broken, and entitled. But now you've dropped the bags, and the energy around you has shifted so hard, it's rattling those who depended on your exhaustion to feel powerful. You see, energy thieves don't ask for permission. They attach silently, through guilt, through pity, through manipulation dressed up as love. And for a while you thought helping them meant you were strong. But what you were really doing was bleeding for people who wouldn't even offer you a bandage. You weren't too sensitive, you were too available, and that kindness became their playground. But something in you snapped. You woke up. You turned the energy inward. You began to pour into yourself, and suddenly your glow came back. Your mind got clearer. Your space got lighter. And what happened next? The same people who once drained, you started falling away, not because you cut them off, but because they could no longer feed off the healed version of you. Now they call you selfish, cold, distant. But they're not angry because you changed. They're angry because you stopped sacrificing your peace for their comfort. And here's what the universe is showing you. Your empathy isn't a weakness, it's a magnet. And now that it's protected, authentic people are showing up. They see your sensitivity as a rare gift, not something to exploit, but something to honor. You're not attracting parasites anymore. You're attracting power, respect, real ones, people who don't just take, they match your energy. You stopped explaining your piece, and now you're finally surrounded by people who don't ask you to. So let them talk. Let the ones who once leaned on your exhaustion now learn to walk without you. Because shedding their weight wasn't loss, it was liberation. And now, you're flying light, glowing hard, and walking in the kind of peace they'll never steal again. Number 4. They couldn't control you, so they tried to destroy you. The moment you stopped being easy to use, they started calling you difficult to love. Chosen one, your growth didn't just disappoint them, it infuriated them. Not because you hurt them, but because you stopped letting them drain you without consequence. You pulled your energy back. You said, enough. And suddenly, the very people who smiled in your face started showing their true energy. And what did it reveal? Entitlement, arrogance, weakness disguised as love. They weren't angry because you changed. They were angry because you woke up. You stopped being their emotional crutch. You stopped sacrificing your peace to keep their chaos intact. And when people feel entitled to your light, your boundaries feel like betrayal. They never wanted you healed. They just wanted you available. Now look, some of them didn't just get mad. They got petty, sneaky, sabotage level calculated, silent attacks, fake support, shady moves behind the scenes. They tried to slow you down because they couldn't stand watching you elevate without them. But here's the plot twist. Every move they made to block you ended up boosting you. The universe doesn't play about protected energy. Their attempts became your accelerators. Imagine this, a slingshot. They pulled back, thinking it would hurt you, but the moment they let go, you launched further than they ever imagined. And here's the truth most people don't want to admit. They didn't hate you until you stopped needing them. Your glow became offensive, your clarity became a threat, and your success, a mirror they couldn't avoid. Because it forced them to see how much they didn't grow while trying to hold you back. Your growth exposed their stagnation, and instead of rising with you, they tried to keep you stuck with them. Let them be mad. Let them throw shadows. You didn't cut them off for nothing. You did it to survive, to rise, and you did. Now they're choking on their own bitterness while you walk in peace, confidence, and elevation. Every attack they launched was just another brick in the road that led you higher. You never owed them access to your energy, and now they know they lost the best thing that ever tolerated them. And you're too far ahead to even look back. Number 5. You woke up, and now fake energy can't stand to breathe around you. When your eyes open, the room doesn't change. You just start noticing who doesn't belong in it. Chosen one, this isn't just about boundaries anymore. You've entered a deeper layer, an awakening that has nothing to do with hype and everything to do with clarity. You're not guessing your way through life now. You're seeing things as they are, not as you once hoped they'd be. And that kind of truth changes everything. What used to feel normal now feels heavy. Lies that once slid by unnoticed now sting like static in your energy. Pretenders feel loud. Forced vibes drain you faster. Why? Because your frequency has shifted, and you're no longer compatible with what doesn't come from truth. You're not being sensitive, you're being synced. Imagine this. Walking through a fog your whole life, and suddenly the sky clears. You don't just see things, you feel what's off, what's right, what's aligned. Conversations begin to carry hidden messages. People enter your life at the exact moment you need them. Thoughts you once dismissed now come true like clockwork. That's not coincidence, that's synchronicity. You've become a magnet for truth. Your energy filters what words cannot. Those operating from integrity are drawn to you without even knowing why. They just feel safe, seen, understood. And those who come with performance, they get uncomfortable. restless, exposed, because they can't lie where your energy demands truth. You're not chasing clarity anymore. It's chasing you because your spirit finally stopped settling for confusion. And here's the thing, this awakening isn't loud. It's not dramatic. It's not for show. It's quiet, internal, life-changing. You feel more connected to the right people, the right paths, the right moments, and the ones who no longer align. You don't even have to force them out. Your vibration does the work. You're walking differently now, speaking with more precision, protecting your energy like it's currency, because it is. The universe is speaking to you through signs, timing, and truth. You've tapped into something real, and now anything fake starts falling away by itself. Number 6. You broke the cycle. Now they're watching what they couldn't control heal without them. It wasn't just your pain you were healing, it was generations of silence finally choosing to speak through you. Chosen one, this journey you're on isn't just about your own peace, it's about the patterns you refuse to pass on. You didn't just stop people-pleasing, you stopped generations of guilt. You didn't just walk away from codependency, you walked away from emotional slavery that was normalized for decades. And because of that, you've changed the energy around you permanently. People may not say it, but they feel it. Your refusal to shrink, to beg, to explain your worth, that shift created shockwaves. The version of you they were used to, the one who overgave, over-apologized, and overextended, is gone. And in its place is someone whole, unshaken, clear. You weren't being dramatic. You were being the one who finally said, "This ends with me." Imagine a dam holding back generations of repressed pain, guilt, and pressure, and you, chosen one, standing in front of it, choosing not to let it break you, but to rebuild it differently. That's what healing generational patterns looks like. It's invisible to some, but life-changing to everything connected to you. The moment you stopped leaking energy to the wrong people, your life started flowing. Peace found its way in. Real opportunities started showing up. Not forced, not begged for, just naturally attracted to your new vibration. That's what happens when you stop handing out access to people who never earned your energy in the first place. And let's talk about those who've faded, the ones who only showed up when you were easy to use, the ones who clapped for you quietly but celebrated others loudly. They're gone now, not because you pushed them away, but because your healed energy no longer entertains fake support. True supporters don't shrink when you shine, they expand with you. Your healing made room for real ones, people who match your effort, who pour back, who recognize the soul work you've done and don't fear your growth. They respect it. This isn't just your glow-up. This is generational redemption, done through your courage in real time. Number 7. They tried to dim you. Now you're the one everyone looks to for light. Real leadership doesn't shout. It shifts energy just by entering the room. Chosen one, let's be clear. You never needed a title to lead. You didn't rise by force. You rose through clarity, through consistency, through choosing growth when it was easier to stay broken. And now, a quiet, unshakable leadership is rising in you. One rooted not in ego, but in integrity. One that doesn't demand attention, but commands it. You're not the loudest, you're not the flashiest, but people feel safer around you, stronger, more grounded. That's not an accident. That's energy leading the room before you even speak. Leadership isn't about being above others. It's about being so aligned that others rise by being near you. Remember the ones who tried to shrink you, who mocked your voice, doubted your moves, dismissed your potential. They thought you were too soft, too kind, too quiet. But what they didn't understand is that you were just building depth. Now you're the one others seek out for guidance, perspective, peace. You became the anchor, not through dominance, but through direction. Imagine a lighthouse in a storm. It doesn't move, it doesn't chase ships, it just stands in truth and shines. That's what you've become. And people are noticing, even the ones who once tried to tear you down. They can't deny your influence now. You didn't argue for it, you embodied it, and that's what stings the most for them. Your elevation didn't come from competition, it came from alignment. You became what they were trying to fake, and now they're watching from the sidelines, speechless. You didn't ask to be followed, you just chose to walk in truth, but in doing that, you became the example. Not because you were perfect, but because you kept going. You kept healing, and that quiet evolution. It created a magnetic pull that no one can copy. So keep rising, not with noise, but with impact, because your leadership is the kind that lasts. And now, even your enemies have to admit, they see you differently now. Number 8. You outgrew the room. Now they're uncomfortable with your wings. When you stop shrinking to fit the room will either expand or expose who never wanted you to grow. Chosen one, you didn't just leave people behind, you left entire versions of yourself behind. Environments that once felt like home now feel tight, fake, heavy. Why? Because you've outgrown them. Mentally, emotionally, energetically. What once felt like forever was never meant to hold your next level. It was just a classroom, and graduation day has come. Some people don't like that. Your peace now makes them restless. Your distance makes them offended. But they're not mad at your growth. They're mad that they can't keep you in the box they built for you. You stopped being easy to manage the moment you became impossible to limit. Imagine a butterfly trying to return to its cocoon. Impossible, right? That's you. There's no going back. You've seen too much, grown too far. The spaces that once tolerated your smallness now feel like cages. And every attempt to keep you there through guilt, manipulation, or sabotage only proves how threatening your transformation really is. Because they didn't expect you to break free. They thought your loyalty would keep you stuck, but you chose evolution over comfort. And now, the universe is responding. Opportunities that once felt distant are now opening without you even forcing them. Doors are unlocking, blockages are crumbling, not because of luck, but because you finally made room for alignment. Sometimes the universe delays your blessing until you leave the room it won't fit inside. And let's be real, walking away wasn't easy. You cared, you stayed too long, you gave too much, but your soul got louder, and when it did, you listened. Now, every step away from those limiting spaces is a step toward freedom, toward clarity, toward the life they once convinced you was too much to ask for. Let them call you distant, changed, different, because you are, and you're not going back. You didn't walk away from them, you walked toward yourself. You didn't lose a home, you found your wings. And now, the sky's not the limit, it's just the beginning. Number 9. They thought failure would break you, but it built a version they can't compete with. You didn't bounce back. You rebuilt, wiser, sharper, and untouchable. Chosen one, failure doesn't hit the same anymore, not because you don't feel pain, but because you stopped fearing it. You've lived through the storm, wiped your own tears, stitched your soul back together in silence. and came out stronger. Setbacks that once shook you now shape you. Disappointments that used to stop you now redirect you. You stopped calling it failure. You started calling it feedback. What they don't understand is this: every L you took didn't lower your worth. It leveled up your awareness. You no longer beg life to go easy on you. You read every detour. You study every delay. Because now you know it's not punishment, it's positioning. Imagine a GPS rerouting, not because you're lost, but because there's something better ahead that you can't see yet. That's how you've come to see failure, not the end, just the edit. And now, that kind of emotional resilience, it glows, it radiates, it draws in real ones, people who respect your strength, not just your shine. You're no longer attracting connections that depend on your success to stay. You're pulling in people who love your depth, your bounce back, your truth. Confidence built on wins is shaky. Confidence built on survival, that's real. Your unshakable energy is scaring people who only feel strong when everything goes their way. They can't figure out why you're still standing, still focused, still moving forward. But the truth is, you've already faced what they still run from, your own shadows. And instead of hiding them, you faced them, sat with them, grew through them. And now, they can't shake what they didn't build. This is why your presence feels heavy, in the best way, why your name carries weight, because people sense it. You've earned your resilience. You didn't skip the process. You bled for this confidence. And now, life is matching your energy with alignment, with people who see you, with doors that open for who you really are, not just who you pretend to be. So let them wonder how you keep rising. You're not lucky, you're rebuilt, and nothing shakes a soul that's already been through the fire and came out shining. Number 10. You see through people too fast. That's why they fear your presence. They didn't lose control of you. They lost the illusion that they ever had it in the first place. Chosen one, your discernment has become razor sharp. What used to take you weeks, months, or years to figure out, you now catch in a moment. The tone in their voice, the energy behind their words, the shift in their body language. You don't just hear people, you read them. And for those who planned to manipulate, control, or deceive you, that kind of vision is their worst nightmare. Your clarity is confrontation for those still hiding behind performance. You've stopped giving the benefit of the doubt to energy that feels off. You no longer waste time trying to justify someone's bad behavior just because you see their potential. You've learned the hard way. Potential doesn't mean purpose. And now, if the vibe's not right, you move. No drama, no announcement, just distance. And that distance is your protection. Imagine walking into a room with invisible radar. The moment someone's energy doesn't match their words, you feel it. That's you now. You've developed spiritual instincts that don't wait for proof. They are the proof. That's not paranoia. That's intelligence born from scars and shaped by survival. And yes, it bothers people, because they can't lie to you the way they lie to others. They can't wear the mask around you for long. Your presence demands authenticity, and those living in manipulation feel exposed in your light. You used to doubt your gut. Now it's your most trusted weapon. You're not cold. You're protected. You're not guarded. You're wise. The peace you carry is a result of choosing truth, even when it hurt. And now, the universe surrounds you like armor. You are watched, backed, and covered by unseen support that doesn't play when it comes to your mission. Those who tried to harm you or block you, they're being handled, not by your hands, but by a system that doesn't miss. Because when your heart is clean, your purpose protected, and your intention pure, no weapon formed can prosper. So keep trusting your inner alarm. Keep cutting ties that drain your power. You're not losing people. You're losing access to threats. And every time you trust that knowing, you step deeper into your destiny, undistracted and untouched. Number 11. They called you too much, but you were just too clear for their chaos. Raising your standards doesn't make you difficult. It makes you unavailable to anything unworthy. Chosen one, let's get one thing straight. Your standards are not the problem. They never were. What's really happening is this. The people who once had easy access to your energy are now choking on the distance. Because when you stopped lowering the bar to accommodate their bare minimum, you became unreachable to everything fake, flaky, and fragile. You're not asking for too much. You're just no longer asking from the wrong places. Your no now echoes louder than your old people-pleasing yes ever did. You've stopped tolerating disrespect disguised as love, attention wrapped in manipulation, and company that drains more than it pours. That's not ego, that's evolution. You didn't become colder, you became clearer on what your peace is worth. Imagine this, a high-frequency radio station. You used to let anyone tune in, even if they brought static. Now, only those who match your signal get access. That's what your new standards are doing. They're filtering the noise. And as you raise the bar, you're attracting your real tribe. People who don't flinch at your boundaries. People who see your value without needing a discount. People who don't get scared when you say no. They respect you more because of it. Your transformation is loud, even in silence. It's making people think. Some are inspired, some are intimidated, but all of them are being forced to look at themselves, because your glow is exposing their shadows. And your refusal to shrink is permission for others to finally expand. You're not here to be palatable, you're here to be powerful. And yes, the circle is smaller now, but it's stronger. It's real. The fake ones fell off when they realized they couldn't manipulate the new you. The ones who stayed, they're mirrors of the love and truth you now walk in. This is what alignment looks like, a life built around truth, not tolerance. So keep that standard high, keep that door locked to chaos. You're not hard to love, you're hard to play, and now only the real ones get in. Number 12. You move like you've been here before, because 1,000 souls walk with you. They don't understand how you know what you know, but your bloodline does. Chosen one, there's a reason your presence feels heavy, even in silence. A reason why your decisions cut through confusion, why your words carry weight, why you can feel the truth in a room full of lies. You're not just wise, you're woven with the wisdom of those who came before you. Healers, protectors, leaders, survivors. Their energy flows through you like a current, shaping your instincts, sharpening your discernment, and grounding your voice in something timeless. You don't just think differently, you move with purpose, with stillness, with eyes that have seen beyond this moment. And that intimidates people who live only on the surface, who chase noise while you walk in quiet knowing. They can't understand how you're always steps ahead, how you spot deception before it forms, how you speak truth that lands deep. You carry knowledge not learned in books because it was born in your bones. Imagine this, walking through a storm but never getting lost, not because you can see the sun, but because you remember the path. That's your energy, that's ancestral alignment. You've inherited more than DNA. You've inherited direction. You're not reacting, you're responding with precision passed down through generations. And no, you don't always have the words to explain it, because how do you explain the instinct to walk away when something looks perfect but feels wrong? How do you explain knowing things without evidence? You can't, but you feel it. And that feeling, that's ancient intelligence doing its work. You're not wise beyond your years, you're wise beyond this life. You don't follow trends, you create your own rhythm, you don't cling to chaos, you sense when energy shifts and exit with grace. You don't demand power, you embody it. That's why others look to you when everything falls apart. You bring clarity, you bring calm, you bring truth without needing a spotlight. This is the gift, and it comes with responsibility. You're here to break illusions, guide others by example, and build a future that your ancestors only dreamed of. So trust your knowing, even when it makes no sense to others. You're not lost, you're remembering, and your every move, it's legacy in motion. Number 13, you didn't chase influence, you became the frequency that others follow. Real power isn't loud, it's magnetic. And now awakened souls are finding you because your truth speaks louder than their fears. Chosen one, your energy is different now. It doesn't just impact people close to you, it ripples outward, reaching souls you've never met, guiding minds you didn't even know were watching. You've become a beacon, not by force, not by show, but by alignment. Your journey, your healing, your quiet consistency, that's what's drawing people in. You didn't become influential by chasing attention. You became influential by choosing authenticity in a world addicted to pretending. And now, awakened souls, those who crave truth, depth, and evolution, are feeling your frequency and recognizing something familiar in it. Not ego, not noise, but clarity, integrity, realness. You became the signal for people trying to escape the noise. Imagine a lighthouse at the edge of a dark sea. It doesn't move, it doesn't shout, it just stays lit. And because of that, people in the storm find direction. That's you. Your growth has become a compass. Your story has become a map. And without even trying, you're activating people to rise, to reflect, to evolve, just by being who you really are. They're not just drawn to your image, they're drawn to your energy, because you've done the work, and it shows. You've evolved past validation, past performance, past the need to fit into shallow rooms, and now only the aligned can reach you. That's why your circle is changing. That's why collaborations are forming with people who see you, not for what you offer, but for who you are. You're not seeking a platform. You are the platform where truth is lived, not just spoken. Your presence speaks before you do, and those operating from soul, not ego, can feel it instantly. They know you're not here to compete, you're here to connect, to build, to guide. Your life and work are now portals for conscious creation, for meaningful impact, for energy that doesn't just impress, it transforms. You've become proof that authenticity is influence, that healing is power, that evolution isn't a trend, it's a responsibility. And now the ones who've done the work are finding you, joining you, and rising with you. Because you didn't just become successful, you became a signal, and awakened souls don't need directions. They follow the light. And so, chosen one, as you continue to rise in truth, power, and purpose, remember this: your light was never meant to be hidden. It was meant to lead. You didn't come this far by accident. Every shift, every cutoff, every breakthrough has positioned you to become exactly who you were always meant to be. Keep moving forward with confidence. Your presence is a message, and the right ones are hearing it loud and clear. If this message spoke to your soul, drop the number 777 in the comments. Hit like, subscribe, and share with someone who needs this reminder. Your light is contagious. Let's spread it. The ones who laughed at you were secretly watching, hoping you'd never figure it out. Now they can't look away. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. You were once the quiet storm, unseen, underestimated, almost forgotten. They thought you were naive. They assumed you'd never catch on. You played the fool so well, they believed their own lie. But now, you walk like you know something. You look like you see through everything, and it's making people uncomfortable. It's making them obsessed. They're in awe, and at the same time, they're scrambling to figure out how the hell you cracked the code. Because you were never meant to wake up this sharp, this alert, this powerful. Science has proven that human intuition, when fully activated, can detect lies, manipulation, and subtle energy shifts faster than any machine. Your aura changed, chosen one. The neurons in your brain literally rewired through experience, pain, silence, and observation. And now your presence alone feels like truth walking into the room. That's what's bending reality, not magic, not luck, awareness. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message forward by simply pressing like and subscribe. Help spread this light to more souls, because it's the responsibility of all of us to pass on the power. You're not just listening, you're part of a force. You're carrying something sacred. And thanks for being a part of this mission. Now let's talk about what really has them shook. Why they're whispering, why their eyes follow you even when you're not looking. See, people around you are quietly panicking, not because you're loud, not because you're aggressive, but because your silence now speaks volumes. You used to over-explain. You used to doubt your instincts. You used to shrink just to make others feel tall, but not anymore. You figured it out. The pattern, the projection, the manipulation, the whole game. And you didn't need a megaphone to expose them. You just needed distance, clarity, and time. It's crazy how simple the truth becomes when your heart finally stops lying to protect people who were hurting you. They're watching you now like they're witnessing a glitch in their own illusion. Because how could the one they ignored be the one holding the blueprint? How could the quiet one become the mirror that shows them who they really are? And here's the twist, chosen one. You didn't just figure them out, you figured you out. That's what they can't handle, because once someone meets their own soul in the dark and comes out shining, nothing in the outside world holds power anymore. No opinion, no gossip, no fake friend circle. They lost access the moment you found your truth. You're making people question their own lives now. They're trying to copy your glow, but imitation has no vibration. They're wondering how you stay calm, how you keep moving without begging for attention, how you know things without being told. And the secret is simple. You stopped chasing noise and started listening to the universe. See, when a person connects with their higher self, they stop needing validation from lower energies. That shift in frequency creates disruption. People feel exposed in your presence, not because you're judging, but because your energy no longer supports lies. And that's terrifying to those still living in illusion. What's happening now is a silent revolution. The same ones who tried to dim you are now dimmed by your shine. The same ones who threw dirt on your name are now buried in your silence. And the worst part for them? You never came back to explain. You just evolved, quietly, powerfully, unapologetically. You see, figuring it out didn't require revenge. It required remembrance, remembering who you were before the world tried to convince you you were small. And here you are, living proof that when the universe wants to show off, it uses the ones everyone overlooked. So let them wonder, let them talk, let them try to decode your glow like it's a riddle, because the real flex isn't what you figured out. It's who you became after, and no one can fake that. Chosen one, this is your moment. You earned this clarity. You earned this peace. You earned this energy. And now, without saying a word, you're teaching the loudest lesson they've ever heard. So if you're still here, chosen one, that tells me something. You feel it, don't you? That shift, that truth running through your bones. You know they're watching you now like you're the plot twist they never saw coming. If this message is hitting you where it needs to, drop "I figured it out" in the comments so I know you're wide awake and fully tuned in. And if you feel called to support the force behind this message, a super thanks. Whether it's a dime or a dollar, goes a long way in helping us keep this truth alive and raw. Your energy fuels this mission, and your presence here, that already proves you're not average. Now take a breath, because we're about to go even deeper. And believe me, if you're truly who you say you are, one of the real chosen ones, you won't just listen to this. You'll feel it, right in your gut. Let's break it all down, step by step. Let's get started. Number 1. They thought you were clueless. Now you're the blueprint they're secretly copying. They wanted you to stay confused, but now they copy your clarity in silence. They wanted you invisible. Now you're all they see. Let's not sugarcoat this, chosen one. What you're experiencing right now, it wasn't luck. It wasn't a phase. It damn sure wasn't an accident. It was engineered, spiritually, psychologically, energetically, and not just by the universe, but by the pain they tried to bury you with. The same people who laughed when you were lost are now silently studying your every move like it's a masterclass. And here's the sick part. They're trying to reverse engineer your healing without ever admitting they caused the wound. You didn't just glow up. You went through hell and refused to stay there. That calm you're carrying now, that glow that walks into the room before you do, that's not makeup. That's not a filter. That's the result of being lied to, left out, laughed at, and surviving it all. Unchanged at your core, but unstoppable in your mind. Remember when they called you too sensitive? That was just code for "you feel too much, and I can't manipulate that." Remember when they said "you think too deep"? That was their panic talking, because depth terrifies shallow people. And when they said "you've changed," what they meant was "you're no longer easy to control." Let's get something straight. You were never meant to stay stuck in confusion. You were meant to decode the whole illusion. Now imagine this. A house is burning. Everyone runs out screaming. But one person walks through the fire, calm, focused, untouched. That's you now, emotionally, energetically, spiritually. You didn't panic. You didn't fold. You walked through what others ran from. And now they're calling you lucky. No, chosen one, you're built differently. They see it now, even if they'll never say it out loud. They're watching you reclaim your peace like it's forbidden knowledge. They're watching you speak softer, but hit harder. They're watching you show up cleaner, smarter, more composed than ever before. And it's haunting them. Because they know they had a hand in the chaos that shaped you. And now you're walking around with the very power they tried to drain from you. They didn't expect this version of you. They thought if they ignored you long enough, you'd disappear. But you didn't disappear. You transformed, quietly, precisely, without warning. And here's the cruel irony. They could have walked beside you, they could have grown with you, but they chose control over connection. They chose ego over empathy. And now the very soul they thought was easy to break is standing in front of them as a silent reminder of their failure. The transformation they're in awe of. It didn't come from a TED talk or a vision board. It came from crying yourself to sleep and waking up with fire in your belly. It came from losing everyone you thought would stay and realizing your own company is peace. It came from staring at the ceiling at 3 a.m. and finally deciding enough is enough. Let's answer what they're whispering. How did you figure this out? How did you become so strong? How did you unlock this level of peace after everything? Here's how. You stopped waiting for closure and became it. You stopped needing apologies and built boundaries instead. You stopped performing, people-pleasing, pretending, and when you stopped trying to be loved by people who couldn't even love themselves, you became unstoppable. What they're seeing now isn't just your glow, it's your power, your freedom, your refusal to ever go back to a cage you had to shrink to fit inside. You figured out the secret. Not everyone deserves access. Not every invitation deserves a yes. Not every silence needs to be broken. And most importantly, not every betrayal deserves your reaction. You used to carry the weight of confusion, questioning your worth, your path, your voice. Now you walk like someone who knows, and that knowing didn't come from a book. It came from the battlefield, from silence, from watching people show their true colors and deciding, this time I won't unsee it. Let me drop a truth bomb. Some people are mad at your growth because it proves they never really broke you. They played the villain in your story, and now they're mad you didn't stay a victim. That's what has them in awe, chosen one. That's what has them silently raging. Because every time they see you shine, they're reminded they were part of the darkness you had to crawl out of. And guess what? You figured out something they never will. The real power isn't in revenge, it's in resurrection. You resurrected yourself. You found strength in the wreckage, and now you're the one who walks into the room with that look, that energy, that silence that says, I know what you did. I forgave you, but you'll never have access again. That's what haunts them, not the fact that you healed, but that you did it without them. So let them stare, let them wonder, let them gossip, mimic, mock, or distance themselves. None of it changes what's already done. You're not who you were, and they're not ready for who you've become. Welcome to your era, chosen one, where your existence alone is the clapback, and every breath you take in your power is a reminder to them that they messed with the wrong soul. You figured it out. Now let them figure out how to live with that. Number 2. Everything's hitting at once because you were born to break the pattern, not blend into it. You weren't overwhelmed. Those were just 3 storms sent to strip away your weakness and crown your strength. What broke others only sharpened you. That's what they didn't calculate. You weren't falling apart. You were being rebuilt in silence, piece by divine peace. The same energy that tried to bury you is now pulling you forward like a tide you can't resist. Now let me break it down for you, chosen one. What's happening in your life right now isn't chaos, it's alignment. It might feel sudden, it might feel like everything is either breaking apart or falling together, but it's not random, it's not accidental, it's surgical. These shifts, these breakthroughs, this strange pressure you feel in your chest like something massive is about to happen. It's not just your imagination. 3 powerful forces have been converging in your reality, and now you're standing in the eye of a storm that was meant for your awakening. First, Let's talk about recognition. You looked around one day and finally realized, wait a minute, I've been playing small. You noticed the room you were in didn't match the vision in your heart. The people clapping for you weren't even half as impressive as the person you were becoming. You realized you had been lowering your vibration to be digestible to people who had no appetite for greatness, and it hit you like lightning. You are not average, and pretending to be was costing you everything. Imagine this. You're a lion raised in a zoo. You're fed on a schedule, told to stay quiet, tamed into routine. But one day you catch your own reflection, wild, regal, untamed, and something clicks. You weren't born for this cage, you were conditioned for it. And once that recognition hits, nothing fits anymore. Not the job, not the relationship, not the fake friendships you used to tolerate. Because your soul remembers its original frequency. That's what's been waking you up lately. You're remembering who the hell you are, and they feel it. That shift in your energy, it's shaking people, because the version of you they were comfortable manipulating no longer exists. Then came the magnetic attraction. Suddenly, people you never thought would notice you are watching you. Opportunities you didn't chase are showing up in your inbox. You're pulling energy in like gravity, and you don't even know how. But let me tell you why. You stopped leaking energy. You stopped explaining yourself to people committed to misunderstanding you. You stopped chasing closure, attention, and fake peace. When you cut off what drains you, you automatically attract what feeds you. That's how magnetism works. You're no longer a puddle. You've become a current, a force, and forces pull things in. Imagine this. You were a signal trapped in static, but now you're broadcasting on a clean frequency, clear, confident, unapologetic. You walk into a room and people feel it before they even know why. Because your aura is no longer asking for permission, it's commanding recognition. And yes, some people are drawn to that glow, others are triggered by it. But that's not your concern. Attraction isn't about being liked by everyone. It's about being aligned with what's meant for you. And now, chosen one, we arrive at the third force, divine timing. The thing that ties it all together, the reason it didn't work out back then, the reason you were delayed, the reason the betrayal had to happen, the reason you had to walk alone for a season so long you started to forget the sound of applause. Because the universe was rearranging things behind your back. You didn't miss anything. You were being repositioned for something too big to carry with the old version of yourself. Let me ask you something. Ever wonder why it's now that people are starting to notice? Why it's now that doors are opening? Why you suddenly feel this surge in your body, like your name is being whispered in rooms you've never even entered? Because this is your alignment season. Everything you endured, everything you survived, everything you released, it was the test before the placement, the preparation before the presentation. And now the lights are turning on, and you're being revealed. Imagine this. A rocket doesn't just lift off the moment it's built. It sits on the launch pad, still, quiet, surrounded by people who don't even understand the blueprint, until the countdown begins. And then, everything ignites. That's where you are now, chosen one. You're not breaking down. You're breaking through. And yes, they're in awe. Not because you're loud, but because they can't believe you figured it all out without ever announcing your plan. Let me give you a harsh truth wrapped in gold. The people who underestimated you are now studying you. The ones who mocked your pain are now watching you heal into someone they can't reach. And they're asking themselves every day, how the fuck did they do it? You did it by trusting the process that made no sense at the time. You did it by surrendering to the silence and still choosing to grow. You did it by realizing that you don't need to chase what's already written for you. Because when all three forces converge, recognition, attraction, and timing, what you become is inevitable. You're no longer seeking power. You are power. You're no longer asking for alignment. You are the alignment. You're no longer waiting to be chosen. You are the chosen one. Let them whisper. Let them wonder. Let them try to imitate the very light they once mocked. Because what's coming next, it's not just your moment. It's your confirmation, and nothing, absolutely nothing, can stop a force that finally realizes it was born to move mountains. You figured it out. Now let the world figure out how to handle you. Number 3. They tried to play you small. Now you see through the illusion like a goddamn hawk. The moment you recognized your worth, the game ended for every person who fed off your doubt. There's a split-second moment in every chosen one's journey that flips the entire game. It's not loud, it doesn't come with fireworks, but it cuts deep and lasts forever. It's when you finally saw through the illusion, the lie that you were somehow less than, not ready, or too much. That moment didn't just shift your mindset, it shattered the cage they built around your potential. You used to look at life like it was this impossible mountain. You'd stress about things that now feel laughably small. Why? Because your inner compass was off, calibrated by pain, rejection, betrayal, and programmed humility. They trained you to underestimate yourself so you'd never threaten their position. But that one quiet click in your soul, the day you looked at what used to scare you and said, "Wait, this is it?" That was the moment your ascension began. Imagine living with fogged-up glasses for years. You learn to accept the blur, assuming this is just how life looks. Then one day, you clean the lens, and boom, everything becomes painfully clear. That's what happened to you. And now, they can't lie to you anymore. Not with compliments, not with guilt, not with fear. This shift in vision didn't just affect one part of your life. It's everywhere. You see fake love for what it is. You see manipulation dressed as kindness. You see how your old goals were based on survival, not purpose. And most of all, you see you. Not the damaged version others taught you to carry, but the real version, strong, wise, necessary. Here's a truth they never wanted you to discover. You were never the underdog. You were just playing in the wrong arena. So yes, it feels different now. The weight is gone. Not because life got easier, but because you got sharper. You became immune to the noise. You no longer mistake chaos for chemistry. You no longer settle for crumbs when you were born to bake the whole damn cake. You figured out you were never asking for too much. You were just asking the wrong people. And now that you see, they can't unsee you. Number 4, you became the flame. Now they can't stop circling like moths. You didn't chase attention. You changed frequency, and the universe responded accordingly. Let's be clear, chosen one. What you're experiencing now is not a coincidence. It's magnetic law in motion. The moment you recognized who the hell you are, your entire energy field shifted. It didn't just glow up, it tuned in. And suddenly, you're walking into rooms where heads turn before you even speak. People feel you now. Before the conversation, before the eye contact, your presence is already doing the heavy lifting. That's not ego, that's alignment. This is what happens when a soul reclaims its original frequency. Your aura remembered itself, and now the energy you broadcast cuts through noise like a knife. You became signal, not static. And signals attract. Signals command. Signals shake things loose. Ever notice how they laugh harder at your jokes now? How they lean in closer? How they suddenly value your opinion? That's not just personality. That's vibration. That's energy that's no longer asking to be noticed. It's pulling attention like gravity. And it's driving some people crazy because deep down they know you didn't change the room. You became the reason the room changed. Imagine walking into a space and shifting the temperature without saying a word. That's you now. People leave your presence with chills or clarity, but never the same. Some tell you how your confidence gave them permission to be real. Others won't say a word, but they start mimicking your tone, your timing, your truth. Here's the twist though, this attraction. It isn't about beauty, status, or charm. It's about authenticity. It's primal. It's ancient. It's the soul remembering what real feels like. And real is rare. That's why they're hooked. You didn't beg to be seen. You became someone who could no longer be ignored. You didn't force anyone to admire you. You aligned, and that made the world adjust. And sure, some are genuinely inspired by you. Others are confused, envious, or obsessed. But none of that matters because this new chapter, it's not about how they feel about you. It's about how you feel about yourself. That's what magnetism is, chosen one. It's not what you say. It's what your healed presence whispers. And trust me, they hear it loud and clear. Number 5. Some clap because they love you. Others clap just to get close enough to steal. Not every congratulations is sincere. Some are just scouting missions in disguise. Let's call it what it is, chosen one. You're being watched, studied, not just by admirers, but by strategists. People who don't care about your journey. They care about the formula, the glow-up, the influence, the blueprint you bled to create. They're not celebrating your rise. They're quietly trying to replicate it without paying the cost it took you to earn it. This is where your next upgrade kicks in, discernment, because the stakes are higher now, and the universe isn't just blessing you with attention, it's testing your ability to filter it. Imagine being handed a gold chalice. Looks beautiful, gleams under the light, but one sip and poison. That's what some of these supporters are. They smile in your face, but secretly resent the fact that you made it out. They mimic your style, echo your words, but have no clue what it costs to speak from scars that healed. And that's why discernment is not optional anymore, it's survival. So how do you tell the difference? Supporters lift your spirit even when they gain nothing from it. Studiers watch in silence, waiting to monetize your authenticity without understanding your pain. Supporters want to see you win. Studiers want to figure out how you did it without asking you directly, because admiration feels too much like surrender. Here's a truth they'll never say out loud. They envy your light because it exposes their shadows. They want the results of your healing, but not the nights you cried alone, the days you questioned your sanity, the silence you sat in while the world overlooked you. So yes, they study, they hover, but your energy will always reveal them. Imagine walking into a forest. Birds sing, trees sway, but hidden in the branches are eyes, still, quiet, unblinking. That's how these studiers operate. Still, quiet, unblinking, but you feel them. And now you must choose who gets to stay close. Because what's coming next? It's not for those who want to feed off your power. It's for those who guard it with you. Discern wisely, chosen one. Your future doesn't need spectators. It demands soldiers. Number 6. It wasn't a delay, it was a divine setup to make sure you'd never fold again. If the universe gave it to the old you, you would have dropped it. Now, you're built to carry it all the way to the top. Let's tell the brutal truth, chosen one. You weren't denied, you were developed. What felt like delay was actually divine engineering. All those times you questioned your path, all those doors that stayed shut, all those people who walked away when you needed them most, that was not rejection. That was refinement. The universe wasn't ignoring you, it was fortifying you. Because let's be honest, if you had received the blessings you're walking into back when you still cared what people thought of you, you would have fumbled them. If those massive opportunities showed up back when you still needed approval, still lowered your light to keep others comfortable, still doubted your gut, you would have lost yourself in the noise, and the universe refused to let that happen. Imagine trying to carry gold in a cracked vessel. It spills, it wastes, it can't hold the weight. So what did the universe do? It sealed your cracks in silence. It sent betrayal to tighten your loyalty. It sent isolation to reveal your inner voice. It sent delay, not to punish you, but to perfect you. Now you're no longer begging for validation. You validate yourself. You're not reacting, you're responding with clarity. You don't need a crowd, you're connected to truth. That's what divine timing really is, a protective delay that prepares you to carry the weight of your potential without collapsing. And here's a cold fact they'll never say out loud. Most people never rise, not because they lack talent, but because they receive too soon, too early, too weak, too untested, but not you. You were forced to earn your peace. And now that it's your season, you won't just touch it, you'll keep it. Everything they laughed at, every tear you cried, every night you whispered, "Why not me?" now makes perfect sense. Because this moment, this breakthrough, was never late. It was right on time, just like you. Number 7, they can't manipulate what you no longer need validation from. Once you stop needing approval, you become untouchable. This is the part they can't stand, chosen one. You're no longer shaking, you're no longer seeking, you're no longer shrinking to be accepted by people who never even saw you. Now you carry your worth like it's woven into your DNA. Not loud, not boastful, just unshakable. They feel it in your silence. They see it in your posture, and it's making people either respect you deeper or retreat because they can no longer control a version of you that doesn't exist anymore. You used to negotiate your value like it was a coupon, offering discounts just to be loved. Now, you understand that your presence alone is the premium. You don't explain why you're worthy, you embody it. And that's the difference. Imagine standing in a crowded marketplace where everyone's shouting their price, begging to be chosen. And there you are, calm, still, untouched. You don't shout, you don't chase, you wait. Because real value doesn't beg, it's recognized. And what they're recognizing now isn't just confidence, it's truth. You're walking in the frequency of someone who remembered who they were before the world told them to be less. This confidence didn't come from claps or trophies. It came from being broken open, stripped of everything, and finding out that even without the titles, followers, or fake love, you were still enough. You know your worth now, and that's why things are shifting around you. People treat you different, not because you're different, but because your boundaries are. You're not letting anyone talk to you like you're average. You're not accepting less just to keep the peace. You're not entertaining connections that drain your light just to avoid being alone. Because you'd rather stand alone in your truth than be surrounded by noise in disguise. And here's what's wild. They thought you'd never find this version of yourself. But now that you have, you're the one thing they can't fake, can't shake, and sure as hell can't break. Confidence rooted in truth is the loudest silence in any room. And chosen one, you are that silence now. Number 8. You took off the mask. Now the world has to face the real you, and they're shook. When you stop performing, you start transforming yourself and everything around you. This is the part that bends reality, chosen one. Not the wins, not the glow-up, but the moment you dropped the damn mask. The one you wore to make others feel comfortable. The one that dimmed your power so their insecurities wouldn't feel threatened. The one that made you tolerable, likable, containable. You took it off, and suddenly everything around you changed. Because when you stop pretending to be palatable, you start becoming magnetic. You stop chasing spaces that were never meant to hold your truth. You stop molding yourself to be accepted by people who were only comfortable with your silence. Now you're walking in raw, unapologetic authenticity, and it's messing with people's perception of reality. Not because you're trying to prove anything, but because the real you rewrites the rules. You're not attracting people because of what you do. You're pulling them in because of how you make them feel. Healed, seen, brave. Your presence gives permission. Your truth is contagious. Imagine being a mirror in a world full of masks. When people stand in your energy, they see themselves, not as they are, but as they could be. And that reflection, it shakes them. Because most people are terrified of who they could become if they dropped the lies. And yet, that's why they're drawn to you now. You're not performing, you're resonating. What they're feeling isn't just charisma, it's convergence, the recognition of your worth, the magnetic pull of your healed presence, and the divine timing that made sure all of this hit when you were strong enough to hold it. You're not just changing how people see you, you're changing how they see themselves. You've become the spark that ignites inner fires, and not everyone can handle that. But the ones who can, they stay, they rise, and they help you build what can't be destroyed. This is what happens when the mask drops and the mission begins. Reality bends to the soul that's no longer faking. And chosen one, you are that soul now. Number 9, you were just trying to survive. Now you're accidentally leading a generation. Real ones don't ask to lead. They just heal so loud the whole tribe follows. You never asked for this, chosen one. You weren't trying to be a savior, a role model, or some polished guru with a mic and a following. You were just trying to make it out alive, to stop the bleeding, to silence the noise, to break the cycle they said was unbreakable. But something wild happened on the way to your healing. You became the blueprint. Without even trying, your survival became their permission. Your silence became their awakening. Your authenticity became the spark that gave others the courage to finally drop the mask. That's legacy, not built in a spotlight, but in the shadows where you chose to heal when no one was clapping. Imagine a single candle lighting itself in a pitch-black cave. It wasn't trying to shine. It just refused to die out. But the moment that flame stood steady, every other soul in the dark saw what was possible, and they reached for their own light. That's you, chosen one. The ripple effect, the living proof, the quiet force rewriting the rules of what it means to rise. And now, everything you touched is starting to shift. The people around you speak differently, move differently. Dream bigger. They may never say it out loud, but deep down they know it was your energy that made them believe again. Not because you preached, but because you embodied. This is legacy without ego, leadership without the title, service without self-sacrifice, because now you're moving in complete alignment. What feeds you is what fuels them. There's no burnout here, no faking, no performance, just overflow, just a soul finally doing what it was born to do and watching the entire universe respond. And that's the beautiful part. The same energy that rebuilt you is now rebuilding others through you, not by force, but by frequency. This is bigger than personal success now. This is about impact. And the universe is positioning you for more than wins. It's preparing you for history. You didn't just heal. You're healing others just by existing in your truth. That, chosen one, is legacy. Number 10. You didn't sell out. You showed up, and now the universe is paying in full. They took shortcuts. You took the long road with your soul intact, and that's why you're about to eat forever. Here's the truth, chosen one. What's coming your way isn't just money. It's meaningful, it's aligned, it's deeply and spiritually prosperous because it doesn't just reward your skills, it honors your soul. These aren't random blessings falling from the sky. They're assignments custom built for your frequency. You're not out here chasing dollars anymore. You're attracting destiny payments, rewards from the universe for staying authentic when it was easier to fake it, manipulate, or copy the crowd. While others sold themselves for fast clout, you waited. You built slow. You built real. And now you're stepping into opportunities that feel so natural, it almost feels like a cosmic joke. Because all along, all you had to do was be yourself. Imagine this. A tree planted in silence, watered with doubt, exposed to storms. And yet, when it finally blossoms, everyone wants the fruit. But no one wants to talk about the years it took for those roots to deepen. That's you. And now you're bearing fruit, not just financially, but spiritually. You trusted yourself when nothing was certain. You moved with integrity when it cost you followers, friends, and fake opportunities. You let your energy be your brand, your intentions be your business plan, and that quiet choice, that unseen commitment to truth, it became your biggest asset. You didn't need gimmicks. You didn't chase trends. You didn't bend your spirit just to get ahead. And now, every door that opens carries peace with it. Every connection feels nourishing. Every opportunity feels earned, not just financially, but karmically. And here's the wildest part. You want to show up now. There's no burnout, no dread, no performance fatigue. Because what you're doing is you. You're getting paid to be real. And that's a level of wealth money can't even measure. This is spiritual prosperity in its purest form, being able to stand in the full truth of who you are and thrive. So no, you didn't just survive. You stayed solid. And now the universe is cutting the check. With interest. Number 11. They didn't vote you in, but now everyone's watching your every move like you run the whole game. The loudest leaders don't talk. They live in a way that makes others question their own reflection. You didn't chase influence, chosen one. You became it. You didn't grab a mic and demand attention. You simply lived in alignment, and suddenly people started listening with their souls. That's the kind of leadership no title can match. You didn't ask for a stage. Life built you one through fire, failure, and fierce self-trust. And now, You are the proof people cling to when their own world starts cracking. They watch how you walk through storms with calm eyes. They mimic how you speak truth without shaking. They study how you refuse to fold, even when the crowd goes quiet. Why? Because something about you says, I know who I am, and I'm not here to play small just to make you comfortable. This kind of influence, it doesn't come easy. It came from being underestimated for so long, your silence turned into wisdom. It came from holding your values when compromise looked profitable. It came from losing people you loved just to keep the person you were becoming. Imagine standing at the center of a storm, not running, not shouting, just being still. And everything around you begins to shift because your stillness carries more power than their chaos. That's where you are now. You are unshakable, not because life got easier, but because you did the inner work others avoid. But with that power comes pressure. Envy will creep in disguised as curiosity. Resentment will show up pretending to check on you. There will be whispers, distractions, and sabotage dressed in smiles. But none of it sticks because your spirit is armored. You've already passed the tests, they're just beginning. And here's the twist. Your leadership isn't loud, it's felt. In your presence, in your consistency, in the way people feel safer just by standing near your truth. You're not leading with hype, you're leading with energy. And that's the kind of influence that can't be stolen or staged. So let them watch, let them plot, let them project. Because whether they admit it or not, you're already leading them, just by being exactly who you are. Number 12. You're not lucky, you're in alignment, and destiny is finally catching up. This isn't your peak, it's your launch pad. The world hasn't even seen what you're fully capable of yet. This is it, chosen one, the moment where everything you've endured, outgrown, and risen through fuses into something undeniable. No more guessing, no more waiting, no more asking for signs. You're in your destiny phase now. And no, it's not luck. It's return on alignment. It's what happens when every ounce of shadow work, spiritual grit, and self-honoring choice meets perfect timing. You didn't arrive here by accident. You were built for this. What's ahead won't just match your talents, it'll match your evolution. Imagine walking into a room and realizing everything here was built for me. The opportunities, the people, the impact, they feel surreal, and yet undeniably yours. That's what divine alignment looks like, effortless inevitability. What once felt hard now flows. What once drained you now fuels you. What once broke you, now it builds platforms beneath your feet. Every piece, recognition, attraction, timing, legacy, prosperity, leadership, was never random. They were puzzle pieces clicking into place for this exact season. And now the picture is clear. You're not becoming. You are. You're operating in a frequency that no longer tolerates confusion, clutter, or anything that dishonors your truth. And here's the beautiful part. Each win that comes now isn't just about you. It's about what you'll do with it, the lives you'll touch, the systems you'll shake, the next wave of chosen ones you'll activate just by standing in your fullness. This isn't a moment you'll reach, it's a frequency you'll maintain. It'll grow with you, deepen with you, stretch you. You're not chasing destiny. You're anchored in it. And now, every step forward echoes louder across timelines, because you're not just walking for yourself anymore. You're carrying generations of healing. You're embodying what they said was too much. You're proof that truth doesn't need permission, it just needs consistency. So get ready. not for ease, but for easeful alignment, not for fame, but for soul recognition, not for attention, but for impact that multiplies itself through others. You figured it out. You stayed true, and now destiny isn't knocking, it's opening the damn door. Number 13. You didn't just evolve. You triggered a chain reaction they can't unsee. The universe healed you loudly so others could hear their own call in your silence. Let's be real, chosen one. This was never just about you, the sleepless nights, the emotional warfare, the rebirth that ripped everything safe and familiar from under you. It was all preparation for something far bigger. You weren't just healing for survival, you were being wired for impact. Your evolution became a living transmission. People don't just admire you, they shift around you. They can't explain it, but when you speak, something inside them moves. When you walk in truth, it shines a light on every lie they've been living under. And whether they celebrate it or resist it, they feel it. Imagine being a frequency, not a person. A living upgrade to the emotional code everyone around you is running on. Your presence doesn't just inspire, it awakens. Not because you're perfect, but because you're real. Because you made it out and you're not wearing a mask to prove it. This is the ripple effect the universe was building when it invested in your pain. It was training a catalyst, a disruptor, a reminder. You don't have to call yourself a teacher, a leader, or a healer. You are one by embodiment alone. And that embodiment is now contagious. People can't go back to sleep after feeling what it's like to stand next to someone who's fully awake. That's why they're in awe. That's why they ask, how the fuck did you figure it out? Because your success doesn't look like luck. It looks like liberation. It looks like someone who broke out of the matrix without breaking their soul. And now, everywhere you go, you activate truth. In friends, in strangers, in the ones who once betrayed you. Some will be drawn to you for the right reasons. Others just want to taste the light. But either way, your existence causes transformation. So walk boldly, chosen one. You are not a trend. You are not a phase. You are the cause of awakening in people who didn't even know they were asleep. And now that you've activated this frequency, nothing will ever stay the same again. Number 14. You stopped hiding your scars. Now your flaws are doing what perfection never could. People don't trust perfect. They trust the one brave enough to bleed in public and still stand tall. Here's the secret shift that sealed your power, chosen one. You stopped trying to be flawless. You stopped editing your truth to fit into their highlight reel world. You let the cracks show, and instead of breaking you, they became your power lines. Because perfection might impress the crowd, but it's imperfection that connects to their soul. There was a time you thought your wounds disqualified you. That being raw, emotional, inconsistent made you look weak. But now, you realize those very things are why people feel safe with you. It's not the polished surface that draws them in. It's the realness they can feel underneath. Imagine this. In a room full of airbrushed masks, you walk in with unfiltered truth. No pretense, no pretending. Just you, whole, flawed, real. And suddenly, everyone exhales, because your presence feels like permission. To be broken, to be brilliant, to be becoming. They don't follow you because you have it all together. They follow you because you're courageous enough to admit when you don't. That's the magnetism they can't fake. That's the X factor no algorithm can replicate. You've stopped trying to protect an image. Now you protect your peace. You no longer chase approval. You attract respect. Because there's something undeniably powerful about someone who can say, "Here I am, not perfect, not polished, but present, and still powerful." Your struggles didn't disqualify you. They qualified you to lead real ones. Your vulnerability didn't weaken you. It revealed the roots of your strength. So when people stare in awe, wondering how you figured it out, this is part of the answer. You stopped pretending you had to be anyone other than you. And that shift, that brave, rebellious shift into raw, imperfect, honest wholeness, that's what changed everything. This final layer isn't about becoming more. It's about stripping away the false until all that's left is the kind of truth that moves mountains. You didn't need to be perfect to be powerful. You just needed to be real. And now, the world is magnetized by that very realness. They needed you to stay small to feel big, but the moment you stood tall, their world got smaller. Now, imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. You vanish from their radar. No explanations, no updates. They whisper, "See? Told you they were done." They celebrate quietly, thinking you've given up. But what they don't realize is that your silence wasn't surrender. It was preparation. You were resting, recharging, and rising. You weren't hiding. You were sharpening. They didn't expect your silence to be strategy. Now your comeback feels like a betrayal to their ego, because they counted on you staying invisible. They built their confidence on the illusion that you were beneath them. But the second you showed up in your full light, confident, clear, and untouchable, the whole structure of their fake superiority began to collapse. Now they're forced to face a version of you they never prepared for. Here's the truth most people can't digest. When someone keeps coming back stronger after being doubted, dismissed, and disrespected, it exposes just how wrong the world was. And no one likes realizing they were rooting for your failure just to feel better about their own limitations. You, chosen one, are their reminder that strength doesn't always roar. Sometimes it disappears quietly and returns like thunder. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message forward by simply pressing like and subscribe. It helps spread this message to more souls who need it. It's not just a video, it's a mission. You are a part of this force, and together we move the message forward. Thank you for being here. You're not alone. You're chosen. Now back to what matters, why they're shocked. You were supposed to be buried under their gossip, their judgments, their fake concern. They expected you to disappear into the background, broken by their opinions and shaken by their rejection. But instead, you became the one person they can't stop watching. Not because you begged for attention, but because you earned your presence, without noise, without seeking approval, just by standing tall in your truth. They don't know how to handle it. You were the one they whispered about in family circles, the one they mocked in private, the one they doubted in every conversation. Now you walk into the room and everything changes. They lose their words. They lose their certainty, because suddenly the story they told about you doesn't fit anymore. You're not hiding because there's nothing left to hide from. You've outgrown the lies, the pressure, and the need to explain yourself. You've stopped trying to prove anything, and that's exactly what makes you powerful now. While they were busy keeping tabs on your silence, you were building something they never saw coming. Self-respect, peace, strength, and clarity. You used to wonder if staying quiet was the right thing to do. Now they wonder how you got so far without them. That's the shift. That's what they can't handle. Because when people only know how to love you when you're losing, your growth feels like betrayal to them. But here you are, chosen one, rising in full view, and this is only the beginning. So if you're feeling this message in your chest, if your spirit has been nodding along in silence, drop "I'm not hiding" in the comments below. Let the ones who doubted you see it loud and clear. And if this message is speaking your truth, help keep it alive by supporting the mission in any way you can. Whether it's a like, a share, a comment, or a super thanks, every drop adds power to this rising wave. What you give fuels the light that exposes the dark. And chosen one, we see you. We appreciate you. And now let's get into this step by step. If you've really been through it, if you've really survived being misunderstood, judged, and doubted, then trust me, this next part will hit even harder. Stay with me, because the truth we're about to uncover, it's the exact reason they're so shocked you're not hiding. Let's begin. Number 1. When the lies they built about you start burning in their faces. They didn't just underestimate you. They built their self-worth on the hope you'd stay broken. Now every step you take forward sets their false sense of power on fire. They weren't ready for the version of you that refused to stay quiet. They weren't prepared for the strength that grew inside you while they were laughing behind your back. What's killing them now isn't just your progress. It's the realization that every cruel word, every twisted lie, every fake smile they weaponized against you completely failed. You didn't disappear like they planned. You evolved. And now the illusion they built is collapsing like a house of cards in a hurricane, because they weren't just watching you, they were betting against you. The ones who claimed they wanted the best for you were secretly hoping you'd fall apart, just enough to keep them feeling better about their own empty lives. But the script has flipped, and the truth is burning. They're stunned, because in their mind, you weren't supposed to rise. You weren't supposed to glow like this. You weren't supposed to make it out of what they buried you under. You were supposed to drown in the weight of their fake concern, subtle jabs, and behind-the-scenes sabotage. You were never supposed to reach the version of yourself that exists today. And now that you have, they're spiraling. They called it concern, but it was manipulation in disguise. They called it just joking, but it was always targeted disrespect. They thought you were too fragile to survive without their validation. But here you are, thriving without their energy, their help, or their approval. And that reality is destroying them from the inside. You see, the mistake they made wasn't just underestimating you. The real mistake was building a fantasy about who you were, and then attaching their identity to it. They thought you were weak, so they treated you like you were disposable. They thought you were desperate, so they threw scraps and expected gratitude. They thought you were naive, so they lied to your face like you'd never notice. But now the real you is standing tall, and that fantasy is shattering. And don't get it twisted, this wasn't some accidental misunderstanding. The mistreatment didn't come from confusion, it came from coordination. This was a team effort, a quiet campaign, relatives, siblings, cousins, people who shared your blood but never your best interest. They spread stories, twisted facts, passed around exaggerated tales like party favors. One comment here, one lie there. And soon, you were the villain in rooms you never even stepped into. They created a version of you that didn't exist, and then punished you for it. Ask yourself this: how many people looked at you funny, avoided you, or treated you cold, and you had no idea why? That wasn't random. That was the effect of whispers turning into weapons. You were judged, attacked, and isolated based on conversations you weren't even part of. That's psychological warfare, chosen one. and they waged it quietly, thinking you'd never catch on. But here's the twist that's cutting them deepest. You didn't just survive that storm, you used it. While they were busy painting you as unstable, you were building your peace. While they were gossiping, you were growing. And now that you've become everything they said you'd never be, they don't know how to face you. Some of them are pretending like nothing ever happened. Others are avoiding eye contact, ducking their heads, whispering again, but this time in panic. Because when lies fall apart, they don't just expose the truth, they expose the liars. And that's where they are now, exposed. What they didn't understand is that your silence back then wasn't weakness, it was wisdom. You didn't fight every insult, you didn't correct every lie, you didn't scream for attention. You let them run their mouths while you ran your marathon. And now that you've arrived, they don't know how to look you in the eye, because your success has become the loudest silence they've ever heard. It's funny how the same people who said you were too sensitive, too dramatic, or just seeking attention are now falling apart over your presence alone. That's what guilt looks like when it has nowhere left to hide. They wanted you to disappear so they wouldn't have to face what they did. But here you are, still standing, still rising. And now they're the ones shrinking in shame. The collapse of their delusion is personal, it's loud, and it's public. They can't laugh it off anymore. They can't play innocent, because the version of you that exists today stands in direct opposition to everything they tried to convince the world you were. Every time someone compliments your growth, your peace, your power, they're reminded of how wrong they were. Every achievement you unlock is another nail in the coffin of the lies they told. But don't mistake their silence now for peace. Inside, they're raging. The very people who once wanted to lead your downfall are now being haunted by the success they never saw coming. Their fake smiles are cracking. Their fake support is folding, because the mask they wore to cover their hate can't hide their panic anymore. They're asking themselves, how did this happen? But the truth is, it happened the moment you chose yourself. It happened the day you stopped giving them power. It happened when you walked away from every room where your name was used like a curse. It happened when you stopped explaining, stopped begging, and started building. They wanted you to stay small so they could feel big, but the moment you stood tall, their world got smaller. And now, chosen one, your presence is the punishment. Your glow is the revenge. You don't need to scream or argue. Just keep walking in your truth, because every step you take forward leaves another piece of their false reality in ruins behind you. They spent so much time trying to paint you as broken, unstable, weak, but all they really did was reveal their own insecurities, their own fears, their own inability to handle someone who couldn't be controlled. You were never the problem. You were the mirror, and now they can't unsee the reflection. So let them watch, let them whisper, let them shrink. Because the version of you they created no longer exists. And the version standing here now, that one doesn't owe them anything. Not silence, not softness, not forgiveness, not explanation. Only distance, and that's what's hurting them most. You didn't just survive the delusion, they did. And they're still living in it, but you're already gone. Number 2. The same ones who doubted you are now wishing they could stand next to you. They turned their backs when you needed a shoulder. Now they show up smiling, hoping to sit at your table. But this table wasn't built for traitors. Imagine this, chosen one. The same sibling who used to roll their eyes every time you spoke is now asking to crash at your place because their world is crumbling. The same cousin who giggled when others mocked your struggles now wants to reconnect like nothing ever happened. It's strange, isn't it? When you were down, they acted like you didn't matter. Now that you've risen, they act like they always supported you. They didn't expect your life to get better without their input, and now they can't stand the fact that it did. Let's make one thing clear. They didn't just doubt you. They needed you to fail. Your failure was their comfort. Your struggle was their entertainment. But your peace, your progress, your glow-up, that's their nightmare in high definition. Your success exposes the lies they told about you. That's why they can't clap. That's why they can't stay silent either. They're stuck in a place where envy looks like interest. They're watching you now, hoping to find cracks in your confidence, but there aren't any, because this version of you wasn't built for their approval. It was built from your survival. They weren't ready for the day you'd choose peace over proximity, self-respect over forced connections, and solitude over noisy company. You've learned something powerful. Not everyone deserves access to you just because they share your last name or your bloodline. Some people treat you worse simply because they can, because you've been too kind, too forgiving, too easy to reach. And now that you've pulled away, they feel entitled to your energy again. Why? Because the life they built on control is collapsing without someone to control. They never expected you to be okay without them, and now that you are, their world's upside down. You weren't chasing distance, you were chasing peace, but they took your space as an insult instead of a boundary. Imagine this. You've finally created a space that feels like safety. No yelling, no guilt-tripping, no emotional blackmail, just quiet, balance, clean air. And then one day, one of them calls, acting confused. Why don't you come around anymore? What do you even say to that? Should you explain how many years you tolerated being gaslit, disrespected, or emotionally drained just to keep the family peace? Should you remind them of all the times they watched you get hurt and chose silence? Or should you just say nothing because your peace says it louder? Here's what they can't understand. You didn't just walk away. You woke up. You saw the patterns, you saw the cycles, and most of all, you saw the game. Relationships built on guilt are prisons. Relationships built on manipulation are traps. And relationships built on exploitation, they're nothing but contracts disguised as love. They used to dangle their support like a carrot on a stick. They thought your need for connection would make you obedient, but it didn't. It broke you for a while, sure, but it also taught you that real love doesn't hurt like that. Real love doesn't punish, doesn't withdraw, doesn't compete. And what they offered wasn't real. It was ownership masked as care. They thought you were just emotional, but no, you were exhausted, tired of proving your worth to people who already decided you had none. Imagine standing in a house where every compliment comes with a backhanded insult. Every "I'm just trying to help" is followed by a judgment. Every invitation is layered with obligation. And you keep going back, hoping maybe this time it'll be different, until you realize it never will be. So, you leave. And now they want back in. Why? Because your peace has value now, your energy holds weight, and they miss what they used to drain from you, but you're not accepting them back, not out of revenge, but out of wisdom. Because you finally understand, protecting your peace is more important than preserving their comfort. They'll say you've changed, that you're selfish, that you're not the same anymore. But chosen one, that's the point. You aren't the same anymore. You're done handing your light to people who only show up when they need to be warm. They miss the version of you who tolerated mistreatment. They don't miss you. They miss their control. They used to call you too sensitive. Now they call you too distant. But the truth is, you've always felt everything deeply. That was never the problem. The problem was how they exploited your empathy, turned it into a weapon, made you believe that love meant sacrifice with no return. You've outgrown that now, and it shows. Imagine walking through your past like it's a museum. You look at the old memories, the old patterns, the old roles they tried to trap you in. But now you see it all clearly. The guilt, the silent treatments, the favoritism, the petty power games. It doesn't hurt anymore. It just confirms that leaving was the only way to live. And still, they watch. They lurk on your socials. They ask mutual friends about you. They try to reconnect, hoping you'll forget the role they played in your lowest moments. But this isn't a movie with a happy reunion scene. This is real life. And in real life, closure doesn't always mean return. Sometimes it means remembering exactly who people showed you they were and choosing to never forget it again. You've taken your power back in the most silent and dangerous way by becoming unavailable, emotionally, physically, energetically. You're not easy to reach anymore because your peace costs more than their drama can afford. And now they know. You were never asking for too much. You were just asking the wrong people. You weren't too sensitive. You were deeply aware. You weren't difficult. You just stopped letting people walk over you in the name of keeping the peace. So let them talk. Let them pretend they don't care. Let them keep telling themselves you'll come back. But you won't. Because once a chosen one sees through the pattern, they don't go back to pretending. Not for family. Not for guilt. Not for anything. And that's what's killing them. Because they never thought you'd be strong enough to walk away and stay gone. Number 3. When your energy became the earthquake they couldn't predict. You didn't fight them with fists, you fought with facts, peace, and presence, and that's what shook their whole foundation. Let's get something straight. This wasn't just petty drama. This was a full-blown, energetic war disguised as gossip, criticism, and fake concern. You weren't just dealing with words. You were battling invisible attacks launched by people who couldn't handle your light. The hate they threw wasn't casual. It was calculated. And still, you didn't react. You rose. They thought your silence meant weakness. They didn't know you were activating something bigger, not through revenge, not through bitterness, but through energy shifts, inner work, boundary setting, and focus they couldn't decode. While they circled around your name like vultures, you were building spiritual armor from your pain. They thought they'd see you break. Instead, they saw you disappear from the battlefield and return as someone they couldn't touch. You were the storm they pretended they could handle until the thunder came. Imagine this. Someone spends years talking down on you, whispering lies, twisting every truth to turn people against you. But then one day you show up in full clarity on social media, in public, in real life, owning your story. No shame, no mask, just truth. That's when their narratives start cracking, because your presence now speaks louder than their smear campaigns ever could. You're not just visible now, you're unignorable, and that's the part that's driving them over the edge. They didn't expect your glow-up to be this loud, this undeniable, this real. Every time you speak your truth, they feel exposed. Every post, every smile, every success. It's not coincidence that their breakdowns align with your rise. That's cause and effect. That's the echo of your energy correcting the lies they built. They thought they were playing mind games, but this wasn't just a mental war. It was spiritual, and you didn't just survive it. You mastered it. Number 4. When they called you crazy just to hide their own chaos. They mocked your breakdowns to feel better about their emptiness. Now your healing is a mirror they can't look into. They used your most vulnerable moments like weapons. When you were drowning inside, they stood on the shore and pointed. Instead of offering help, they threw stones, exaggerating your pain, mocking your truth, making your struggle their entertainment. But here's the twist they never saw coming. You didn't stay broken. You rebuilt. You rose. And now, every time you walk into a room with peace in your chest and clarity in your eyes, they don't see weakness. They see everything they couldn't destroy. You weren't the unstable one. You were just surrounded by people who needed you to fall apart so they could stay comfortable. Imagine this. Two people go through the same emotional storm. You and someone else both fall, both cry, both mess up, but only one of you gets labeled damaged. Only one gets whispered about behind closed doors. The difference? You were already the target, the scapegoat, the one they needed to look flawed. Your mistakes weren't just mistakes to them. They were permission slips to shame you. But now that you've healed, the silence is loud. People are watching, and they're realizing something powerful. It takes strength to confront your mental health. It takes guts to talk about it. What you've done, facing it, growing through it. That's not weakness. That's power. That's leadership. And those same people, the ones who laughed, they're now being seen for what they are, emotionally immature, cruel, insecure, and afraid of anyone brave enough to be real. They thought the label unstable would stick, but all it did was expose them. You've flipped the narrative. Your healing is louder than their judgment. Your growth is speaking in rooms they never thought you'd enter again. And now, chosen one, your courage is contagious, and their lies are crumbling. They didn't break you, they just revealed you. Number 5. When they called you broke, but now they can't afford to look you in the eye. They measured your worth by your wallet. Now your success is the bill they can't pay off. They once whispered that you'd never make it without them, that you were too unstable, too scattered, too weak to stand on your own. They made your journey harder, not because they didn't see your potential, but because they did. And that scared them. It was easier to pretend you were dependent than admit you were just getting started. So they projected their own fear of failure onto you. They spun stories about your finances, your lifestyle, your struggles, as if survival during tough times made you inferior. But here's what they never understood. Being down doesn't mean you're done. You weren't desperate. You were building. You weren't broke. You were in build mode, and now the same mouths that laughed are silent in shock. Imagine this. They saw you taking small steps, making quiet moves, maybe living on less, cutting off distractions, staying focused, and they laughed. They compared, they judged. But now, you walk with a different energy. You earn with integrity. You glow with the kind of peace that can't be faked. And they're still stuck, wondering how you flipped the script without begging, borrowing, or breaking. You've created a life they swore you'd never touch. Financially stable, emotionally centered, spiritually untouchable. And the best part, you didn't need their permission to build any of it. Now they want to know how you did it, but they weren't around for the nights you chose discipline over distraction, solitude over support, strategy over sympathy. They weren't there when you cried in silence and still got up and worked the next morning. They don't deserve front row seats to the results when they walked out during the process. They tried to define you by what you didn't have, but now you're defined by everything you created. And that, chosen one, is why they're in shock. Because you're not just surviving without them, you're succeeding in spite of them. Number 6. when they realized you weren't the victim, you were the storm they created. They tried to break you so they could rescue you, but you saved yourself, and now their power doesn't exist. They thought you'd come back crawling. They thought without their attention, without their approval, without their crumbs of validation, you'd fold. Instead, you vanished, not in defeat, but in discipline. You stepped away, disappeared into the shadows, and started building something they never saw coming: yourself. Now you've returned, radiant, healed, fierce, and they're shaken because they expected to see pieces of you scattered across the floor, but what's standing in front of them now is power they can't manage, beauty they don't understand, and peace they can't penetrate. You became everything they tried to bury. Now your existence feels like thunder to their comfort zones. Imagine this: someone once laughed when you reached out, rolled their eyes when you cared, avoided you when you needed closeness. But now, they check your every move. They stare at your photos. They feel a sting in their chest every time you post. Because they don't just miss you, they miss the control they had when you were still unsure of your own value. Even in love, they couldn't rise. They couldn't match the version of you that was offering real care, real loyalty, real depth. And instead of seeing you as the blessing you were, they questioned why someone like you would ever want someone like them. That says it all. Now they want back in, but the door is sealed. Not out of hate, but out of healing. You're no longer available for those who mishandled your soul. Your space is sacred now. Your heart has standards. And the regret they feel, that's not your burden to carry. You didn't just survive, chosen one. You transformed. And now, you're not just someone they remember. You're the storm that made them realize they were never ready for your silence, your strength, or your return. Number 7. When they confused your kindness for need and lost you for good. You weren't asking for too much. You were just asking the wrong people, and now that you've stopped asking, they finally see your value. They made you feel like needing support made you a burden, like leaning on someone meant you were broken. Every time you reached out, they twisted it into proof that you were weak, dramatic, or needy. But here's what they never understood. You weren't asking because you were desperate. You were offering connection, loyalty, a chance to grow with someone instead of struggling alone. They mistook that offer as weakness, so they rejected it, disrespected it, and tried to flip the script to make you feel small. But look at you now, stable, focused, secure in who you are. While they're still chasing attention, drama, and validation, you're building peace, wealth, and a life that no longer includes their chaos. They thought they were above you, when really they were just beneath your awareness of self-worth. Imagine this: you offer someone water in a drought, and they scoff because they think they're holding a glass full of gold. But now they're choking on dust, and your well is full. The difference? You never needed to be seen. You just needed to stop being overlooked. And now that you've stopped overgiving, they're realizing what they lost. You weren't desperate. You were devoted. You weren't weak. You were wide open. And now that openness has turned into boundaries they can't cross. That silence has become power they can't touch. They're stuck in a cycle of conflict, scarcity, and emotional immaturity because they never grew beyond the version of themselves that needed someone to feel beneath them. And without you there to feed their ego, they're starving. Your energy was the gift. Your presence was the privilege. And now they don't get access to either. You stopped losing yourself for others. And now they're losing sleep, wondering how they let someone like you walk away without looking back. Number 8. When they finally realize the door isn't just closed, it's gone. They used to treat your presence like it was guaranteed. Now your absence is haunting them like a shadow they can't escape. They thought you'd always be around, always reachable, always just one message, one apology, one fake crisis away. But what they didn't realize is that while they were busy playing games, you were packing your peace and leaving quietly. And not just physically, you left energetically. You shut the emotional doors they assumed they could waltz through any time. Now they want back in. But here's the brutal truth. They've lost access. Not because you're being petty, but because you're being free. They try to provoke, compete, bait you into arguments, into proving your worth again. But you're not biting. You're done playing a game where the prize is more dysfunction. Your silence now says everything, and it stings. Because that silence means one thing: you've outgrown their level completely. You didn't walk away to punish them. You walked away because peace doesn't live in chaos, and you finally learned to stop building homes in hurricanes. That insecure, rejected energy, especially from people who once tried to dominate you through manipulation and fake confidence, has no place near you now. They wanted to be seen as powerful in your story. Now they can't even get a role in it. Imagine this: a house you used to live in, filled with noise, judgment, confusion. You left, renovated yourself, moved into a space made of peace. And now the people from your past show up at your doorstep, knocking like nothing happened. But the key they used to have? It doesn't fit anymore. The lock's been changed. The house isn't theirs. And you're not home. They didn't lose you because you changed. They lost you because you grew. And no matter how loudly they yell from the past, your future doesn't speak that language anymore. They thought your worth was negotiable, but now they know it's not even up for discussion. Access denied permanently. Number 9, they don't miss you, they miss controlling you. They don't want the healed version of you. They want the version they could manipulate, guilt, and shut down. They're reaching out again, sending messages, dropping comments, acting like they miss the old times. Suddenly, they want to talk, to reconnect, to be close again. But chosen one, don't be fooled. They're not trying to heal anything. They're trying to regain access to a version of you that no longer exists. The version that used to over-explain, the one that said yes out of fear, the one that accepted breadcrumbs and called it a meal. That version of you, the soft-spoken, guilt-ridden, overly forgiving version, is gone. And their sudden kindness, it's not nostalgia, it's panic, because the new you, they can't control it. They don't miss your presence, they miss your permission. The old you gave them power. The new you gives them nothing. This is what they don't say out loud. They liked you better when you had no boundaries, when you were still shrinking yourself to avoid conflict, when your heart overpowered your standards, when you cared more about keeping the peace than protecting your energy. But now you speak with clarity. Now you move with intention. Now, when something doesn't feel right, you walk away without looking back, and that's what's rattling them. Not your silence, not your strength, but your refusal to keep playing the role they wrote for you. Imagine this: a puppeteer loses all their strings, and the puppet doesn't fall. It stands up, walks away, starts building its own life, its own circle, its own rhythm. That's you. And now they're standing there, strings in hand, wondering why they have no control anymore. You see, emotional maturity is now your filter, and that filter eliminates most of them. Because emotional maturity means you don't argue just to prove your point. You don't beg people to see your side. You don't tolerate energy that drains, confuses, or manipulates. And most of all, you don't explain peace to those who thrive on chaos. So when they reach out with, "I miss how things used to be," ask yourself, do they miss me, or do they miss how easy I used to be to control? Because if the love they're offering now only showed up once you stopped chasing, it's not love, it's strategy, and you've outgrown strategies built on guilt and control. They loved you when you didn't know your worth. Now that you do, they don't know how to love you at all. The new you is different. You're still kind, but not available, still caring, but not accessible to just anyone. You still feel deeply, but you don't act out of desperation anymore. That version of you scares people who were never built to love you. They were built to use you. And the truth? They had their chance. They had access when it was free, and they fumbled it. Now you've evolved. Your peace is locked. Your time is earned. Your space is sacred. They call it ego. You call it self-respect. They call it distance. You call it protection. They say, "You've changed." But what they mean is, you're no longer easy to manipulate. You're not being cruel. You're being clear. You're not shutting people out. You're finally choosing who gets to come in. And now they don't know what to do with you, because the new you, you're not loud. You're solid. You're not vengeful. You're unavailable. You're not angry, you're uninterested. They lost control the moment you found your worth. And the scariest part for them, you're not going back. Number 10. When they mistook your silence for surrender, and now they can't handle your return. They called it ghosting, but you weren't gone, you were growing. They told everyone you disappeared, that you fell off, that you went quiet because life broke you. They used your silence as proof that they were right about you, that you were too weak, too unstable, too unsure to keep going. But what they didn't know is that your silence wasn't a breakdown. It was a breakthrough in motion. You didn't disappear. You disconnected on purpose. You weren't hiding, you were healing, you were studying, you were learning how to live without the noise, without the validation, without their chaos feeding your fear, while they were laughing at your absence. You were rebuilding your foundation in peace. And now, that silence has become the loudest thing in the room, because your return wasn't expected. It was unrecognizable. You didn't vanish to escape the fight. You vanished to learn how to win it without swinging. Let's be real. People love to label what they can't understand. The moment you stepped away, they created their own story about you. They're hiding. They're lost. They've fallen off. What they couldn't grasp was that your greatest transformation wasn't going to be public. It wasn't for show. It was private. It was sacred. It was personal. Imagine this. A boxer steps out of the ring mid-fight. The crowd boos. The opponent celebrates. But behind the scenes, that boxer is working with a new coach, training in silence, sharpening technique. And when they return, they're not just stronger, they're untouchable. That's you. They wanted your silence to be weakness because it made them feel stronger, but you didn't go quiet because you were lost. You went quiet because they were too loud. You weren't breaking, you were choosing peace. You weren't ghosting, you were protecting your energy from people who only valued it when it served them. You took your power back by becoming unreachable, and now they're panicking because you're not just back, you're different. Now that you've returned, clearer, sharper, more grounded, they don't know how to handle it. The version of you they knew is gone, and that's exactly what's scaring them, because they built comfort around who you used to be. They memorized the weak spots, the insecurities, the triggers. But now, none of those doors are open. None of their tactics work. They can't find their way back in, not because you're angry, but because you outgrew the entire room. People confuse absence with defeat because they can't imagine stepping away without crumbling. But you're not like them. You didn't step back to escape. You stepped back to evolve. And now your glow is shocking. Now your voice carries weight. Now your presence is power. And the irony: the same people who called you irrelevant are watching you more closely than ever. Every post, every move, every breath. Not because they love you, but because they're trying to understand how someone they counted out became impossible to ignore. They said you were quiet, but you were busy becoming the version of yourself they never thought you'd meet. You don't owe them an announcement. You don't owe them an explanation. What you owe to yourself is protection, and you've earned that, because only someone who's been through the silence understands how valuable peace really is. So when they ask, "Where were you all this time?" you smile, because the truth is, you were building, you were healing, you were becoming everything they said you could never be. And now you've returned, not with noise, but with presence. Not with proof, but with peace. Not with anger, but with authority. And they can't handle it, because your silence was never surrender. It was strategy, and now, chosen one, you're unstoppable. Number 11. They spent years writing your ending. Now they're forced to watch your rise. They didn't want you healed. They wanted you hidden. But now your glow is public, and their lies are collapsing under your light. After everything they did, you still made it. That's what's breaking them. The gossip didn't stop you. The isolation didn't silence you. The rejection didn't kill your spirit. And now, every story they told is dying right in front of them, and you're the living proof that they were never the authority on your worth. You see, all the pieces connect now. The family drama wasn't random. The emotional distance, the fake smiles, the dismissive comments, those weren't accidents. That was conditioning. That was manipulation dressed as tradition. You were being shaped, squeezed, and silenced by people who feared your potential more than they ever cared for your heart. They knew exactly what you were becoming. That's why they tried so hard to keep you broken. They didn't want to see you rise, because deep down they knew what it meant. If you made it, their excuses died. If you won, their self-image collapsed. So instead of growing, they chose control. They chose sabotage. They chose to build their confidence on your silence. But silence doesn't mean surrender, and your quiet seasons were not weakness. They were preparation. Look around now. All the stories they spun about you, too emotional, too unstable, too lost, are fading fast, because the version of you standing here today, that version is calm, clear, and powerful in a way they can't comprehend. And it's rattling every foundation they built on your assumed failure. Imagine this. Someone writes your obituary while you're still alive. That's how sure they were that your light would never return. They told everyone you were done, that your time was over, that you'd never recover, but here you are, rising like you never even fell. You weren't the broken one, you were the blueprint. That's why they feared you. It's not just about your glow-up, it's about what it represents. That truth always outlives gossip. That healing always hits harder than hate. That someone who once struggled now walks with quiet authority. And that kind of power doesn't need to prove anything. You're not here to compete. You're here to exist, authentically, unapologetically, and your very existence challenges every fake story they ever told. Now you might ask yourself, why me? Why was I the target? Why did they treat me that way when I was only trying to love, to help, to be understood? Here's the truth. Because they saw something in you they didn't see in themselves, potential they couldn't control. You weren't easy, you weren't desperate, you weren't willing to play small forever. And people who have no idea how to grow will always attack what they can't shrink. You weren't too much, you were too real in a world built on performance. Even famous people have lived this story. Think of Oprah Winfrey, born into poverty, abused, and told she wasn't good enough for television because of her appearance and voice. Now, she owns her own network and changed the media landscape forever. Or J.K. Rowling, rejected by 12 publishers, once on government assistance, now a billionaire whose story rewrote the world's imagination. These were people no one believed in until they became undeniable. Just like you. They tried to frame your strength as attitude, your self-protection as arrogance, your ambition as desperation. But all along, you were simply outgrowing the cage they wanted you to stay locked in. They underestimated how far you'd go once you chose yourself. And chosen one, you did choose yourself. That's the moment it all changed. No more chasing validation, no more shrinking to fit in, no more explaining your heart to people committed to misunderstanding it. That phase of your life is over. Now you walk with a different rhythm. You move with intention. You speak with precision. You glow not because of makeup, money, or applause, but because you're at peace with who you are and who you're becoming. They can't reach you anymore, not because you're hiding, but because you're above it now. The air is different up here, lighter, cleaner, and quieter. The people at this level don't compete. They connect. They don't drain. They elevate, and that's the exact energy you've stepped into. You're not glowing for attention. You're glowing from alignment. They're still stuck in a loop, reliving their own bitterness, spinning stories to anyone who will listen. But those stories don't hold weight anymore, because anyone watching you can see the truth for themselves. And that truth, it's loud. You were never the weak one, never the lost one, never the problem. You were always the one. You are the one, and you're just getting started. Let them talk, let them wonder, let them lie if they need to. None of it sticks anymore, because the version of you that used to explain, that used to beg, that used to shrink for the sake of peace, that version no longer exists. Now, when you walk into a room, energy shifts. People pay attention, not because you demand it, but because your presence commands it. And here's the final truth. You are the proof that pain doesn't define you, that growth doesn't require approval, that healing doesn't wait for permission. They tried to silence the one voice meant to rise. Now that voice is echoing louder than ever. So keep rising, keep glowing, keep living like the storm never touched you, even when it nearly broke you. Because now they don't get to rewrite your story, you do. And the next chapter, it's unstoppable. And now, chosen one, let's bring it full circle. Everything they tried to destroy in you only built the version of you they can no longer reach. You didn't hide, you healed, you didn't disappear, you transformed. And now that your light is shining unapologetically, their shock is the sound of your freedom echoing through everything they misjudged. If this message hit home, show love by liking, subscribing, and dropping 777 in the comments to let the world know you're done hiding. And don't keep this to yourself. Share it. Help another chosen one remember who they are. We rise together. Jealousy doesn't always destroy the one it's aimed at. Sometimes it circles back and burns the one who threw it. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, someone builds a weapon in secret. They sharpen it with hatred. They aim it at you with a smile. But the moment they release it, something strange happens. That weapon spins in the air like a boomerang, and it lands not in your back, but in the chest of the one they love most, their prized possession, their golden child, the one they swore they were protecting while secretly fueling their own bitterness. That's when they finally stop. Not because they've grown a conscience, but because the universe just made them feel the cost of messing with your energy. And when it hits home, that's when they pause. Here's the truth they never expected. Every chosen one walks with a mirror around their aura. Whatever they throw at you returns to sender. But what they didn't know was this: that mirror, it's tilted. So the darkness they sent you didn't just bounce back at them, it ricocheted sideways and hit the person they'd least expect, their golden child. According to energy researchers and even some forms of quantum theory, emotional energy, especially hatred, carries a frequency. And when that frequency is intentionally aimed at someone who is spiritually protected, it doesn't disappear. It simply reroutes. That's not superstition, that's energy physics. So when their golden child starts falling sick, losing things, spiraling mentally, or suddenly getting into fights with them, it's not random, it's not bad luck. It's the echo of their own bitterness finding a softer, more innocent target in their vicinity. And suddenly they're panicking. Suddenly they want to stop. Not because they regret, but because the price got too personal. And thank you, Chosen One, for even being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this message to more souls. Because it's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thank you, Chosen One, for being a part of this mission. You are part of a force far bigger than what this world sees. You are not alone in this, and you're not crazy for seeing what others try to ignore. Now let's come back to what's really happening here. Because this video isn't about revenge. It's not even about pain. It's about the strange mercy the universe shows you when it lets your enemies expose themselves through their own consequences. You didn't wish for anyone to suffer. You simply protected your peace. You let go. You walked away. But instead of leaving you alone, they kept sending shade, gossip, energy attacks, silent warfare. And the universe? It watched. It waited. And then it made a move they never expected. It taught them a lesson using the one person they thought would never feel the blowback. That's the twist no one talks about. Sometimes the golden child, the one they place on a pedestal, the one they brag about, the one they use to make you feel small, becomes the exact mirror the universe chooses to reflect their toxicity, not because that child deserved it, but because it's the only way their heart could be touched. You see, narcissists don't feel pain unless it hits them through someone they're obsessed with. And when their favorite starts suffering, that's when they finally look in the mirror. This is why they're suddenly quiet now, why they've backed off, why they stopped poking you. It's not because they grew, it's not because they had a change of heart, it's because they saw a reflection of their own darkness showing up in someone they love, and it scared them. And Chosen One, this is the part they'll never admit. They saw the signs. The timing lined up too perfectly. Every time they tried to mess with you, something around them collapsed. They noticed, but they stayed in denial until it touched their favorite. That's when the illusion broke. That's when they understood. You are not the one to play with. So if you've been wondering why they went quiet, why they're suddenly acting neutral, why their golden child isn't glowing like they used to. This is why. The universe didn't punish them. It educated them, and it used their most prized mirror to do it. And now they'll stop, because for the first time they realized something scary. When you mess with protected energy, you don't just lose the battle, you end up hurting the people you thought you were shielding, and that's a cost even their ego can't afford. So, are you starting to feel it, chosen one? That inner knowing that this message found you for a reason. If it's hitting different today, it's because this is your confirmation that what they sent to hurt you is now circling back and shaking their world through the one they love most. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you've ever felt their energy shift right after you detached. And if you feel called, bless the mission behind this message, whether it's through a like, a comment, or even a small gift, because it keeps this truth alive and reaching more souls like yours. Every single energy exchange counts. And now, let's dive into it, step by step. And believe me, if you're a real chosen one, you won't just listen, you'll feel the truth vibrating through every word. Stay close. The deeper we go, the clearer it becomes. Let's get into it. Number 1. They thought you were stupid. You just let their ego kill them first. Sometimes the smartest revenge is silence. Let a fool talk long enough, and they'll dig their own grave, with applause still ringing in their ears. Oh, chosen one, the audacity, the sheer arrogance they wore like perfume, walking into every room like they were untouchable just because you didn't say a word. They mistook your peace for permission. They thought your silence meant surrender. But what they didn't know was you were watching the whole time, quietly calculating how deep their fall would be once their ego drove them off the cliff they built with their own lies. Now imagine this for a second, a lion pretending to sleep while the hyenas start dancing, thinking they own the jungle. That's what you did. You let them celebrate too early. You let them throw their little parade. You didn't argue. You didn't explain. You didn't defend yourself. Why? Because you knew something they didn't. Ego always writes checks that consequences eventually cash. They thought they had you figured out, thought they were smarter, faster, more cunning. They grinned when they thought you looked weak. But your silence, it was strategy. Your pause, precision. You were giving them enough rope, not because you wanted them to hang, but because you knew they would. That's what happens when people run on ego instead of awareness. They get sloppy, loud, predictable. You didn't lose control. You surrendered the illusion of needing to win in their game. While they were trying to impress the crowd, you were studying the script behind the curtain. You saw how badly they needed attention, how much they craved power, how desperate they were to be seen as the smartest person in the room. And so you made the one move their pride couldn't handle. You stepped back. You let them expose themselves. See, chosen one, there's a special kind of intelligence in restraint, and you mastered it. You didn't clap back because you knew karma would. You didn't fight fire with fire. You let the flames reveal who was really burning. And now, look at them, spinning, scrambling, questioning everything. They can't figure out how someone they looked down on ended up above them. But the truth is simple. You were never beneath them. You just let them believe it because their ego needed a stage to collapse on. And let's be real, they made it easy. Their need to feel superior blinded them. They couldn't even recognize your silence as power. They couldn't see the discipline it takes to say nothing, even when everything in you knows you're right. They kept poking, kept bragging, kept trying to bait you, thinking you'd snap, thinking you'd expose yourself. But you didn't. You were never playing checkers. You were playing chess, long game, deep strategy. And now the board is flipped, and they're choking on every smug word they once threw in your direction. Some of them even started to believe they made you, that without their attention, their approval, their clout, you'd be nothing. Isn't that wild? They looked at you and saw someone they could shape, control, or silence. But the moment you stopped responding, the moment you stopped entertaining their nonsense, that's when their control started to crack. That's when they realized your power never came from their validation. It came from what they couldn't see, your alignment, your insight, your patience. And that patience, oh, it scared them, because nothing terrifies an insecure ego more than someone who doesn't need to react. They thought they were hurting you, but you were healing in silence. They thought you were breaking, but you were building. They thought you were lost, but you were aligning with something bigger than all their drama combined. And now, everything they did in the dark is starting to backfire in broad daylight. You didn't lift a finger, you didn't throw dirt, you just sat back and let the universe do what it does best, balance the scales. And now they're angry. Not at what you did, but at how little they could do to stop the truth from rising. They're angry that their schemes didn't stick, that the lies didn't last, that their manipulation hit a wall. And that wall was your silence, your discipline, your refusal to play small just to make them feel big. Here's the part that'll always haunt them. You gave them a chance. You gave them room to correct, to realign, to treat you right. But they used that grace period as a window to compete with you, to sabotage you, to speak on your name when you weren't in the room. And now they're shocked that you're still standing, stronger, sharper, untouchable. They thought they could bury you in assumption, but they didn't realize you were the seed. So, chosen one, hear me clearly. What you did wasn't weakness. It was warfare, psychological, spiritual, strategic. You let them talk. You let them build false confidence. And then the universe did what you never had to. It showed everyone who was really operating on a higher frequency. The truth came out not because you screamed, but because you stood still. And now they're left with the bitter taste of their own pride. The golden child is falling apart. The mask is slipping. Their circle is watching. And everything they tried to pin on you is echoing in their own life. You didn't have to say a word. Your silence screamed louder than their gossip ever could. Let this be a reminder. The ones who underestimate you always end up exposed by the same trap they thought they set for you. You didn't play dumb. You just let their ego finish them first. And now they'll think twice before calling your stillness weakness ever again. Number 2. You never hid your power. You just wore it like camouflage. A wise mind never shows all its cards. It watches, listens, and lets the loud ones destroy themselves. Let's be clear about one thing. Chosen one, you were never slow, never confused, never naive. You were calculating. You were silent because you knew silence disarms the arrogant. You were calm because you knew chaos reveals the weak. You were humble not to shrink, but to observe. They mistook your quiet energy as ignorance, and that mistake, that was the beginning of their end. Now imagine this. A wolf walks into a camp dressed as a lamb. The others don't see the fangs beneath the smile. They don't hear the thoughts behind the silence. They just see harmless, and so they let their guard down. They speak too freely, plot too openly, boast too loudly, not knowing they're giving away the blueprint to someone who already decoded the game. That's you, chosen one. You didn't just survive manipulation. You studied it like a scientist under a microscope. You knew what to look for. You spotted the tells. and you never blinked. You didn't need to scream to be smart. You turned your intelligence into camouflage. While they flexed loudly, you moved like smoke, undetectable, untouchable, until it was too late. Power doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it enters the room silently and leaves the loudest impact. That's what you were, a silent storm, a walking library that didn't need to open its pages to prove worth. You knew they fed off visible power, so you gave them the illusion they craved. You let them win small battles while you were planning the final blow. Not through revenge, but through precision, through alignment. They assumed you were harmless because you didn't fight back in public. They saw you smile when you could have snapped, nod when you could have spoken, walk away when you could have exposed. But what they didn't realize is that restraint, that was your sharpest weapon. You knew something they didn't. Loud liars always show their hand. All you had to do was wait. They played chess with their mouths. You played it with your mind. You weren't reacting, you were recording, mapping every move, memorizing every inconsistency, marking every moment they underestimated you. And they handed it all to you for free. Every time they assumed you weren't paying attention, you were archiving. Every time they tried to one-up you, you were gathering receipts. And now they're wondering why you still stand, how you knew everything before it happened. But you did, because you weren't distracted by the noise. You were locked in on the patterns. Here's a fact most manipulators never consider. The quieter someone is, the more dangerous their memory becomes. And you, chosen one, have the memory of a battlefield general. You don't just remember what was said. You remember how it was said, why it was said, what was happening in the background, and how that one moment connects to 50 others. You don't forget. You just don't speak until it's time. Imagine this, a hawk flying high, circling, quiet, steady, while the rats scurry below thinking they're safe just because the bird didn't swoop. But when the time comes, one clean dive, no warning. That's you. That's what they feared. Not your words, but your watchfulness. Not your presence, but your patience. They don't understand how you could keep calm in the face of their chaos. It messes with their mind. You didn't argue, yet you won. You didn't expose, yet their lies fell apart. You didn't defend yourself, yet truth kept crawling out of the cracks. That's not luck. That's not coincidence. That's power, moving in silence. Never underestimate a person who chooses not to speak, especially when they have every reason to, because those are the ones building something far bigger than an argument. They're building empires of understanding. And when the dust settles, they don't just walk away, they walk through the ruins with receipts and a clean conscience. They thought you were too quiet, but the truth? You were just too smart to speak too soon. Now they sit there, confused. How did the person we thought we outsmarted end up holding the truth in their hands? They're scrambling for explanations. They're rewriting their story. They're even blaming others. But deep down, they know. They know they walked into a trap they built for you, not realizing you were documenting every corner of it. They can't unsee your strength now. They can't pretend your stillness was weakness, because everything they once laughed at now haunts them. Your patience, your silence, your refusal to react. It's all echoing in their mind like thunder, because now they realize you weren't invisible. You were watching. You weren't silent. You were sharpening. And every time they thought they had you, they were really handing you another piece of evidence. They showed off their so-called brilliance while you were storing up yours like ammunition. They played with power while you studied its patterns. And now that it's all falling apart, you remain untouched, not because you hid, but because you prepared. You were 10 steps ahead before they even realized they were in a game. And chosen one, if you're wondering why this resonates so deep, It's because you've always been underestimated. You've always been the one they didn't see coming. And that's your gift. You carry truth like a sword. You only unsheathe when absolutely necessary. You protect your energy like a vault. You let fools celebrate while you track the storm building behind their smiles. You are not weak. You are wired differently. You are built for spiritual warfare that requires intelligence, not noise. So let them keep guessing. Let them keep rewriting. Let them keep asking, how did we not see this coming? Because you already knew. You saw it all. You mapped it all. You built your silence like a fortress and let them walk in blind. And now, they finally realize you weren't hiding from them. You were hiding yourself for the perfect moment to rise.
Dansai, naos, maus, naum.
Number 3. You let them throw shade and turned it into a mirror that blinded them. They didn't break you with their insults. They revealed themselves trying to destroy you. Oh, chosen one, they thought they had you pegged. They labeled you weak, emotional, soft, and you didn't fight it. You let them. Not because it was true, but because you saw what they were really doing. You knew from the very beginning. Projection is confession. Every jab they threw wasn't really about you. It was a desperate cry to hide from themselves. And you just stood there, still and silent, while they kept handing you their mask, one insult at a time. Imagine this. Someone throws mud at a mirror, thinking they're dirtying you, but the harder they throw, the clearer their reflection becomes. That's what happened. They called you naive, and you let them, because you saw that they were terrified of being exposed as unprepared. They said you were too sensitive because they couldn't handle their own emotional storms. Every insult was a breadcrumb leading straight to the parts of themselves they were too ashamed to face. And you tracked every step. They thought your silence meant defeat, but it was preparation. You weren't shrinking, you were adapting. You studied their tone, their tells, their insecurities. You learned how to make them comfortable in their delusion while you kept sharpening your awareness. You didn't defend yourself. You didn't try to correct their perception. Why? Because you knew the more you let them talk, the more they told on themselves. You weren't the character they created in their heads. That version of you, weak, passive, forgettable, that was their fantasy, and you let them live in it. Because while they were building illusions, you were building leverage. Real power doesn't panic when misjudged. It waits. Now they're confused, agitated, even paranoid. Why? Because their own projections have started crumbling around them. The lies they told about you no longer match your reality, and now they're left explaining why the one they called nothing is still rising while they're stuck in the same emotional pit they tried to drag you into. You didn't fight their words, you mirrored them, and the reflection, it exposed everything they tried to bury. That's why they can't look you in the eyes anymore. You didn't just survive them, you made them face themselves. And that's a battle they were never ready for. Number 4. You weren't powerless, you were just letting their clock run out. Sometimes silence isn't surrender, it's just you watching the enemy waste all their ammunition. Oh, chosen one. Let them think you were weak. Let them believe you were cornered. That was the setup. That was the brilliance. While they were busy launching emotional grenades, you were behind the scenes, not just surviving, timing. Because you knew something they didn't. Power without timing is just noise. But timing without warning? That's a weapon they never see coming. Imagine this. A snake coils itself, not because it's scared, but because it knows the strike has to be precise. That's what you were doing, coiling, watching, waiting, not out of fear, but calculation. You weren't going to waste energy trying to convince people of your truth. You were saving it for the exact moment when truth would break the room without you even having to raise your voice. They were erratic, driven by ego, lashing out like toddlers throwing tantrums in glass houses. And you didn't even flinch. Why? Because you were never trying to win their approval. You were built for bigger battles, and you understood timing is the battlefield. That's what made you dangerous. You weren't emotional, you were surgical. Fools rush in, but masters, they wait. They thought you were hesitating, that you had nothing to say. But what they couldn't grasp is that your pause was power. You weren't trying to win small arguments. You were waiting to flip the whole board. While they were burning bridges with gasoline and gossip, you were watching which ones you'd never have to cross again. And let's answer the question burning in their minds right now. How did you stay so calm when we were doing the most? The answer is simple, because the universe was revealing, not removing. Because their downfall was never your doing. It was their own timeline catching up. And your silence, it wasn't approval, it was alignment. You gave them rope, not to forgive, not to forget, but to let them hang their own lies out to dry. And now the clock has struck. The chaos they once launched like fireworks has returned like an avalanche. You didn't stop them, you just didn't chase them. And that's what burned. So now they sit in the ashes of their own impulsive war, shocked that the one they thought was powerless was simply waiting for the moment when the truth would roar without effort. You didn't fight back. You let the timing speak for you. And when your moment came, you didn't shout. You moved. And everything they built against you collapsed in silence. Number 5. You didn't need the spotlight. You were busy building in the shadows. They craved applause. You craved freedom. That's why you won, and they're still performing. Oh, chosen one. From the very start, you knew this wasn't about recognition. It was about positioning. While they were flashing lights in every direction, trying to get noticed, trying to feel important, you were disappearing. Not because you were lost, but because you understood something deeper. Real power doesn't need an audience. It needs access. Imagine this. A thief walks into a room screaming for attention, drawing every eye to his antics. But behind him, silent and unnoticed, a master strategist is unlocking every door he thought was sealed. That was you. While they entertained the crowd, you were slipping through hidden entrances. They wanted followers. You wanted leverage. They took the bait, thinking if you weren't loud, you weren't significant. But the truth is, you never played to be seen. You played to shift the entire board. Your goal was never domination. It was transformation. You didn't need to lead the parade. You just needed to walk past them when the dust cleared. You don't outshine a manipulator. You outlast them, quietly, strategically. They thought they were above you, and you let them believe that, not out of weakness, but because you understood one powerful truth: the higher their pedestal, the harder the fall. You weren't reacting, you were embedding yourself, learning their psychology, gathering every clue they were too arrogant to hide. You made your silence look like submission, so their egos would do the rest. They called you dependent, fragile, forgettable, and you nodded. Because every label they threw at you bought you more time, more room, more intel. While they built castles with glass windows, you dug tunnels beneath their foundations. While they chased attention, you studied alignment. They missed what you were really doing, forming unshakable clarity, building relationships they couldn't see, reading the silent cues no one else noticed. They were obsessed with optics. You were obsessed with impact. And when the day came to rise, you didn't need to scream. Your presence did the talking. Now they look confused, bitter. How did you end up with everything we thought belonged to us? And the answer will forever haunt them, because while they performed, you planned. While they flexed, you fortified. You let them misjudge you, and that misjudgment became your shield. You didn't disguise yourself to hide, you disguised yourself to win. And now, without ever needing the spotlight, you're the one they can't stop watching. Number 6. You let them set the trap, then built a new game around it. They gave you the blueprint, trying to break you. Now they're stuck in a system you rewired. Oh, chosen one. They thought they were smart, thought they had you cornered. They built traps and waited for you to fall, not realizing you were never panicking. You were studying. Every lie, every setup, every sideways glance when things got tense. You logged it. You dissected it. You didn't flinch. You observed. And while they were busy plotting your downfall, they unknowingly handed you the key to rewrite the whole game. Imagine this. A spider builds a web, confident the fly will panic and get tangled. But this time, the fly doesn't struggle. It studies. It watches the spider's patterns, the weak spots in the web, the places where the threads are worn thin. And when the time is right, the fly doesn't escape. It dismantles the web and builds something stronger in its place. That's you. You didn't escape the trap. You outgrew it. You redefined the environment. They thought they were pressuring you, but they were just revealing how far they'd go, how small they think, how desperate they truly are when things don't go their way. You didn't just learn their tactics. You memorized the structure behind their entire operation. You saw who they trusted, who betrayed, who watched in silence, thinking they were innocent, and all of it became your fuel. True warriors don't just survive attacks, they study the enemy's blade and forge their own. While they played dirty, you stayed clean. Not because you couldn't fight back, but because you were building something bigger. You weren't after petty revenge, you were after control. You didn't want to beat them in their game. You wanted to change the rules of the field. They don't know how it happened. One day, their tricks worked. The next, nothing landed. Their manipulation fell flat. Their mind games bounced back. Their influence collapsed. Why? Because you rewired the system they tried to trap you in. You took the data. You built defense. You upgraded your presence. And now, they're still trying to play you with old strategies in a new world you designed. The game changed, and they're no longer the ones holding the cards, because you weren't trying to win their war. You were building your own kingdom. Number 7. They laughed while you listened. Now you're moving while they're stuck. They mocked your silence because they couldn't hear what you were mastering. Oh, chosen one. They had jokes, didn't they? Every time you moved with intention, they snickered like they had it all figured out. Your stillness, they called it weakness. Your quiet, they labeled it fear. They mistook your composure for cluelessness. And that mistake will haunt them, because while they were performing for the crowd, you were performing an autopsy on their ego. You weren't trying to prove a point. You were scanning their moves like radar. Every little shift in tone, every fake laugh, every sideways glance. You weren't just in the room. You were absorbing the psychology of it all. You didn't need to react because you were collecting intel, watching who they bowed to, who they belittled, what made them flinch, and most importantly, what they couldn't stop talking about, because that's where their insecurities were bleeding through the armor. Imagine this. A hunter walks through the forest, mocking the silence of the trees, never realizing the silence is what keeps the predator hidden. They didn't see you crouched in the grass, clocking their footsteps, memorizing the rhythm of their arrogance. And when you finally moved, it was surgical, sharp, precise. They never saw it coming, not because you were hiding, but because they weren't paying attention. You don't need to make noise to shift power. You just need to know where the pressure point is and wait. They thought mocking you gave them power, but really it gave you access. The more they tried to play you, the more they revealed their hand. They were performing. You were programming. They handed you every vulnerability dressed as a joke. And you caught it. Quietly, fully, strategically. By the time you made your move, they were too comfortable, too sloppy, too convinced of your irrelevance. And that's when the shift happened. Not with drama, not with vengeance, but with clarity, precision, mastery. You rearranged the atmosphere by doing nothing extra, just applying what they freely exposed. And now, the very people who mocked you are forced to ask, how did they flip this? But the answer is simple. They were laughing. You were learning. And now, the joke's on them. Number 8. They underestimated you because real power never begs to be seen. They weren't ready for your silence to be the loudest strategy in the room. Oh, chosen one, arrogance is always loudest when it feels safest. That's why they never saw you coming. They were so sure of themselves, so caught up in the illusion of dominance that they didn't bother to study you. To them, you were quiet, soft-spoken, unbothered, which they translated as weak. But what they failed to realize is this: real power never shows up wearing ego. It moves through awareness, and that's what they couldn't recognize because they've never had it. They were busy sizing you up based on volume, assuming that the loudest voice in the room must be the strongest. But you weren't looking to win the crowd. You were listening to the frequency. You were locked in, not on attention, but on alignment. You weren't competing, you were observing. And that's why they missed you. Because arrogance always looks for reflection, not depth. You had depth. You had discipline, you had authenticity, and their pride couldn't compute that. Imagine this: a shadow walks into the room while everyone's chasing the spotlight. The crowd ignores it, but later they realize that shadow was moving the light. That was you. While they were performing, you were positioning. They were hoping for applause. You were watching the floor beneath their feet crack with every overstep. You didn't flinch when they dismissed you. You didn't panic when they ignored you, because you knew their comfort around you was the trap they built for themselves. They expected fireworks. You gave them silence. They pushed, hoping for a meltdown. You gave them stillness. And the truth is, that rattled them more than any clapback ever could. You held space for your truth without trying to prove it. You didn't shrink. You didn't explode. You let them exhaust themselves while you stayed rooted, and that shook them to their core. Arrogance is blind, but authenticity is surgical. It doesn't rush. It strikes when the moment is irrefutable. And when that moment came, you didn't have to say a word. You shifted the entire outcome by simply staying true while they performed for a version of reality that no longer worked. Now they sit in silence, stunned, bitter, exposed, because the one they laughed at just rewrote the ending they swore they controlled. You didn't just win, chosen one. You erased their illusion without ever needing the spotlight. Number 9. They tried to break you and handed you their blueprint instead. They thought they were hurting you, but they were handing you their playbook, page by page. chosen one, they thought the damage they were doing was permanent. They thought the lies, the gossip, the subtle jabs would wear you down. What they didn't realize was every hit they threw was teaching you how they fight. Every setup was a signal. Every attack was intel. You weren't breaking down. You were downloading data. You weren't reacting. You were recording, silently, strategically. You watched how they twisted truth with charm, how they wore fake smiles while stabbing from behind closed doors. You saw how they used others like chess pieces, how they crumbled any time they weren't in control of the narrative. You didn't walk into this blindly. You let them write their own confession in real time, and you read every word. Imagine this. A boxer steps into the ring thinking they've already won. They throw punch after punch while their opponent just weaves and watches, never striking. The crowd thinks that opponent is losing until the last round, when that same quiet fighter lands one final blow with surgical precision. That's you. You weren't losing. You were learning. They celebrated too early. They got arrogant, mistaking your silence for surrender. But you were watching, taking notes. You saw who they whispered with. You saw who repeated the lies without hesitation. You learned how they hide weakness behind aggression. And you filed it all away. Every tactic, every fake apology, every gaslight. You didn't just survive the fire. You learned who lit it, how they poured the fuel, and where they planned to hide the ashes. And now, they don't know what to do with you. Their games don't work. Their triggers don't land. Their traps collapse before they're even set, because you dismantled their strategy from the inside out. And not only did you evolve, you made them obsolete. You didn't clap back. You cut the strings. You didn't get revenge. You rewired the whole system. Now they're left with their own tactics, exposed, powerless, predictable, because the one they tried to destroy was quietly becoming indestructible. Number 10. They rushed the lies, but you let the truth walk in with perfect timing. They wrote your downfall in gossip. You rewrote your legacy in silence. Oh, chosen one. They thought speed would win. They thought if they said it loud enough, fast enough, and often enough, it would become the truth. They twisted the story, dragged your name, built false narratives like castles made of sand. And the people, they watched, they whispered, some even believed it. But you didn't flinch, because you knew something they didn't. Lies age fast, but truth ages undefeated. You didn't match their chaos. You didn't step onto their stage. You let them perform while you built. Let them spin their fiction while you stepped deeper into alignment. Imagine this. A sprinter takes off with everything they've got, burning out quick, looking back to mock the marathon runner they think is behind. But by the time their legs give out, the one they mocked is gliding past with breath in reserve and eyes locked on the finish. That's you. You knew what they didn't. Real power doesn't need to speak over lies. It simply outlasts them. You didn't waste your energy correcting people who were committed to misunderstanding you. Why? Because when the dust settles, history remembers who finished, not who shouted first. They told everyone who you were, and you let them. You watched them bask in that borrowed attention, thinking their version of the story would stand forever. But it couldn't, because they built it on bitterness, not truth. And here's the irony. While they obsessed over destroying your name, you were building something they could never touch. Evidence, progress, peace, growth. You were moving in silence, stacking blessings, aligning with purpose. You weren't trying to be proven right. You were becoming undeniable. The ultimate flex is not arguing with the lie. It's becoming so elevated, the lie looks ridiculous in hindsight. And now, look around. The same mouths that mocked you have gone quiet. The same eyes that rolled now follow you in confusion. Because the truth didn't need to yell, it just needed time. And time is undefeated. You didn't win by fighting. You won by lasting, and the version of you they tried to erase just became the only version anyone remembers. Number 11. You didn't clap back. You leveled up so high they can't breathe your air. They came to trigger you. You chose transcendence. Now they're choking on your distance. Oh, chosen one, they tried everything to pull you into the pit with them, provoked you, mocked you, spread lies just to get a rise. They wanted a scene, they wanted a reaction, but what did you give them? Nothing. You didn't scream, you didn't clap back. You ascended. They couldn't understand it. Why didn't you defend yourself? Why didn't you retaliate? Because you knew something they didn't. Retaliation is recycled pain. It feeds the cycle. But elevation? That's how you end it. You didn't step down to fight in the mud. You built stairs out of every stone they threw. You weren't scared. You were focused. Imagine this. Someone throws dirt, hoping you'll stop and throw it back. But instead, you plant a seed in it, and months later, they come looking for war, only to find a garden. That's what you did. You turned their hate into harvest. You didn't rise to get even. You rose to get free. They're still talking, still trying, still hoping the old you will reappear. But you've shifted. You no longer live at that frequency. You outgrew the narrative and the need to correct it. Your peace is louder than their noise ever was. They don't understand how someone who was so quiet, so soft, so passive, became untouchable. But here's the truth. While they were calculating their next insult, you were recalibrating your entire life. While they were trying to block your blessings, you were aligning with something they can't access, clarity. And now they're stuck, still cycling through bitterness while you're breathing rare air, elevated, healed, and unreachable. That's why they can't touch you. That's why they obsess. Because you didn't fall for the trap. You rose above it. You didn't choose revenge, you chose range. And now, they're stuck in the same storm they tried to throw at you, watching you fly in skies they'll never reach. Number 12. You became what they feared without ever becoming what they were. They tried to turn you into them. You chose to become something they'll never touch. Oh, chosen one, they said you wouldn't make it, that you were too soft, too kind, too quiet. They swore you'd fold, swore you'd fall. But here you are, standing in your truth, rising in your silence, walking in a power that doesn't scream, it radiates. And the best part, you didn't have to become cruel to do it. You didn't lose yourself, you found yourself. They expected you to break and come back bitter. They wanted you hardened, cold, unrecognizable, because that's what happened to them. They got hurt and stayed there. But you took your pain and alchemized it. You didn't rot. You rose. You didn't mimic their manipulation. You mastered your alignment. And that's what they never saw coming. Imagine this, someone builds a prison and throws you in it, expecting you to rot. But instead, you start planting seeds in the cracks, and before they know it, your garden is climbing the walls, breaking the bars, flooding the room with color. You didn't just escape, you transformed the very place they sent to destroy you. You didn't evolve with vengeance, you evolved with integrity. And that's the sharpest blade of all. You didn't scream, "Look at me now." You didn't have to. Your glow did the talking. Your growth made the statement. And the silence, that silence, it haunts them. because they can't figure out how someone they wrote off became the very thing they swore was impossible. You became healed, whole, respected, and still you. That's what stings them the most. Not that you rose, but that you didn't have to become like them to do it. You didn't steal, manipulate, slander, or control. You didn't use people. You used wisdom. You used patience. You used the very pain they caused to carve your throne. And now they sit on the sidelines, watching, whispering, wishing, trying to figure out how the one they tried to erase became the blueprint they can't copy. But they never will, because you didn't become powerful by pretending. You became powerful by remembering who you are. You didn't just win, you won without ever lowering your standard. And that, chosen one, is the victory they'll never stop watching. And so, chosen one, let this be your final reminder. You didn't just survive what they sent, you transcended it. You mastered their tactics without ever becoming their reflection. While they were busy plotting your downfall, you were building your rise. And now, they're stuck in the story they wrote for you, while you're living in a reality they never saw coming. That's the real revenge: peace, power, and purpose. If this message hit your spirit, drop 777 in the comments to confirm your evolution. Like, subscribe, and share this with someone who needs the reminder. Keep rising, keep shining. You can bury the truth, but you better pray it doesn't learn how to crawl back with a vengeance. They didn't just lie. They staged a burial, dug the hole with their own hands, dressed it up in flowers and fake apologies, then shoved the truth inside like it was some dirty secret they could keep hidden forever. They lit candles over your silence like it was peace, but it was really a crime scene. They didn't mourn what they killed. They celebrated it, lied through their teeth while looking the world in the eye. And now, the dirt is shifting. The silence is breaking. And the truth, the one they thought they'd murdered, is clawing back to the surface with receipts and rage. Didn't they mock you when you walked away quietly, pretending they were the ones doing the healing? Didn't they spread rumors while you were still bleeding? Didn't they flip the story, erase your name, and cast themselves as the victim in a play they wrote after stabbing you in the back? And didn't they make damn sure your side never got told, hoping the silence would make you disappear? Like and subscribe if you're done letting them speak while you were silenced. When you interact with this message, you help spread it to more chosen ones like you. Because when one of us wakes up, it signals to YouTube and the universe that we're not hiding anymore. And when we stop hiding, the lies start burning. They thought the truth was dead, but the truth never dies. It just waits. It watches. It sharpens itself in the dark, like a blade made of memory. And now it's rising, not soft, not subtle, not asking for a platform. It's kicking down the doors they locked and dragging their names into the light. This is not about revenge. This is about reckoning. See, chosen one, they didn't just hurt you. They silenced you. They twisted the narrative so tight it almost strangled your identity. They weaponized your absence. They made you look like the problem while hiding the fact that they were the infection. And worst of all, they made sure no one ever questioned their side. They played the misunderstood sage, the peaceful one, the calm after the storm, while ignoring the fact that they were the storm. And you were the wreckage they stood on top of, claiming they survived. They didn't want peace, they wanted control, and your silence made them powerful. Your decision to disappear made them look like the enlightened one. They fed off that image, posted quotes about forgiveness, while still sharpening their knife behind closed doors, made people believe they were healing while they were still dragging your name through conversations you weren't even in. And the worst part? Most people believed them. Because lies wear makeup. And truth? Truth shows up with blood under its nails. They didn't just lie about what happened. They rebranded their abuse as a spiritual breakthrough, took your pain and wore it like a badge, told the world you were too much, too unstable, too emotional, all so they'd never have to face what they actually did. They didn't just rewrite the story. They stole the pen, ripped out every page with your name on it, and called it their healing journey. But here's what they never predicted. The truth comes back mean when you try to kill it nice. It doesn't whisper, it roars, it shakes rooms, and it's got a memory longer than their lies. Every time they told their version of events, the real story waited in the shadows, patient, brutal, inevitable. And now, it's not just coming back, it's exposing everything. Everything they buried, everything they manipulated, everything they made you question about yourself. Chosen one, you were never crazy. You were never too intense. You were the one who saw through it all before anyone else had the courage to say it out loud. And for that, they branded you the villain, because it's easier to demonize a mirror than admit you're the monster standing in front of it. But now the mirror is talking back, and it's not asking for justice. It is justice. This isn't about pity. This is about power. Your power. The power that made them tremble, even as they smiled in your face. The power that made them rewrite the story, because your truth made their fiction collapse. And now that power is back. In your voice, in your presence, in every person who's starting to wonder why the story they were told doesn't quite add up. The masks are slipping. The timelines don't match. And the more they try to hold it together, the faster it all falls apart. They didn't just bury the truth, they buried the proof. And now the proof is walking, talking, remembering, and not afraid anymore. This isn't just content. This is your call to arms. You don't need revenge. You don't need apologies. You just need to stand in your story and let the weight of your truth do what it was always meant to do. Expose the ones who thought they could bury you. And now they're the ones choking, not on guilt, on truth. And hey, chosen one, stay close. That was just the trailer. The real picture is about to begin, and it's raw, it's ruthless, and it's finally your turn to be heard. So are you ready to dive deep into this, step by step? To walk through every buried lie, every twisted story, every false piece they tried to sell the world, until we pull it all into the light together. Drop a comment below with the number 77 if you're ready to embrace your exile as the birthplace of your awakening. And if you feel led, bless the team behind this message with a super thanks, because your energy fuels this mission and your support helps keep this truth roaring through the silence. Now let's dive into it, one layer at a time. And believe me, if you really are who I think you are, if you're one of the true chosen ones, you won't just want to stay till the end, you'll need to. Because the more we uncover, the more they get exposed. Let's begin. Number 1. They didn't bury the truth. They tried to bury you. They didn't just bury the truth. They held a funeral for your name and hoped no one would ask who really died. Let's be honest, they didn't just try to rewrite the story. They tried to erase the main character, you. They didn't want to twist the narrative. They wanted to crush it underfoot, burn every page with your name on it, and pretend you were never there to begin with. They didn't just betray you. They buried you, with lies, with rumors, with silence so thick it felt like cement on your legacy. And they smiled while doing it. They wore peace like perfume, prayed in public, posted quotes about moving on while they quietly tried to end you behind the scenes. And now Now the dirt is moving. Now the grave they built for your truth is sinking. Because they didn't bury a mistake. They buried a storm. And that storm is waking up. They didn't throw soil on your name hoping it would grow. They didn't cover you in silence to protect you. They weren't trying to move on. They were trying to delete you, erase the evidence, clean the blood off their hands with spiritual talk and calculated amnesia. And for a while, it looked like it worked, didn't it? People turned, eyes shifted, questions stopped. Even you started to wonder if your memory was broken, if maybe you really were the villain they painted you as. That's how deep they buried you. That's how clean they made the crime scene look. But here's what they didn't know. Some seeds grow in silence. Some roots crack concrete. They didn't plant you to grow. They buried you to end you. But the universe wasn't done. It saw everything. And instead of rotting, your silence germinated. Quietly, patiently, until now. Now, the same dirt they used to cover you, it's turning against them. Their stories are cracking. Their timelines don't match. Their guilt is leaking out of their pores. They can't laugh like they used to. Can't tell the story the same way. Because something's changed. You're back. And you remember everything. They tried to bury you like they tried to bury every other truth-teller who came before you. That's what they do to people they can't control. They silence them. Look at history. Look at Malcolm. Look at Frida. Look at Mandela. The world doesn't applaud you when you're in the storm. It throws stones. It calls you radical, dangerous, unstable. They tried to lock Malcolm in a box of hate, but his truth was too loud. They called Frida Kahlo insane. But her pain lit up canvases that outlived her enemies. Nelson Mandela was buried in a cell for 27 years, and they still couldn't kill his truth. And you? You might not have been behind bars, but they caged you in something colder. Isolation, slander, social death. And still you lived, still you rose, still you remembered. And let's talk about that part, because I know what's rising in your mind right now. Why didn't anyone ask my side? Why did they believe them? Why did I stay quiet for so long? Let me tell you why. Because when you are chosen, the universe allows your isolation to become your fire. Your silence was never defeat. It was strategy. You didn't stay quiet because you were weak. You stayed quiet because you were watching, learning, waiting. And now, you speak with clarity so sharp it cuts through every mask they ever wore. Chosen one, let me say this loud so your soul hears it. They didn't bury you because you were nothing. They buried you because you were everything they could never be. You had depth. You had truth. You had the kind of presence that exposed their performance. Just being around you made their lies feel brittle, so they did what cowards always do when the mirror gets too clear. They smashed it. But you didn't break. You sharpened. They buried the blade and now it's slicing through their illusions. They thought you'd stay down, thought the silence would eat you alive, thought your doubt would do the work for them. But they underestimated the resilience of the soul that's been chosen. You were not made to be liked. You were made to be undeniable. You were not built for comfort. You were built to bring clarity. You are not the footnote, they are. You are not the warning, they are. You were never lost. You were hidden until now. And now that you're here, standing at the edge of everything they thought they'd buried for good, you need to understand this one thing. You don't need to scream to shatter their illusion. You just need to exist. Your presence alone makes their story collapse. Your truth alone, when calmly told, when fearlessly lived, is the demolition button they prayed would never get pressed. They said you disappeared. No, you evolved. They said you changed. No, you remembered. They said you were dramatic. No, you were detailed. And now they're scrambling, choking on guilt they said didn't exist, shivering in rooms they once owned. Because what they buried wasn't just a person. It was a reckoning, and the universe doesn't forget. It doesn't misplace receipts. It waits for the right time. And chosen one, this is that time. They tried to write your ending with dirt in their hands, but the only thing they really buried was their own mask. And now that truth is crawling back with fire in its lungs. It's lighting torches in the minds of everyone who used to believe them. It's whispering in the ears of people who once stayed silent. It's showing up in dreams, in comments, in awkward pauses when your name gets brought up, because the truth they buried didn't die. It multiplied. And now they're not running from you. They're running from what you represent. A truth that can't be silenced. A storm that can't be stopped. A mirror that doesn't blink. They didn't bury the truth. They tried to bury you. But you weren't the seed they planted. You were the earthquake they awakened. And now it's their foundation that's cracking. Number 2. They called it peace, but it was just silence with a knife behind its back. Fake peace is just war dressed in manners. That's what they called it. Peace, healing, growth, moving on. They stood there with hands too clean, eyes too calm, and silence way too loud, and dared to call it spiritual. They didn't apologize. They didn't explain. They didn't even flinch. Just walked away and dressed the whole thing up like it was a conscious decision for their well-being. But let's tell the truth, chosen one. That wasn't peace. That was an execution, a silent war, a slow-motion betrayal carried out with smiles and soft voices while your heart bled in the background. And they called that boundaries? No. That was avoidance wrapped in eloquence. That was guilt dressed in white linen, preaching mindfulness while stepping over your body like it was debris on their road to self-discovery. They didn't move on. They moved out of the truth, ran from it, escaped it like a crime scene they set on fire, then posed in front of the ashes like survivors. And you were left trying to make sense of the silence, trying to figure out how someone could cut so deep and then call it healing. Didn't they say they needed space, as if your presence was the problem? Didn't they frame your pain as a disruption to their peace? Didn't they play therapist to their audience and ghost to you? They wore your wounds like they earned them, gave TED Talks about protecting their energy while you were still choking on the smoke from the bridges they burned. They weaponized emotional intelligence, quoted self-help books like scripture. And somewhere between their yoga posts and moon rituals, they made sure to whisper just enough poison into the world about you that nobody thought to question their version. Their silence was not stillness. It was the sound of shovels hitting dirt, quiet, methodical, surgical. They weren't healing, they were hiding, and every time they didn't reply, every time they didn't check in, every time they smiled like everything was okay, it wasn't peace. It was war without the volume, war without the blood, a silent ambush that left you spinning, wondering if maybe it really was your fault. But here's what they forgot. Silence may delay justice, but it never prevents it. The universe records even the quietest betrayals. And chosen one, you are the evidence. You are the receipt they never thought would resurface. You are the tension in their throat when your name comes up. You are the storm that rises in their gut every time they try to tell the story again, but can't make it sound the same way twice. They said they found peace, But real peace doesn't leave bodies behind. Real peace doesn't need lies to maintain its calm. Real peace doesn't flinch when truth walks into the room. What they found wasn't peace. It was distance. And distance isn't healing. Distance is just denial with a longer leash. And you gave them grace. You let them walk. You thought they just needed space, but they used that space to repaint the scene, to cover the blood, to hang curtains over every broken window they caused. And yet, people bought it, because performance always sells better than truth. Their version came wrapped in poetry and playlists. Yours came with silence and scars, so they were believed, and you were buried. Until now. Because let's be real, something in you always knew it wasn't real. Something in your soul itched every time they posted about vibrations and releasing toxic energy. Something didn't sit right when they said they were the victim, but never explained what actually happened. And now that something is rising, it's confirmation. The truth is waking up in the minds of everyone they manipulated. The energy is shifting. The masks are slipping. Their silence isn't gold anymore, it's suspicious. And let's address the guilt they never mention, the one that leaks out when they avoid your name, the one that shows up in their forced stillness, because even though they claimed peace, they're still talking, still defending, still explaining what nobody asked them to explain, still curating an image that needs constant maintenance. That's not peace, that's panic, panic with good lighting. Because the truth is this, you were never the storm, you were the mirror. You didn't disturb their peace. You revealed that it was never there to begin with. You didn't bring chaos. You just showed up with clarity, and they couldn't stand it. So they left. Not with closure, not with honesty, but with a staged silence that felt holy to everyone, except you. You saw the knife behind their back. You heard the lie beneath the quote. You felt the chill behind the smile. And, chosen one, this is where you reclaim it. You stop romanticizing what they called healing. You stop trying to understand what was always a performance. You stop asking why they left so quietly, and you start recognizing that quiet exits are often the loudest confessions. They didn't leave to protect their peace. They left to protect their lie. They didn't cut you off to find clarity. They cut you off because your presence exposed theirs. They didn't walk away to grow. They ran because cowards always do when truth becomes too loud to ignore. So let's settle it right now. Their peace was fake. Their growth was curated. Their silence was scripted. And every time you wondered if they were really healing, they were rehearsing for the next person, for the next story, for the next lie. And you were left alone with the truth, with the pain, with the burden of knowing you were never given a chance to speak. But that silence became your forge. That silence became your awakening. That silence didn't break you, it built you, and now your voice is the reckoning. Your presence is the undoing, and their fake peace is about to turn to dust in the face of your return. Because they didn't choose stillness, they chose avoidance. They didn't find peace. They buried the truth and called it healing. But now that the truth is rising, so are the consequences. And you, chosen one, you are the consequence. Number 3. They thought no one would check the grave. You don't get away with murder just because the body stays quiet. That's what they bet on, chosen one, that if they buried the truth deep enough, no one would ever come looking, that if they painted their version in soft pastels and calm captions, nobody would think to dig beneath the surface. They walked away from the mess they made and convinced the world you were the wreckage. And for a while, it worked. The silence was so convincing, the stillness so rehearsed, the absence of your voice so strategic, people assumed their story was gospel. But what they forgot is that energy never lies, and the truth, it doesn't stay buried, it doesn't rot, it ferments, it waits, it watches, and eventually it rises. They didn't think anyone would check the grave. They didn't expect eyes to start shifting, questions to start forming, gaps in their story to become too loud to ignore. But now, the ground is moving. The dirt they thought they packed so neatly is shifting under their feet. And the truth they tried to silence is cracking the surface with names, receipts, and timing they can't control. You may have been quiet. You may have disappeared, but silence doesn't mean surrender. It means alignment. And while they were rehearsing, the universe was remembering, aligning the right people, the right moments, the right divine timing to blow the lid off their illusion. You see it, don't you? The way they suddenly stutter when your name comes up, the way their energy tightens in rooms that used to be safe for their lies. The way old friends start asking subtle questions, digging just a little deeper, wondering why their story never sat right in the first place. Because here's the truth, chosen one, the universe doesn't miss. You don't need to chase justice. You are justice. You don't need to clear your name. You are the clarity, and every single lie they stacked to build their reputation. It's a tower made of bones, and now the bones are speaking. So let them fidget. Let them panic behind closed doors. Let them try to act unbothered while watching the ground beneath them collapse. Because someone is checking the grave. And they're not finding a body. They're finding evidence, proof, patterns, signs. They're uncovering the fact that you were never the villain. They just silenced the only witness. And now, the silence is over. Number 4. They rehearsed their lie, but forgot you remember the whole script. Memory is a blade they hoped you'd forget how to swing. They thought they were clever. They thought if they practiced the lie enough, it would become the truth. Rehearsed it like a monologue, memorized their lines, polished their tone. They smiled in interviews, shared cryptic captions, played the misunderstood one holding space for their pain, while making sure everyone around them knew you were the unstable one, the emotional one, the problem. They curated sympathy like it was a brand, sold heartbreak like it was holy. But here's what they forgot. You were there for the original version, the one without the edits, the one before they decided to rewrite history and cast themselves as the hero. You didn't need a script, you lived the scene. And now that they've rehearsed their lie 1,000 times, guess what? The truth isn't just leaking through the cracks anymore, it's flooding, because lies require maintenance. But truth has momentum. It builds pressure, and right now, that pressure is breaking the dam. They built a fortress out of denial, hoping your silence would hold back the tide, but they underestimated your memory, your clarity, your timing. You're not confused. You didn't forget. You didn't misremember. You've been carrying the whole script in your chest like a loaded weapon, waiting for the day when the universe whispered, "Now." And that day is here. And let me say this clearly for the chosen ones who've been second-guessing their intuition. You're not crazy. You're not imagining it. You're not bitter. You're awake. You were always awake. You saw the lie take shape. You watched the script shift. You watched them remove themselves from the mess they made, and you knew deep down that the version they told the world was dressed up for the cameras, but rotten underneath. Now you're the storm, not with screaming, not with vengeance, but with presence, with the weight of a story that doesn't flinch, with the calm, lethal precision of someone who doesn't need to yell to make walls collapse. And now their rehearsed lie. It's shaking, it's stuttering, because they never prepared for you to remember everything with such terrifying accuracy. So let them tremble, let them over-explain, let them squirm under the pressure of their own invention, because the truth doesn't knock, it floods, and you are the flood. Number 5. They didn't want the truth gone, just gone from you. They didn't kill the truth. They stole it, locked it up, then painted themselves as victims. That's the game they played, Chosen One. They didn't want the truth gone. They just wanted it out of your hands. They wanted control, ownership, the exclusive rights to the narrative. So they took what happened, hollowed it out, twisted the frame, and then started reading it aloud like a bedtime story to anyone who'd listen. And you were erased, scratched out of your own chapters like a typo in their performance. They didn't just take the story, they tried to copyright the lie. They acted like keepers of the truth, calm, composed, spiritual, librarians of clarity and healing, but they weren't preserving anything. They were burning every chapter where your name shined too bright. Arsonists dressed like monks. And as they lit the match, they stood there crying about how hard it was to move on from the pain you caused. But the pain wasn't yours, the story wasn't theirs, and the silence they wrapped themselves in, that was just a disguise to hide the fire they started. Because you were the chapter they couldn't control. You were the one paragraph that didn't fit their script. And instead of owning their part in the story, they just cut you out. But here's what they forgot. Ashes still speak. Even burned pages leave fingerprints. And now the smoke is rising again. Not from your anger, but from the energy of the truth they tried to silence. The scent is everywhere. The atmosphere's changing. People are sniffing out the gaps. They can feel something's missing, something's off. And guess who they're starting to look at? You. Not as the villain, but as the missing context, the voice they never heard, the side they were never shown. Because what they did wasn't just erasure, it was theft, spiritual plagiarism, emotional censorship. But your energy can't be edited, and the more they try to bury it, the louder it roars. Because truth has a memory, and the universe has a printing press. It's about to reissue the story, with your name back in ink. So let them cling to their edited version. Let them hold their stolen script like it means something, because deep down they know they weren't the author, they were the fraud, the narrator who skipped the best part, the part where you rise, the part where you speak, the part where the ashes turn back into fire. And now, Chosen One, the real story begins. Number 6. They mistook your silence for a grave. It was a fuse. The quiet ones don't forget. They reload. That's the mistake they made. That's where they miscalculated, Chosen One. They looked at your silence and assumed it was defeat. Assumed you were buried, crushed, over. But silence isn't surrender. It's preparation. It's precision. It's the space before the strike. They mistook your stillness for a grave, but what they didn't see was that every breath you took in silence was a countdown, every pause, a fuse. And now, the blast is coming, and they're standing on the fault line, acting like the ground beneath them isn't already shaking. You weren't gone, you were gathering strength, clarity, evidence, power. While they ran their mouth and built their lie louder and louder, you were quiet, but not empty. You were loading every betrayal into your backbone, stacking every insult like bricks. You were building something in that stillness they thought was submission. And now they're about to find out what happens when a chosen one finishes loading. See, they expected you to break. They expected your silence to become your disappearance, but they didn't realize the universe doesn't bury the chosen. It hides them, protects them, gives them space to become unshakable. And that's exactly what happened. You didn't just survive that silence. You used it to get stronger, smarter, more lethal. And now the energy in the room changes when you speak. They feel it. The air thickens, their skin tightens, because the one person they thought they'd silenced is now the loudest frequency in the room without even raising your voice. And here's what they fear most, that the truth will come not with rage, but with calm, with presence, with composure. Because when you speak softly but carry receipts, memory, and divine timing, that's a detonation they can't deflect. And they know it. They feel it. The panic is creeping in. They're glancing over their shoulder, rewriting their lines, rehearsing how to handle the moment when the silence they buried you in starts echoing back at them. They thought you were gone, but no, chosen one. You were just arming your truth. And now, that fuse they ignored is lit. The pressure they mocked is rising. And what's coming next is undeniable, unstoppable, and entirely earned. Number 7. They didn't fear you leaving. They feared what you'd say when you finally did. They didn't fear your absence. They feared your voice. Let's make it clear, chosen one, they were never afraid of losing you. No, they didn't value you like that. If they had, they would have protected you. They would have stood beside you when lies were being built. They would have shut down the false stories and refused to play puppet master with your pain. But they didn't, because it was never about love. It was always about control. And once they realized they couldn't manipulate your truth, they did the next best thing. They tried to silence it. They feared what you'd say the day you stopped doubting yourself. They feared what your story would sound like, unfiltered. They feared your version, the real version, because that version doesn't just correct their lie, it destroys their illusion. They knew the moment you walked away, it wasn't over. They knew a reckoning would follow, because when someone has seen behind the curtain, when someone was the curtain, they hold too much truth to be ignored. And the silence they once celebrated, the distance they tried to interpret as your weakness, that was just you watching, planning, healing, rebuilding. And now you've come back not with vengeance, but with clarity. And clarity is what terrifies cowards the most. Because here's the truth, their version of events is fragile. It's glass, transparent, hollow, crafted carefully for sympathy, but never designed to withstand a real question. Their story was a castle made of lies. And you were the stone they hoped would never get thrown. But it's already left your hand. And now that illusion they built is cracking with every word you speak, every room you enter, every person who starts to sense something wasn't right. That's what they feared. Not your anger, not your exit, but your existence after the exit. The fact that you didn't collapse. The fact that you didn't beg to be let back in. The fact that you rose higher and stronger, with more eyes watching now than ever before. And now, every time your name comes up, there's a pause, a shift, a breath held. Because no one wants to say the wrong thing, in case your story finally breaks the silence wide open. So don't be surprised by their panic. Don't be shaken by their weird behavior. This is what happens when someone sees the karma coming. This is what it looks like when people who faked peace start fearing exposure. And it's not because you're dangerous, it's because your truth is finally louder than their lie. Number 8. They thought distance would kill the truth, but it only amplified it. They thought your silence would fade into nothing, but it turned into an echo they can't outrun. They thought distance was their weapon, that if you walked away and stayed quiet, they could own the story. They could spread their version faster than your absence could chase it down. They ran through circles and rooms you weren't even in, painting you as unstable, dramatic, bitter, and for a while, they had the stage. You were gone. They had the mic. They had the spotlight. And they performed like pros, every lie rehearsed, every quote curated. But now the space you left behind is louder than anything they ever said. Because real ones started to feel it, the ones who knew you, the ones who watched everything go down but didn't know what to believe. At first, they gave the benefit of the doubt, but now they're side-eyeing the whole thing. Because distance is supposed to bring clarity, not confusion. And what they're seeing now ain't adding up. Their story is full of holes, their vibe is off, their peace feels forced, their answers feel too prepared. And when your name gets brought up, their eye twitches, their tone shifts, their whole energy glitches. That's not someone who's moved on. That's someone who's running from the truth. From the silence, from the version of you that still stands, even when you're not in the room. Because here's what they didn't expect, that your distance would speak louder than your presence, that your silence wouldn't shrink you, it would highlight them, that the further you pulled away, the clearer everything would become. People started to notice who started the fire, who kept poking the wound, who needed to keep talking, just to keep you quiet. And now their guilt, it's echoing, loud, heavy, unavoidable. It fills every corner of every room they enter, not because you're saying anything, but because you're not. And that silence, that unbothered, detached, powerful silence, it's the loudest call-out they've ever faced. The universe is letting them sit with what they did. No distractions, no noise, just the space where you used to be. And it haunts them, because you left like a whisper. And now, the silence is screaming. Number 9. They didn't just lie, they rebranded their abuse as enlightenment. Some people don't heal, they just repackage their toxicity as wisdom and hope no one checks the expiration date. That's exactly what they did. Chosen one. They didn't just lie, they upgraded their manipulation and called it growth. They took the very behavior that broke you, gave it a makeover, and slapped a healing quote on top of it. They didn't evolve, they rebranded. The same coldness, the same cruelty, the same cowardice, now dressed in linen, filtered through crystals, and delivered in a soft tone with a half smile. They didn't change. They just changed costumes. They posted about boundaries, but really they meant silencing. They talked about energy protection, but what they were really doing was avoiding accountability. They played the part of the enlightened one, the peaceful soul who had to walk away from chaos, but never mentioned the part where they caused the storm. Oh, and the best part, they called you toxic for reacting to their betrayal. That's the oldest trick in the book. Break someone, then call them crazy when they scream from the wound. Their silence wasn't spiritual, it was strategic, it was damage control, it was reputation management, and every time they posted another quote about self-love or shadow work, they were really just covering their tracks, speaking to their audience, not their conscience. And yet, something always felt off, didn't it? Something in your gut said, this isn't real, this is performance. That's because you saw behind the mask. You knew the version of them they never posted, the version that lied, blamed, twisted, gaslit, and smiled through it like it was sacred work. But here's what they never planned for. You waking up in your power. You seeing the game for what it was. You rising from the wreckage without bitterness, without the need to expose them, because now the universe is doing it for you. Their energy is giving them away. The panic in their stillness, the over-explaining in their peace, the cracks in their carefully curated calm. They're not glowing, they're glitching. Because truth doesn't sit well in a body built on lies. And when real light walks in, the fake kind flickers. So let them keep preaching healing. Let them keep quoting peace. You don't need to prove anything, because real healing speaks for itself. And the louder they try to look unbothered, the more obvious it becomes. They're not healed, they're hiding. And your truth is the spotlight they can't run from anymore. Number 10. They built their reputation on the bones of the truth. They built their peace on your pain and called it purpose. That's how far they were willing to go, chosen one. They didn't just move on, they monetized your destruction. They didn't just walk away, they used your downfall as the springboard to launch their new identity. Every tear you cried became their talking point. Every scar you carried became their spiritual badge. They climbed social ladders with their foot on your story, rewriting the truth so they could stand taller in front of people who never knew the real script. They didn't grow, they performed growth. They didn't rise, they stole elevation. And their entire reputation. It wasn't built on effort, it was built on the bones of the truth they buried alive. Your truth, your story, your version of events that was silenced, ignored, twisted into a convenient backdrop for their spotlight. And now the performance is cracking, the applause is fading. The smoke from that fire they lit, it's starting to choke the very crowd they tried to impress. They lit your truth on fire and warmed their hands with the glow. They stood in your ashes, posted deep captions, and made you out to be the lesson they had to survive. But what they forgot, what they always forget, is that the universe never honors what's built on stolen ground. And now, that foundation they built, it's sinking, their energy's exposed, their success is hollow, their circle feels it. The crowd that once clapped, they're coughing now because the smoke reeks of manipulation. And here's the part that hits the hardest. They never gave credit to the pain they caused. They never told the truth about how they got there. They wore your silence like a crown, and now the silence is lifting, and so is the curtain. Because you're rising, quietly, powerfully, fully, and the light that surrounds you. It doesn't need a spotlight, it is the spotlight. And when people see you now, whole and walking in truth, they start questioning everything they were told. The illusion is breaking, the masks are sweating, and the lies they thought would last forever, they're falling apart under the weight of your presence. Because they didn't build a legacy, they built a set. And now, the curtain's coming down. Number 11. They didn't just try to break you, they tried to make you unbelievable. The biggest tactic of a liar is not to argue with the truth, but to discredit the one who tells it. They knew they couldn't destroy the truth, so they came for you, your character, your credibility, your emotions. They called you dramatic, said you were too sensitive, labeled you unstable so they wouldn't have to face the steady, undeniable weight of what they did. Because liars don't waste time debating facts, they discredit the witness. And chosen one, you were the witness, the one who saw it all, felt it all, survived it all. And for that alone, they made you look like the villain in your own story. They didn't just try to break you, they tried to make you unbelievable. Because if they can convince the world that you're the chaotic one, then nobody questions their healing. If they can twist your trauma into a personality flaw, then they don't have to take accountability for the pain they caused. Every time you spoke up, they rolled their eyes. Every time you cried, they told others you were unstable. And the worst part? Some people believed them. Some people looked at your wounds and sided with the one who caused them. Because performance is louder than pain when people don't know what truth sounds like. But here's the plot twist. Now you're calm. Now you're clear. Now the chaos they blamed on you is sitting in their lap. You're not reacting anymore. You're remembering. You're not screaming. You're speaking. And your voice. Chosen one. It's terrifying to them now, because they ran their mouth when you were down, never expecting you'd rise with receipts in your soul and peace in your tone. And here's what hits hardest. Now they have nothing left to hide behind. You're not playing defense. You're not trying to prove your worth. You're walking with power, poise, presence, and suddenly the story they've been telling for months or years doesn't match the version of you the world is now seeing. That's what they feared. This moment. The moment where your clarity exposes their contradiction. The moment when you no longer flinch. When you no longer need to convince anyone. When your energy does all the talking. Because they couldn't break you. They couldn't discredit you. And now, the truth they buried inside you is starting to speak for itself, and every lie they built their identity on is cracking under the weight of your calm. Number 12. The truth isn't just back, it's coming with receipts. They thought the truth would show up gentle, but it came back dressed like justice. The truth isn't just whispering anymore, chosen one, it's roaring. And it's not just a feeling now, it's not just energy or intuition, it's confirmation. People are talking, patterns are surfacing, the fog they hid behind is lifting. And now, the same lies they used to gain sympathy are turning into open questions they can't answer. Timelines aren't matching. Stories are unraveling. And that peace they swore they found? It's cracking, revealing the panic hiding underneath their borrowed enlightenment. They're not just exposed, they're unraveling, slowly, publicly, because the truth doesn't need revenge. It shows up with receipts. And you've been holding them all along. Every scar, every moment, every detail they hoped you'd forget. You didn't just survive, you remembered. And now the universe is sinking the pieces, aligning the eyes, and pushing everything buried to the surface. They tried to outrun what they did to you. But truth doesn't chase, it waits. And when it shows up, it doesn't knock. It breaks the door down. Now watch, because the ones who told the loudest lies, they're about to fall the hardest. Not because you said a word, but because the truth finally did. And now, chosen one, the picture is clear. What they thought they buried was never dead. It was waiting. And now that the truth has risen, nothing will protect their lies. You don't have to chase revenge. Just keep standing in your power, because your presence alone is making the illusion collapse. The universe is on your side, and what's coming next? It's justice, delivered in divine timing. If this message hit your soul, like the video, subscribe for more truth they can't silence. Drop 777 in the comments if you're claiming your power back, and share this with another chosen one who needs it. You weren't unpredictable. You were unreadable because you never played a game you didn't design yourself. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. A skilled player walks into a room, confident, cunning, ready to control the board. But the moment they sit across from you, they freeze. Why? Because for the first time, they're not in charge. The rules don't apply, the moves don't work, their tricks fall flat. That's what you did to them. You weren't the opponent they prepared for. You were the test they failed before it even began. And here's a fact most don't talk about. In psychological studies, manipulators thrive on repetition. They depend on loops, emotional reactions, predictable habits, weaknesses they can pull like strings. But when someone breaks that loop, it creates something they hate, uncertainty. And you, chosen one, didn't just break the loop, you shattered the entire pattern. You handled them like no one ever could, and now they can't stop thinking about it. And hey, chosen one, listen. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe buttons to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thank you, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You're not just watching, you are part of a force. Let's get back to it. The universe doesn't randomly pick people. It selects those who move different, those who feel too much, see too deep, and act without needing applause. That's you, the chosen one. You weren't just another chapter in their life. You were the part of the story that didn't follow the script, and that shook them. See, when you walked in, they thought you were like everyone else. Easy to read, easy to use. They smiled, tested you, tried their little tactics. But what they didn't realize was, while they were busy trying to figure you out, you were already 3 steps ahead. Calm on the surface, calculating in silence, fully aware of the energy they carried. And you didn't react, you observed. They tried to bait you into arguments. You stayed quiet. They tried to make you feel small. You stood firm. They wanted you to explain yourself, but you gave them silence so loud it echoed. You didn't play defense. You mastered strategy. You didn't fold. You flowed. You didn't chase closure. You became the closure. Now they're spiraling, not because you hurt them, but because they couldn't touch you. You became the one that got away, not because you disappeared, but because you were never theirs to begin with. They study your moves like it's a puzzle they should have solved, but the pieces don't fit. Why? Because you never fit inside the box they built for you. They're obsessed now, haunted even, not because you did something cruel, but because you did something rare. You saw through them and didn't flinch. That's power most people never taste, and you held it without making a sound. You were their unsolvable equation, the storm that arrived with no warning, the light they couldn't dim. They tell themselves stories to feel in control, but deep down, they know you handled them like no one else ever could. And that's why they keep coming back in their mind, replaying conversations, rewriting memories, hoping they missed something, some clue, some angle that would have given them the upper hand. But there was nothing. Because while they were playing games, you were building walls they couldn't climb. The truth is, chosen one, you didn't just protect your peace, you became the storm that ended theirs. They can't figure out how you walked away so intact, how you dodged every trap without even blinking. But you know why. Because you were never playing defense. You were the one holding the blueprint the whole time. This isn't just about being smart. It's about being aligned with your intuition, your boundaries, your energy. The universe gave you sight that pierced through masks, and you saw them fully. That's what terrified them the most. So let them obsess, let them wonder. You owe no explanations. You are not a glitch in their system. You are the reason the system failed. And that, chosen one, is your power. So, are you really ready to break it down step by step? The why behind their obsession, the how behind your power, and the truth they still can't admit. Drop 777 in the comments if you've ever left someone spinning in confusion simply by being unshakably you. And if you feel this message hitting home, consider fueling the mission with a super thanks. Whether it's a cent or a blessing in words, every bit helps keep this light reaching more souls like you. We're not just talking, we're building something real here. A force, a movement, a mirror held up to those who thought they had you figured out. And now, let's break it all down, one layer at a time. If you truly are one of the chosen ones, you won't just hear this, you'll feel it. Let's get started. Number 1. They thought you were an open book. Turns out, you were a locked vault with no key made for them. They didn't lose you, they lost to you. And that stings far more than they'll ever admit. Let's not sugarcoat it. They thought they had you down to a science, that you were just another profile, another personality, another soul to toy with, mold, manipulate and leave behind like they've done so many times before. They thought your silence meant confusion, that your kindness was naivety, that your distance was weakness. But the joke's on them, because while they were busy building strategies to play you, they walked straight into a storm their ego couldn't survive. Now imagine this, a predator confident in its routine, circling what it assumes is prey. But this time, the prey doesn't run, it watches, quiet, still, unbothered. The predator lunges, but its claws hit air. Its tactics fail. It's thrown off, and for the first time, it realizes this wasn't prey at all. It was a mirror, and what it saw in that reflection, its own emptiness. That's exactly what happened when they met you, chosen one. They approached you like a riddle meant to be solved, but you weren't a riddle. You were a labyrinth, a shifting maze of insight, stillness, and intuition. They entered your world with arrogance, believing their usual tricks would work. But the moment they tried to apply their tired patterns to your unique energy, everything they thought they knew shattered. You didn't panic. You didn't explain. You didn't dance for their attention. That silence, it screamed louder than any confrontation ever could. See, when a manipulator loses control, they don't walk away. They spiral, because it's not just about power to them. It's about pride. It's about ego. And when their ego doesn't get fed the reaction it craves, it turns on itself. That's the obsession you're seeing now. They're not haunted by your love. They're haunted by your control. You were unshaken in storms they created to break you. You were composed in chaos they manufactured to make you crumble. You weren't supposed to stand tall. You weren't supposed to stay quiet. But you did, and that wrecked them. They played emotional chess. You played universal alignment. They ran patterns. You disrupted them with clarity. They expected you to be like the rest, but the rest was never you. You were the version they couldn't predict. The moment you refused to respond like their past victims, they lost their grip. They had questions, dozens of them, but you offered no answers. That's power. Let's answer the one they keep screaming inside. Why couldn't I figure them out? Because you weren't built to be figured out. You were built to be respected, studied maybe, but never solved. Your mind didn't follow their scripts. Your heart wasn't available for manipulation. You were too self-aware, too aligned, too protected by experience and internal clarity. You weren't guarded. You were grounded. You weren't defensive. You were divine strategy in motion. And now they sit with the ghost of what they couldn't conquer. They sit with the ache of not knowing, the endless rewind in their head. What were they thinking? How did they see through me? Why didn't they react? That's the part they'll never recover from. You saw them fully and didn't flinch. You didn't try to fix them. You didn't try to fight them. You didn't beg to be understood. You simply walked away with your energy intact. And to a manipulator, that's a brutal loss. Because you didn't lose. You left them feeling like the one who got played. The beauty of your silence, it exposed their entire playbook. They can't even use those tricks anymore, not without remembering how easily you dismantled every one of them with nothing but calm and presence. Now they're obsessed, not because they loved you, but because you broke the mirror they used to see themselves in. You didn't feed their ego, you starved it. You didn't react, you reflected, and you left quietly, which made the noise in their head even louder. They still check your name, still look for signs, still wonder if they were ever in control, and deep down, they know they never were. You weren't just a chapter they could turn the page on. You were the sentence they never got to finish, the story they keep trying to rewrite in their head, but it never ends the way they want, because you weren't a plot twist. You were the ending. So now they sit with that wound, a wound that doesn't bleed, but it burns. Because every time they remember you, they don't remember winning. They remember losing their grip, losing their pride, losing control, and worst of all, losing access. Let that motivate you, chosen one, not to be cold, but to be clearer than ever on your worth. Let their obsession remind you just how rare your energy is. Let their spiral remind you that peace isn't just protection, it's power. Because you didn't rise to their bait, you rose above their reach. And that's what truly hurt them. You weren't just out of their league, you were out of their comprehension. They tried to figure you out like a math problem, but you were a language they never learned. And now, you're gone. Not lost, gone, intentionally, unreachable, and nothing drives them crazier than a mystery that never gives up its answers. That's your legacy. That's your echo in their mind. And no matter how many people they try to replace you with, they'll always come up short. Because what they really miss is never having had you at all. Number 2. They wanted you triggered, but you showed up trained, calculated, and completely out of reach. You didn't lose your temper, and that's when they knew. They lost their grip. You weren't emotional, you were surgical. Every move you made cut their ego deeper. While they were playing tug-of-war with your feelings, you dropped the rope and walked away with your peace. They set emotional traps, but you brought a blueprint and never stepped on a single one. Imagine this: a storm is brewing, wild and chaotic, lightning cracking, wind howling. They thought you'd be the tree that snaps under pressure, but instead you were the mountain, unmoved, unshaken. They screamed into the wind, and you simply listened, calm like the sky before sunrise. That's what destroyed them. They were prepared for a battlefield. You gave them silence. They were hoping for a war. You gave them strategy. They came to break you down, chosen one. That was the plan. Rile you up, trigger you, get you emotional enough to say something they could twist, do something they could blame, act in a way they could call unstable. But instead of reacting, you responded with restraint, with timing, with poise. You moved like a chess master, not a victim. You made your moves with precision, not panic, and they never saw it coming. They were used to people folding, used to emotional outbursts and dramatic confrontations. That's how they stay in control, create chaos, then sit back and pretend to be the calm, logical one. Stir the pot, then act like they're just reacting to the mess you made. It's their oldest play in the book. But this time, the pot didn't boil. The room stayed calm. You didn't scream, didn't beg, didn't fall for the setup. You watched. you measured. You chose your response, and that scared them more than anything you could have said. They tried to set fires in your spirit, but you didn't burn. You simply turned off the gas and let them sit in their own smoke. That's why they're still obsessed. That's why they can't let it go. Because they didn't just lose control, they lost credibility, power, and pride, all in one silent blow. You didn't defend yourself because you didn't need to. You didn't explain yourself because you knew the truth didn't require validation. You didn't prove your worth. You embodied it. And that kind of self-possession, it's foreign to people who rely on drama to feel important. Now they're left with questions they can't answer. Why didn't they react? Why didn't they fight back? Why didn't it work? The answer, because you weren't playing to win their approval. You were playing to protect your peace. You were never in survival mode. You were in strategy mode. And your strategy was simple. Don't feed what's trying to consume you. They were hoping to provoke. You brought poise. They needed you to explode. You chose elevation. And that right there, that's what turned their game into a failure. Think of a boxer, wild in the ring, throwing punches without rhythm, without thought, trying to knock out their opponent with raw force. But across from them is someone still, steady, calculating every angle, not wasting a move, not flinching, just watching, waiting. That's how you showed up. They wore themselves out trying to hit targets you'd already outgrown, and now they're standing alone in the ring, exhausted, while you've already moved on. You didn't give them the reaction, they needed that to win. And since they didn't get it, they couldn't control the narrative. That narrative was their weapon, but you took that away. That's why it hurts. That's why they're pacing. That's why you haunt them. You flipped the entire dynamic. You weren't emotional. You were dangerous, because calm people scare chaotic people. Disciplined people expose the recklessness of manipulators. And when they realized they couldn't make you become who they wanted, they panicked, internally, quietly, because they had no plan for this version of you. Even now, they replay it in their heads. That moment you walked away without a meltdown. That time you replied with calm instead of cursing. The silence after their last disrespect that told them louder than words ever could. You are done. You became untouchable. Not because you disappeared, but because you refused to engage. You chose control over chaos, and that's a language they don't speak. They don't know what to do with someone who doesn't need the last word, who doesn't fight for closure, who doesn't show their hand. And here's what tears at them most. You saw every jab. You felt every slight. You weren't unaware. You just didn't flinch. You didn't let their tactics bend your truth. You understood the assignment. Protect your energy at all costs. You didn't break because you'd already built yourself in silence long before they tried to test your foundation. They thought they were getting a puppet. Instead, they met a mirror and saw all the brokenness they tried to hide reflected back at them. And now that you're gone, that mirror's gone too, and they can't stand it. Let them spiral. Let them question. Let them wonder how you stayed so steady while they lost control. That's your power. That's your legacy. Because your silence wasn't passive, it was surgical. Your distance wasn't weakness, it was a power move. Your calm wasn't compliance, it was command. And now you live rent-free in the one place they never wanted to see you. Their mind. You didn't lose them, you led them into losing themselves. And that, chosen one, is the kind of win they'll never recover from. Number 3, you walked in peacefully, but your energy exposed their entire masquerade. You didn't trigger them by doing anything wrong. You triggered them by being everything they pretend to be. You were a walking mirror, and what they saw in you was everything they were too afraid to become. You didn't show up to start a war, but your presence made their inner battles impossible to ignore. Truth doesn't have to shout to shake the room, it just has to walk in. Imagine this, a room full of cracked mirrors, taped together, polished on the surface, hiding years of damage underneath. Everyone walks by and sees only the reflection they want. But then you enter, and suddenly, without saying a word, those cracks become impossible to unsee. That's what your presence did. You didn't raise your voice, you didn't call anyone out. You were the call-out, your peace, your honesty, your unapologetic realness. It hit harder than any insult ever could. They didn't hate you, chosen one. They hated what you exposed. You were calm, grounded, self-aware. That alone was a threat to people whose identities were stitched together with lies, performance, and pain avoidance. You didn't have to dig into their wounds. They bled the moment you walked in. And not because you caused the pain, but because your presence stripped away the distractions they used to avoid it. They've spent years perfecting the mask, pretending to be confident, faking empathy, acting secure. Then you showed up, actually confident, actually healed, actually content. And it wrecked them, because suddenly their entire identity felt hollow, standing next to yours. You weren't attacking them, but your wholeness felt like a personal insult to their brokenness. That's why they started shifting, throwing shade that didn't match the weather, competing in games you weren't even playing, smiling while secretly clenching their fists. Your energy didn't just trigger jealousy, it triggered identity collapse. You represented the version of themselves they buried deep under ego and excuses. And when you came around, that version started screaming to the surface. They didn't know whether to admire you or resent you, so they did both. And here's the truth, they were never uncomfortable because of something you said. It was because of what you represented. Proof that self-worth is earned, not bought. Proof that healing is possible without applause. Proof that peace can't be performed, it has to be lived. And they weren't ready for that. You weren't trying to change them, you were just being you. But when someone is committed to faking it, the presence of someone real is unbearable. That's why they stared so hard. That's why they copied, mocked, competed, and obsessed. Because deep down, your existence told them the truth their pride refused to accept. You could be free too, if you just let go of the lie. They weren't just triggered, they were unmasked, and now that you're gone, that silence is loud. The echo of what you made them feel still rings through their thoughts, not because you harmed them, but because you forced them to see how much harm they're doing to themselves. You didn't show up as a storm, you showed up as the sun, and the only thing sunlight ever does is reveal what's already there. Number 4. They thought they were playing you, but you were writing the rules the whole time. They didn't outsmart you, you outsilenced them. Your calm wasn't confusion, it was calculation. While they were playing chess, you were designing the board, the pieces, and the outcome. They thought you were a player, turns out you were the architect. Imagine a con artist walking into a room, smug, confident, thinking they've got their next mark in the bag. But what they don't know is the room was built by someone who's seen 1,000 cons before, and that someone was you. That's the energy you walked in with, chosen one. They thought they were playing you, but you weren't just playing the game. You were mapping it, building it, studying it with the patience of someone who doesn't just want to win, they want the truth. You didn't react because there was nothing new in their moves. You've seen that mask before, heard that tone, watched that same performance play out 100 times in different faces. So you stayed silent, not because you were unsure, but because you knew exactly how far they'd go if you let them feel safe enough to perform. And that's what you did. You let them talk, you let them show, and they did. Oh, they did. They thought you were falling for it. That's the funniest part. They really believed they had the upper hand, that every fake compliment, guilt trip, emotional push and pull was pulling you in deeper. But the truth? You were letting the rope get longer because you already knew where it would lead. And when it tightened, it didn't trap you, it exposed them. You weren't confused, you were collecting data. Every inconsistency, every half-truth, every subtle manipulation. You didn't challenge it, not yet, because you understood the deepest truth about manipulators. Give them enough room, and they'll reveal everything. That's what terrifies them now. Not just that you saw through it, but that you saw it while it was happening and didn't even blink. They thought your silence meant they had control, but your silence was the most powerful move in the game. It meant you were documenting, not reacting, not defending, just waiting for the exact moment when all their illusions would collapse under their own weight. And that's why they're spiraling now, because they finally realized they were never in control. They weren't even the opponent. They were a case study, a pattern you already knew, a puzzle you let complete itself. You walked around their traps like you had the blueprint memorized, because you did. You didn't try to correct their lies, didn't try to match their energy, didn't fall into their drama. Why? Because your goal wasn't to win the argument. It was to win the war of awareness. And you won it the moment you refused to play by their emotional rules. Now they're replaying every moment in their head, every move they made, every fake smile they flashed, every manipulative twist they threw your way. And they're haunted. Not because you embarrassed them publicly, but because you saw them privately and said nothing. What do manipulators fear the most? Being seen. You saw everything and chose not to engage. You let them build their false sense of control, knowing all along that when the moment came, you would exit with everything they tried to take, your dignity, your peace, your power, intact. And that's what shattered them. They thought they were in charge, that they were puppeteering emotions, spinning webs. But when you didn't react, when you didn't give them the emotional explosion they were counting on, the web collapsed and the spider got stuck in its own creation. You were never confused. You were just careful. You didn't panic. You positioned. You didn't fight to be heard. You listened longer than they could fake it. Now you've walked away, and they're left pacing the ruins of a game they thought they won, looking for the moment it slipped through their fingers. But here's the twist. It never did, because they never had it. You were the storm behind the calm, the observer behind the smile, the strategist behind the silence. You weren't just playing the game. You were the game. Number 5. You didn't stay calm because you were weak. You stayed calm because you were already in control. They were yelling to feel powerful. You were quiet because you are powerful. They mistook your stillness for softness until they realized your silence was made of steel. You didn't need to raise your voice. You were the reason the room went quiet. They were swinging wildly in chaos while you stood so steady, it made their fury look foolish. Imagine this, a wildfire tearing through everything in its path, loud, dramatic, chaotic, and right in the middle of it, there you are, still, like an ancient tree with roots so deep, no flame can shake you. That was your energy, chosen one. They thought they were the storm, but you were the sky it burned out in. You didn't match their madness. You mastered the moment by refusing to give it your energy. They took one look at your calm and made the worst mistake manipulators always make. They thought it meant fear, that slow response. To them, it screamed hesitation. That silence, they thought it was retreat. But what they didn't see was the precision behind your pause. You weren't shutting down, you were tuning in. You weren't avoiding the fire, they were just too loud to notice you already had the extinguisher in your hand. You see, they came from a world where control means noise, where power looks like screaming, punishing, dominating. So when you stood there, grounded, composed, unbothered, they were thrown completely off balance, because they were prepared for a battle of egos. You gave them something far more threatening, peace they couldn't manipulate. They couldn't compute how someone could be so clear without being confrontational, so strong without being aggressive. You didn't chase, you didn't beg, you didn't need to explain. And that absence of need, that's what broke them. Because they thrive on emotional instability, on poking buttons until someone explodes. But you didn't just remove the buttons, you rewired the whole system. Your calm was sacred authority, not the kind that demands attention, but the kind that commands respect. The kind that says, I'm not here to argue, I already know. You didn't dominate them by force, you dismantled them by not reacting. And that kind of self-control, that's rare, that's divine, that's unteachable. They kept throwing their best tactics, gaslighting, guilt-tripping, passive aggression, and every time you met it with stillness, not because you didn't feel it, but because you chose not to give it power. Your silence wasn't weakness, it was strategy soaked in strength. Let's answer the question they keep asking themselves now. Why didn't it work? It didn't work because you're not built like the rest. You don't need to win arguments to win. You don't need to prove your point to make it clear. You don't need to respond to nonsense to show your value. You understood this one truth they've never grasped. True power is control over yourself, not others. And now that you're gone, they're shaken. Because you never gave them the chaos they needed to stay relevant in your world. You walked through their storm like it was a light drizzle, and now the silence you left behind screams louder than any fight could have. They're still confused, still trying to find the switch they couldn't flip in you. But here's what they never understood. You are the switch. You decide what deserves your energy, what deserves your voice, what deserves your reaction. And they never qualified. That's why they keep coming back, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. You weren't just calm, you were untouchable. And that sacred authority, that unshakable peace, that's what they'll spend years trying to replicate, but never will. Because it wasn't an act, it was who you are. Number 6, you didn't give them closure. You gave them the mirror they've been avoiding their whole life. You didn't slam the door, you just disappeared, and let the silence echo what words never could. You weren't cruel, you were final, and nothing stings a manipulator more than a goodbye they didn't get to control. Closure wasn't missing, it was replaced by consequence, and that was the real punishment. You didn't ghost them, you graduated from them. Imagine this, a performer standing on a stage, waiting for applause, waiting for the spotlight, waiting for their grand monologue to land. But the audience is gone, the seats are empty, the lights are out, the curtain has dropped. That's exactly how you left them, chosen one. They thought there'd be an ending on their terms. A final scene, a last performance, a well-timed conversation where they could spin the story, twist the truth, fake some guilt, pretend to understand, just long enough to wiggle their way back in. But you robbed them of that stage, and that's why they can't breathe. They didn't expect you to vanish. They expected fireworks, an emotional explosion, a meltdown they could point to and say, "See, that's the real problem." But what they got instead was the deadliest kind of goodbye. Complete silence. No tears, no texts, no monologues, just a closed door and the cold realization that you didn't need a final word to make your point. That silence, that was your answer, and it's louder than anything you could have said. Because when someone loses the privilege of hearing from you, they start hearing themselves, and what they hear now is terrifying. They wanted closure, but they weren't seeking healing. They were seeking a reset, a rerun, another spin around the cycle. But you chose growth. You didn't give them a reason. They had plenty. You didn't list their wrongs. They lived them. You didn't give them the privilege of clarity because they never honored it when it was freely offered. So instead, you gave them what they actually earned: consequence. Now they sit in the quiet, haunted not by your voice, but by their own, asking themselves what you saw, wondering when you figured them out, regretting the moment they realized. You always knew. You didn't need to expose them. They're doing it to themselves every time they revisit a conversation that never came, every time they draft a message you'll never see, every time they scroll your page and wonder how you look so untouched while they fall apart. Let's answer the question burning in their mind. How can someone walk away like that without saying anything? Because you didn't leave to prove anything. You left to protect everything. Your peace, your growth, your identity. You realized you didn't need their understanding to validate your experience. You didn't need their apology to heal. You didn't need their confusion to guide your closure. So you gave yourself the most powerful ending of all. You ended it without their permission. And that, chosen one, is what keeps them up at night. Not the breakup, not the distance, but the lack of control. The fact that their usual tactics didn't work. The fact that they didn't get a final moment to plead, twist, fake remorse, or play the victim. You cut the cord, not with rage, but with restraint. And that's what broke them. Because they didn't just lose you, they lost access, they lost power. They lost the right to the version of you that saw them clearly and still chose to stay for a while. You were the mirror they weren't ready to face. And now, they're stuck staring at their own reflection, trying to piece together what happened without your help. That's not just absence, that's consequence. And it's the kind they'll never forget. Number 7. When they couldn't cage you with control, they tried to drown you in doubt, but you breathed truth the whole time. They couldn't overpower you, so they tried to overpower your reality. Gaslighting only works on those unsure of themselves. You were never unsure, you were just patient. They flipped the script. You read between the lines. They threw smoke bombs of confusion, forgetting you were the one holding the match. Imagine this: a magician on stage, spinning illusions, flashing lights, smoke everywhere. The crowd gasps, unsure of what's real and what's trickery. But one person in the audience doesn't flinch, doesn't clap, doesn't even blink. Why? Because they already know the sleight of hand. That one person, that was you. Chosen one when they couldn't control you, when their usual manipulation tactics failed, they panicked. Not outwardly, no. They're too calculated for that. Instead, they moved in silence, in shadows, twisting perception. They wanted you off balance, second-guessing everything. If they couldn't rule over your will, they'd try to colonize your mind. But here's what they didn't understand. You weren't searching for truth outside yourself. You were living it, They couldn't handle your resistance to their dominance. You didn't react when they raised their voice, didn't beg when they went cold, didn't break when they withheld love. So when control didn't work, they upgraded the manipulation. It became psychological warfare, gaslighting, rewriting history, calling you too emotional, too sensitive, or overthinking. It wasn't clumsiness. It was strategic distortion. But here's where their plan failed. You were built on solid ground. Yes, there were moments where their confusion tactics rattled you. You questioned your memory, replayed arguments, tried to make sense of the disconnect between their words and energy. You thought maybe it was you. Maybe you were overreacting. Maybe you were too hard to love. But then came that whisper. That still voice, that internal compass that refused to shut off. It didn't scream, but it never stopped pointing toward truth. You didn't confront their games right away. You studied them. You noticed when their timelines didn't add up. You tracked the patterns, the convenient forgetfulness, the blame shifting, the subtle digs they wrapped in smiles. You remembered how you felt in those moments. That's what saved you. The receipts weren't always screenshots. They were sensations, gut reactions, shifts in their tone, words that said one thing but energy that screamed another. You let it all build, quietly, patiently. Not because you were weak, but because you were calculating the exact weight of their lies. They expected confusion to weaken you, but confusion sharpened you. Their mind games became your training ground. Every manipulation sharpened your intuition. Every moment they tried to flip the blame made your clarity stronger. You weren't unraveling, you were evolving. And when the truth finally clicked into place, it was surgical. You didn't blow up. You didn't beg for an apology or try to correct their twisted version. You didn't need their admission to validate your knowing. You simply walked. Not because you were unsure, but because you finally saw everything. Let's answer what they're asking themselves now. How did I lose control so quickly? Because the control was never real. It was borrowed. From your kindness, from your grace, from your trust. And the moment you reclaimed that, the illusion collapsed. They're shocked, not because you left, but because you left clear-headed. You didn't stumble, you didn't crumble. You left with the very thing they tried to steal from you, your sanity, your truth, your self-trust. Now they sit with all their manipulative blueprints, and none of them work. Not anymore. Not on you. They couldn't break you. They couldn't shake you. And no matter how hard they tried to bend your reality, they failed to realize you were never looking through their lens. You had your own, and it saw everything. Number 8. They had a masterpiece in their hands, but they handled you like a scribble in the margin. You weren't unfinished, they just lacked the vision to recognize what was complete. They thought they were critiquing flaws. Turns out they were chiseling at marble already carved by fire and time. You didn't need fixing, they needed maturity to see you. You weren't too much, they were too small for the weight of your presence. Imagine an art collector standing in front of a one-of-a-kind painting, one that took years of storms, scars, healing, and rising to complete. But instead of honoring the beauty, they smudge it, critique it, suggest changes to something they couldn't even begin to understand. That's how they treated you, chosen one. Not like someone rare, not like someone sacred, but like a draft they had permission to edit. You gave them access to something real, something layered. You didn't show up needing approval, needing polish, or asking to be completed. You came with history, healing, humility, and power. And instead of standing in awe, they stood with a red pen, making notes, pointing fingers, dismissing your grace as softness, your patience as weakness, your depth as too complicated. They saw your evolution and assumed it needed direction, but the only thing lacking direction was them. You were already whole. But they treated you like a work in progress simply because they were uncomfortable with how finished you felt. And that's what they couldn't process. You weren't trying to impress. You weren't desperate to be chosen. You were the choice. You carried refinement born from fire, not from flattery. You had wisdom sharpened through trials. But they didn't know how to hold what doesn't need saving. They didn't know how to handle what stands tall without their validation. So they picked. They pushed. They tried to downplay your presence because it made their own shallowness harder to ignore. Instead of rising up to meet your level, they tried to drag you down to theirs, where love is about control, not connection, where power is taken, not earned. But you didn't shrink. You didn't conform. You didn't make yourself small just to keep their comfort intact. And that's what triggered them most. You refused to be made better by someone who didn't even know how to handle brilliance. They thought they had time. They thought they could leave and return at will, keep you on the shelf while they explored lesser things, then come back and expect the masterpiece to still be hanging there, untouched. But masterpieces aren't kept in rotation. They're placed in museums, protected, preserved, and out of reach once lost. Now that you're gone, they're not just mourning your presence, they're haunted by their ignorance. They're realizing they didn't just fumble someone good. They dismissed someone great. They ignored sacred in pursuit of superficial. And now, they stand outside the gallery, looking through the glass, wondering how they could have ever looked at you and not seen it. Let's answer what keeps echoing in their head. How did I miss it? Because they were never looking at you. They were looking for flaws to fix, not beauty to honor. They were projecting their unfinished story onto someone who already knew the ending. They saw your transparency as vulnerability, not realizing it was strength. They mistook your stillness for uncertainty, not realizing it was discipline. They thought you needed shaping, when in truth, you were the shape they couldn't hold. Now, the silence is unbearable, because it screams what you never had to say out loud. I wasn't a draft. I was the final edition, and you had the chance to read it, but you skimmed. They didn't just lose you. They lost the opportunity to become someone worthy of you. And that's a regret they'll carry long after the memory of you stops answering when they call. They had a masterpiece, and they treated it like scrap. Number 9. You didn't walk in to be their favorite. You walked in to be their wake-up call. You weren't sent to play along. You were sent to shake the room. You didn't fit their script because you weren't written by their pen. They wanted entertainment. What they got was revelation. You weren't loud, but your presence caused a silence they still can't explain. Imagine this. A room built on shadows, filled with smoke and mirrors, everyone playing a part, everyone clapping at the right lines. Then you walk in, still, quiet, eyes that see everything. You don't announce your presence. You don't compete for applause, but suddenly the actors forget their lines. The script doesn't feel so solid. The masks start slipping. That's what you did. You weren't another character in their show. You were the end of the performance. They had a plan for people like you. Charm them, test them, tame them. But that plan depended on you wanting to belong, needing to be chosen, craving approval. And that's where they got it all wrong. Because you didn't come to play the role. They mistook your grace for gullibility, your patience for passivity, and your quiet for compliance. But all of those were strength in disguise. You weren't a threat because you were loud. You were a threat because you were real. You didn't chase drama, but you disrupted their comfort. You didn't argue with their lies. You stood firmly in your truth. That alone was rebellion. Your presence was an interruption to the illusions they had spent years perfecting. You didn't call them out, your energy did. You didn't name their games, your discernment dismantled them silently. And now they're left wrecked, not by confrontation, but by revelation. You didn't show up with fireworks, you showed up with frequency, and that frequency exposed everything false in them. Their performance couldn't hold up under the pressure of your presence. The room got quiet when you walked in, not because you demanded respect, but because something about you disrupted the script. At first, they couldn't place it. They smiled, tried to pull you in, tested you, pushed your buttons. But when you didn't play the game, when you didn't shrink, when you didn't fall into the role they wanted, you became a threat they couldn't categorize. And that terrified them. You weren't sent to admire their illusion. You were sent to collapse it. They surrounded themselves with people who applauded their performance, people who were easy to fool, easy to mold. Then you showed up, grounded, aware, deeply aligned. You didn't need attention. You commanded awareness. Your silence wasn't absence. It was authority. Your boundaries weren't walls. They were declarations. They thought they could test your limits and still be adored. They thought they could play games and still be praised. But you gave them none of that. No validation, no reaction, no compromise. And that broke the fantasy. Let's answer what they're silently wrestling with now. Why can't I stop thinking about them? Because your presence didn't just visit, it revealed. You became the interruption they can't rewind, the shift they weren't prepared for. You didn't argue, you outgrew. You didn't fight for attention, you walked away from the noise. You didn't try to match their manipulation, you let your stillness become the reflection of their mess. You didn't need the spotlight, you were the shift in the atmosphere. You weren't interested in proving them wrong. You were focused on remaining right with yourself. That's what shook them. They thought you were temporary, a phase, a moment. Now they're realizing you were the moment everything changed. You were the chapter that turned their story into a mirror. You were the page where their narrative fell apart, not because you tried to break them, but because you refused to break yourself to fit their mold. You were never meant to be liked. You were meant to be felt. And now, long after you're gone, they're still feeling the effects. Because they didn't just lose a connection. They lost the only person who ever saw them and didn't flinch. You didn't leave with a bang. You left with a boundary. And that's why they're unraveling in the very silence they once mistook for weakness. You were the disruption, the shift, the mirror, the lesson. And now, no matter who they try to replace you with, the echo of your presence will follow. Because you didn't just walk in, you woke them up. And sleep won't come easy after that. So now you see, chosen one, you didn't just handle them, you shifted something they never recovered from. You weren't a phase, you were the awakening, and no matter how they try to rewrite the story, you were the plot twist they never saw coming. Let that remind you of your power, your presence, and your purpose. If this message resonated, drop 777 in the comments to claim your growth. Like, subscribe, and share this with someone who needs to be reminded of what they carry. Thank you for being part of this mission. Your energy is not just rare, it's revolutionary. The truth didn't ruin their life. You speaking it did. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. A snake lives comfortably in the dark for years. It slithers, it schemes, it hides behind bushes it planted itself. No one says a word. It grows bolder, louder, and more convincing with each silent day. But the moment someone flips on the lights, that snake starts panicking, not because it got caught moving, but because someone dared to see it clearly. That's what you did when you spoke up. You flipped the light switch on a whole room of shadows that thought they were safe forever. And that's why they're trembling. Not because you shouted, not because you cursed, not even because you were angry, but because the truth coming from your mouth hit harder than any weapon they've ever known. You said what they never thought you'd say, and once it left your lips, the game was over. Here's a fact to let settle in your bones. Most revolutions didn't begin with armies. They began with one person finally refusing to stay quiet. One person brave enough to say, "I won't protect this lie anymore." That's how real change begins. That's how new timelines open. And you, chosen one, were that spark. You weren't being dramatic. You were being accurate. Your words cracked the floorboards of false peace, and now they're scrambling. Why? Because you didn't just speak your truth. You broke the chain of silence their whole system was built on. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thank you for being part of this mission. You are part of a force, a rising wave of truth that no one can hold back. Now, back to what really happened. Let's be clear from the very beginning. Chosen one, damn and right you spoke up, and it changed everything. You didn't just say a few words. You turned the whole stage upside down. You weren't loud, but the impact was. You didn't beg anyone to believe you, but the moment you spoke, everything started shifting. You caused a tremor, not just in the room, but in the story they built around you. A story they forced you to live inside of. A story they thought you'd never be strong enough to rewrite. But you did rewrite it. With just a few sentences, you broke the spell. They trained you to be quiet. They conditioned you to protect their secrets. They built an entire world around you that depended on your silence, and you still chose to speak. Do you know how rare that is? Do you know how powerful that makes you? Not everyone has that kind of courage, but you were born with it. When you opened your mouth, you didn't just expose lies, you rearranged spiritual furniture. You knocked down walls that held generations of pain. You exposed rot they thought was buried so deep no one would ever find it. And you did it without even yelling. You just stood in your truth, and that was loud enough. That's why they're spinning now. That's why they're changing the story, playing victim, scrambling to control the fallout. Because your truth shattered their illusion, and illusions don't survive in real light. You didn't shout. You shifted the entire energy. You didn't rant. You rearranged reality. You didn't ask for revenge. You demanded alignment. And they couldn't handle it. They couldn't handle the power of your voice because it was never supposed to be heard. You were the quiet one, the polite one, the one who knew better than to speak up. But silence is no longer your language and suppression is no longer your home. Let's call it what it is. They never expected you to become the main character of the story they tried to erase you from. But now, you're not just in the story, you're writing it. And the moment you spoke, you became a mirror. You forced people to see what they tried to hide, even from themselves. That's why the room got quiet. That's why people started acting funny, because they could feel the shift. They could feel the universe turning toward you, nodding like, finally, someone said it. Let them call it dramatic. Let them say it was unnecessary. That's what people say when they get caught. But deep down, they know. You weren't just talking. You were tearing down entire systems of control, guilt, and gaslighting. You made the quiet ones feel brave. You gave the doubters confirmation. You gave the abusers consequences. So don't you ever doubt what you did. Don't you ever second-guess your courage. You didn't destroy anything that wasn't already rotting. You just stopped protecting it. And that's why it feels like everything changed. Because it did. You didn't just speak up. You caused a shift the whole world had been waiting for. And now, there's no going back. So, are you really ready to break this open, piece by piece? Because if that fire inside you sparked just now, you're not alone. Drop a 777 in the comments if you know that speaking up was the moment everything shifted for you. And hey, if this message already hit your spirit, show love to the crew behind it with a super thanks, no matter how small. Every bit fuels this mission to get these truth bombs where they're meant to go. Because voices like yours, they deserve to be heard, protected, and amplified. And now, let's get into it, step by step. And believe me, if you're a real one, if you're the kind of chosen one who knows they just changed the whole game by speaking up, you won't be able to stop watching. This question, Mark, it's your story. Let's begin. Number 1, they counted on your silence until your voice became a loaded gun. The only reason they had peace was because you kept your mouth shut, and the moment you didn't, their whole fantasy went up in flames. Let's not sugarcoat it, chosen one. What you did, that was war. A silent kind of war. The kind that doesn't use fists or weapons, but one that shakes people harder than any earthquake ever could. Because when you finally opened your mouth, you didn't just tell your side of the story. You ended the illusion they were all surviving on, and now they're choking on their own lies. Why? Because the silence they built their little empire on just collapsed under the weight of your truth. Imagine this. A building stands tall for years, polished floors, glass windows, polite smiles, but under it, a basement filled with secrets, screams, shame and shadows. The lights are never turned on. No one goes down there. It's off limits, and people are trained to walk around it, pretend it doesn't exist. Then one day, a single voice echoes down those stairs, and boom, the whole damn foundation caves in. That voice was yours. That's why they're scared now. That's why you're being talked about, watched, and reframed. Because your voice didn't just challenge them, it exposed the entire setup. You weren't being dramatic. You were finally accurate. And they knew, the moment you spoke, it was over. You see, they built their comfort off your suppression. They passed their dysfunction around like wine at a dinner table and expected you to sip it with a smile. You were supposed to nod and keep quiet. You were supposed to be the bigger person. But let's call that what it really was. Code for stay small so we can stay in charge. And you broke that code. You didn't whisper. You detonated. Your words weren't just sentences. They were spiritual explosives, and the aftermath? It's still shaking them. They might be playing calm on the outside, but inside they're spiraling. Because your voice didn't just touch the surface, it reached the root. Your truth carried weight they weren't ready to lift. And here's the brutal truth they'll never admit. They needed you quiet. Not just because your silence kept their image clean, but because your silence kept their power alive. It was the last thread holding together the fake peace. And when you cut it, their little show ended. Curtains dropped, characters exposed, audience shocked. And the worst part for them, you weren't even trying to destroy anything. You were just trying to breathe. That's what makes it sting even more, that your healing sounded like rebellion, that your honesty looked like destruction, that your clarity was mistaken for rage. But none of that's on you. That's what happens when people spend their lives lying. They start believing silence is the same as peace. But you, chosen one, weren't made for fake peace. you were built for truth. Let them call you difficult. Let them say you're doing too much. Let them claim you should have kept it in the family. That's how people talk when their masks are melting. That's how they react when their system gets exposed. Their panic is proof. You're not just speaking, you're freeing. And whether you realized it in the moment or not, your voice carried every ancestor who was silenced. Every person who was gaslit into believing abuse was love. Every soul who was told to be quiet, be respectful, be grateful while suffering in silence. You spoke for them too. That's why the room shifted. That's why some people couldn't look you in the eye. That's why certain folks disappeared from your life without saying a word. Because your voice, your truth, wasn't just loud, it was liberating. And some people, they'd rather stay in chains than admit you broke yours. They're not mad because you lied. They're mad because you didn't. They're mad because you had the courage to say what everyone else was thinking, but didn't have the guts to admit. Your truth pulled the rug out from under decades of silence. And now they're scrambling not to fix it, but to spin it. Let them spin. Let them scramble. Let them post and twist and perform. None of it matters anymore, because the moment you used your voice, the lie lost its power. And here's what makes you dangerous now. You'll never be that silent version of yourself again. That chapter is over. They can't unhear what you said. They can't undo the awareness you've gained. They can't rebuild what your voice shattered. And guess what? Some of them are still mad they didn't get to choose which chains got broken. But that's not your burden. You didn't break those chains for applause. You did it because it was necessary. So when they ask, why now? Tell them, because the silence was killing me. When they say, you're ruining everything, respond with, no, I'm revealing everything. And when they look at you like you're the problem, remember this. You're not the fire. You're just the first one who stopped pretending the house wasn't already burning. So walk in your truth, chosen one. Head high, soul clear. Because what you did wasn't just brave, it was generationally disruptive. And now the silence can't hurt you anymore. And that's exactly what terrifies them. Number 2, they called it a rant, but the universe knew it was evidence. They thought you were venting. The universe knew you were testifying. Let's break this down, chosen one, because what you did wasn't just powerful, it was cosmic. When you finally spoke, it didn't just echo in the room, it cracked across timelines. It got logged, stamped, filed. You may have felt like you were just getting something off your chest, but the universe was holding a clipboard saying, finally, now we can move. Imagine this for a moment. A courtroom where justice has been delayed for decades, every witness silenced, every piece of proof buried. The whole thing looks like a lost cause. But suddenly, a voice from the back, your voice, calls out, I have something to say. And in that instant, the judge looks up, the walls shift, and the entire room turns toward you like, we've been waiting for that testimony. That's what happened the moment you stopped holding it in. You weren't being emotional. You weren't making a scene. You were submitting evidence the universe had been waiting for. You were giving the truth a timestamp. Because before you spoke, your pain was real, but undocumented. It was floating in the gray space, easy for them to deny, to spin, to minimize. But once you spoke, you gave it shape. You gave it volume. You gave it undeniability. Truth doesn't whisper. It testifies. That's why they flinched. That's why some started acting funny. That's why the air got weird around you. Because truth doesn't just sit politely. It disrupts. It calls attention to what was ignored. It confronts even the people you didn't name. And no, you didn't need to name names. Your voice carried frequencies that reached the guilty anyway. Ever wonder why they suddenly stopped speaking to you? Why someone who had nothing to hide started squirming the moment you started healing out loud? Because your words were charged. Your story had receipts. Emotional, energetic, historical. And energy never lies. Now imagine this. Someone building a castle on stolen land. They invite others in, throw parties, act like they own it. Everyone applauds. Then one day, you show up with a deed. You say, actually, this belonged to me, and here's how you took it. And just like that, the party ends. That's what your voice did. You weren't looking for attention, you were looking for alignment, and you got it. Your voice pressed charges your hands didn't have to. You see, there's a reason the guilty get louder when the truth walks in. It's not because you're dangerous, it's because you're correct. The truth doesn't need volume to shake rooms, it only needs clarity. And when you spoke, you triggered clarity in places that had been confused on purpose. You didn't just shift your atmosphere, you activated a new one. You triggered compensation, doors opening that were once shut because lies blocked your path. You triggered protection, the kind that wraps around you when the universe knows your courage has cost you everything. You triggered surveillance, truth that starts watching, moving, arranging things in your favor. Now they're panicking not because you're unstable, but because you're aligned. That's the energy shift they can't control. And yes, chosen one, you may still be asking, but why does it feel worse now? Because when you speak the truth, the system that was built on your silence fights back. But listen closely. That tension you feel, that's the sound of old power breaking. That's the friction of false peace collapsing. That's the echo of your words doing their job behind the scenes. Because while they were busy performing peace, you were carrying pain. And now, that pain is being filed in spiritual court. Silence protects the liar. Truth puts their story on trial. They don't get to erase what happened just because it makes them uncomfortable now. You gave the invisible a voice. You exposed the pattern. And once a pattern is named, it can no longer repeat without resistance. You were the resistance. And whether they admit it or not, you've forced a reckoning, not just with the people around you, but with the energy they were feeding off of, because your silence fed their ego. But your truth? That starved their illusion. Now they want to call you the problem. They want to say you're still holding on to the past. They want to pretend it was all in your head. But deep down, they know it's all unraveling because you finally spoke. You pressed charges they can't dodge. And the best part, you didn't have to touch them to shake them. You just had to speak. Imagine a domino setup stretching miles long. One flick, one sentence, and the whole thing starts to fall. That was you. You were the flick. You didn't need force. You had truth. And let's be honest, some of them are uncomfortable, not because you lied, but because your voice proves they did. So if you're wondering, did I do the right thing? Yes. You weren't angry. You were accurate. You weren't vengeful. You were valid. You weren't overreacting. You were overdue. They should be thanking you, because even now your voice is saving others from repeating the same cycle. You turned pain into proof. You turned confusion into clarity. You turned silence into strategy. Let them talk. Let them flail. Let them throw tantrums dressed up as reputations. The universe already received your submission. And trust me, it's moving. Number 3. The truth didn't just sting. It split their whole facade wide open. They thought they were untouchable until your voice became the wrecking ball they never saw coming. Let's be clear, chosen one. What came out of your mouth wasn't just words. It was judgment day for a lie that had been walking around too comfortably for too long. You didn't scream. You didn't even flinch. But when you finally said what you'd been holding back, you shattered a fantasy they'd been building brick by fake brick. And the wildest part? You weren't even trying to burn it down. You were just trying to breathe. Imagine this. A perfect stage, velvet curtains, fake smiles, perfectly rehearsed roles, and then someone walks in and flips on a blacklight. Suddenly the stains show, the makeup cracks, the stagehands scatter. That's what your truth did. It lit up the dirt they thought no one would ever see, and they've been spiraling ever since. They weren't ready for your clarity. You weren't guessing. You were remembering. You weren't confused. You were correct. And that's what makes you dangerous. Because you didn't just break their narrative. You replaced it with reality. The kind that doesn't need a spotlight or a mic to shake the room. And now they're collapsing under the weight of their own stories. People are looking at them sideways, not because you dragged their name, but because your truth didn't match their costume. The mask is slipping. And what's underneath? It ain't pretty. You see, the rot was always there. Your words just forced people to smell it. That's why they're scrambling. That's why they're trying to play innocent. That's why the whole vibe around them has changed. Your story didn't expose one lie. It unraveled the entire system of lies, the alliances, the cover-ups, the subtle threats, the fake smiles, all of it. You were the final straw, the one voice they didn't account for, the one story they couldn't delete. And now, they're watching everything they built on your silence crumble beneath your courage. You weren't attacking, they were just never built to survive honesty. And no matter how loud they get now, it's too late. The lights are on, the masks are off, the damage is done. And you just became their worst fear, the truth with a backbone. Number 4. You spoke without their blessing, and that's exactly why it hit different. You didn't break the rules. You broke the ones who wrote them. Let's be real, chosen one. They never gave you permission because they built their little empire, assuming you'd never speak. You were supposed to play your part. Be nice, be silent, smile through the dysfunction like nothing was wrong. But you weren't born to keep secrets that rot your spirit. You weren't sent here to protect a performance. You were sent to destroy the illusion. And when you opened your mouth without waiting for a green light, you didn't just speak, you rebelled. That's what made it revolutionary. You spoke without the stamp of approval from the same people who benefited from your silence. You didn't ask to hold the mic. You became the mic. You didn't wait for them to open the door. You kicked it off the hinges. And they hated it, not because you lied, but because you told the truth on your terms. Imagine this. A room full of puppets, strings dangling, everyone dancing the same safe dance. Then you walk in, cut your own strings, and say, "I'll move how I want now." That's what you did. And they froze. Because the moment you did it, others started reaching for their scissors too. You weren't there to impress. You weren't trying to win points. You weren't looking for applause. You were clearing the air, even if that meant choking every liar in the room with the smoke of your honesty. That's why they're rattled. That's why they're spiraling. You disrupted a system that only worked when you stayed quiet. You flipped the script and started speaking from the role they tried to write you out of. And let's be honest, they underestimated you. They thought they had you boxed in, locked down, silenced by shame or fear, but you shattered the whole mirror, and now people are seeing the cracks they were trained to ignore. You weren't polished, you weren't perfect, but you were real, and the truth hits different when it's delivered raw. You didn't follow their playbook, you exposed it, and in doing so, You gave others permission to tear theirs up too, and now they're mad. But it's too late.
The revolution already started, and you lit the match. That's gonna be matter.
Number 5. They fed off your silence until you turned it into their executioner. Silence is golden until it becomes the blade that ends your reign. They thought your silence meant surrender, that your stillness was weakness, that your quiet meant guilt. Oh, but how wrong they were. They mistook your stillness for submission. They didn't realize you weren't being passive. You were gathering power. You weren't lost. You were loading. While they laughed behind your back, spinning lies and crafting cute little fairy tales about you, you were watching, not sleeping, watching every whisper, every manipulation, every time they painted you as crazy, too much, or hard to love. You saw it all. You felt it all. You see, silence is not absence. Silence is storage. You were collecting receipts while they were busy performing. They weaponized your silence like it was their private past to paint over the truth. But you were sharpening it behind the scenes. Imagine a warrior sitting still for hours, eyes closed while the enemy mocks, thinking they've won. Then that warrior stands up, unsheathes a blade so sharp it cuts through history and swings. That was you. That's what you did. They didn't expect you to speak because they thought they broke you. They thought your silence was fear, but it was strategy. You let them reveal who they were. You let them write their false endings, and then you burned the script. You didn't just speak, you sliced. With words so clear, so precise, they couldn't duck, dodge, or deny them. You laid the truth out like evidence on a courtroom table, and the jury was life itself. Your silence had gathered facts, emotions, timelines, betrayals, and when it came out, it wasn't shaky. It was surgical. They choked on their own lies because you didn't shout. You didn't slander. You didn't stoop to their level. You simply told the truth. And that truth didn't need theatrics. It needed air. And once it breathed, it bled everything they thought they had secured. Let this be clear. They never expected a quiet person to be their undoing. But that's what makes the silent dangerous. We don't forget. We remember everything. We wait. We endure. And when we speak, it's not for revenge. It's for reckoning. You didn't need to scream. You just needed to speak. And the silence they twisted into a weapon. You turned it into a sword of truth they'll never stop running from. Let them deal with the cuts. You already did the healing. Mobri di astroi mi afrito sto mefutoi mefuti nefo. Number 6. You weren't trying to be a guide, but your voice became their way out. Sometimes all it takes to light up a cave is one soul brave enough to speak from the darkness. You didn't set out to be a leader. You weren't chasing influence, spotlight, or applause. You were just trying to survive, trying to make sense of the storm inside you, trying to breathe, and when you finally found the courage to speak, raw, unfiltered, vulnerable, you didn't know you were sending out a signal flare to souls you'd never even met. But that's exactly what happened. You see, pain recognizes pain. Truth magnetizes truth. And when your words hit the air, they didn't just land. They landed on people's hearts. People who had been drowning in silence suddenly found something to hold on to. Your voice didn't just share your story. It cracked open a window in a room that had felt suffocating for years. For someone out there, your honesty was the first time they heard their own experience mirrored back to them with clarity. And for the first time, they knew they weren't crazy. Imagine a traveler lost deep in a forest with no compass, surrounded by fog. Then suddenly, a sound. A voice, not shouting commands, not pretending to know the way, but simply saying what they see. There's a tree here, a cliff there, I fell, I got back up. And just like that, the traveler finds their bearings. That's what you did. That's what your words became. A map, not because you knew the whole terrain, but because you dared to describe what others were too afraid to even whisper. What you survived became someone else's survival guide. You gave language to invisible wounds. You named manipulation without bruises. You pointed out the cruelty that hides behind charm. You explained the ache of being gaslit, minimized, erased. And in doing so, you gave people a way to finally breathe again. You didn't offer perfection. You offered presence. And that was enough. They didn't follow you because you claimed to be healed. They followed you because you were real, because you bled out loud, because you told the truth with trembling lips and steady eyes. And now, they're walking, they're rising, they're finding their path through the echoes of your voice. You didn't plan to be a map, but healing follows the ones who walk through fire and speak about it. Your pain didn't just matter, it mattered to them. And somewhere, right now, someone is whispering, "Thank you," because you dared to speak when it was hardest. You didn't just make it through, you lit the way. Number 7. You didn't just break their control, you exposed their spiral. The truth doesn't need to scream to be heard. It just needs to stand still while the lie self-destructs. They weren't ready for what you carried, not because your words were violent, but because your truth was precise, surgical, silent at first, then thunderous. And when you finally said it out loud, it wasn't just a personal confession, it was a psychological detonation, one that sent tremors through their carefully manicured facade. See, they thought your silence meant submission. They mistook your peace for permission. They thought if they gaslit you long enough, controlled the narrative tight enough, and manipulated the optics hard enough, you'd never speak. But then you did. And the moment your truth left your mouth, the clock started ticking on their illusion. Not just because your words were honest, but because their entire identity depended on that truth never being spoken. They didn't just lose control, they lost composure. Entirely. You want to know who someone really is? Watch how they react when they can't control the story anymore. They didn't deny it like a calm, innocent person. No. They spiraled. They panicked. They moved like someone whose oxygen had been cut off, and that panic was the tell. That over-the-top smear campaign, that desperate scramble to flip the script and paint you as the aggressor, that wasn't strategy, that was exposure. Because when people are innocent, they respond with calm. When people are guilty, they perform. They reach. They twist. They need chaos to distract from the truth. Imagine a stage play, every actor in perfect position, lights, lines, props, everything rehearsed. But then someone from the audience walks up and pulls the curtain behind the main character, and what's back there isn't confidence or class. It's chaos, nervous pacing, shaking hands, stashed lies, and suddenly the entire room knows this wasn't real at all. That's what your voice did. You didn't need to scream. You didn't even need to call them out by name. You simply told your side, and their reaction exposed everything you didn't have to. You weren't the storm. You were the mirror. Their own madness did the rest. The best part? You never even raised your hands. You just refused to stay silent. And in doing so, you broke the grip they thought they had on reality. Not just yours, but everyone else's watching too. They would have kept their fake dignity if they had just left your truth alone. But their obsession with control is what unmasked their insanity. Their attempt to bury you became the shovel that unearthed everything they were desperate to hide. And now, you don't need revenge. They're unraveling all on their own. Number 8. You broke the trauma code. Live raw and in real time. The cycle didn't end with silence. It ended with your voice. This wasn't just about you speaking up. This was about you standing up in the middle of a long, painful inheritance and saying, "This ends with me." What they called tradition was trauma. What they called respect was repression. What they called normal was a blueprint for quiet suffering, and it was handed down like an heirloom, wrapped in shame and fear. But you didn't accept the hand-me-downs. You burned the script. This pattern, this disease, was ancient. It didn't start with you. It came before you, generation after generation, swallowing secrets, surviving dysfunction, pretending the bruises were culture, pretending the silence was strength. Nobody questioned it, because nobody was allowed to. But you did. You asked the questions no one dared to. Why are we like this? Why do we protect pain and silence those who name it? You didn't just question the people, you questioned the program. And here's the truth. Most people are born into cycles, but you were born to interrupt one. Your voice cracked the code. Your words didn't just disrupt a family dynamic, they rewired it. In real time, not in some spiritual theory, not through a perfect healing arc, but in that moment you said, "I won't carry this anymore." You didn't do it for applause. You weren't trying to be a role model. You were just trying to survive. But that survival, that resistance, that's what made you a cycle breaker. Because cycles don't end when everything is polished. They end when someone speaks, even when their voice is still shaking, when someone tells the truth, even if it makes the room uncomfortable, and when someone stops bleeding silently just to keep everyone else clean. That's what you did. You unplugged the program. You stepped off the loop. And whether they applaud or attack, it doesn't matter, because your future children will never inherit what you refuse to normalize. When you healed out loud, you whispered freedom into the DNA of the next generation. So no, you may not feel fully healed, but you're already holy in your courage. Your voice didn't just speak truth, it interrupted fate. You rerouted a legacy, and from now on, the pain stops with you. Because one honest voice in a bloodline of silence is louder than generations of denial. And that voice was yours. Number 9. You triggered a mirror. They couldn't escape. You didn't just tell your story, you held up a mirror. And the moment they looked into it, they saw parts of themselves they'd spent years avoiding, parts they buried so deep, they forgot they even existed. That's why it hit so hard, because your truth wasn't just about you, it was about everyone who heard it. It was about what they did, what they allowed, what they ignored, and what they justified. And that kind of mirror, it doesn't just reflect a moment, it reflects a soul. You never had to point fingers. You never had to name names. The power of your story was in the way it exposed patterns, and those patterns made people uncomfortable, not because you were wrong, but because you were right, in a way they couldn't explain away. Suddenly, their silence didn't feel so innocent. Their complicity didn't look so clean. Their "I didn't know" started to sound more like "I didn't want to know." That's why the backlash came. That's why people who claimed to love you suddenly had distance in their voice, because it's easier to call you bitter than to admit they were a bystander. It's easier to say you're dramatic than to admit they watched you drown and did nothing. Your truth unlocked guilt, and guilt, when left unprocessed, turns into projection. You didn't try to expose anyone, you were just trying to breathe. But when you did, your exhale carried so much clarity, it became a spotlight in dark rooms. And not everyone was ready to be seen. Some people lashed out, some vanished. Some tried to smear you, belittle you, or gaslight you back into silence. But deep down, they weren't reacting to your words. They were reacting to their reflection. You were a walking confrontation of everything they didn't want to face. And here's the truth. Mirrors don't make people ugly. They just show what's already there. You weren't the problem. You were the truth teller. You were the soul that dared to not look away, and in doing so, you reminded them of the version of themselves they abandoned a long time ago. So if they ran, if they attacked, if they pretended not to know you anymore, understand this. It wasn't about you. It was about what your light revealed in them. And some people would rather break the mirror than face their own reflection. Number 10. Your courage became their conviction. You didn't shout for attention. You spoke because you couldn't carry the weight of silence any longer. And in doing that, in that one moment of raw honesty, you triggered something much bigger than yourself. You didn't just break your own silence. You broke a spell. See, courage has a ripple effect. It travels, it shakes, it awakens, and when people heard your truth, it didn't just inspire them, it convicted them. It pressed on the part of their spirit that had been whispering, "Speak up. It's your turn, too." There were people watching you in secret, holding their own pain like a ticking clock. People who thought they were the only ones. People who believed their voice wouldn't matter. And then you happened. Your bravery wasn't perfect, it wasn't polished, but it was real, and that's what made it powerful. You were the match. And with one spark, you lit fires in places you'll never visit. You gave others permission to believe their truth deserved air too, not because you told them, but because you showed them. You became proof that the world doesn't end when you speak up. Sometimes it begins. That's the power of authentic courage. It doesn't beg to be followed. It leads by simply standing up. Some people tried to dismiss you. They rolled their eyes. They whispered behind your back. But they felt it. Deep down, they felt it. And even if they never say it out loud, your courage shook them into reflection. You cracked the armor of apathy. You disrupted the comfort of denial. You called out the silent agreement that kept so many people bound. And now, some of them are whispering, some are shouting, some are just breathing for the first time in years. But all of them are moving, because you moved first. You thought you were just surviving, but the universe used your voice as a trumpet. You didn't start a trend, you started a chain reaction. And once truth catches fire, it can't be caged again. So no, you're not just brave. You're the reason someone out there decided to rise. You were the proof they needed that silence is not safety, and truth is not the enemy. Your courage didn't just break the silence, it became their conviction. Mountain Satin, mighty Mun, Mountain Nakon, Mountain Mountain, Natabi, Mountain. Number 11. You didn't burn bridges. You burned blueprints for bondage. They'll spin the story how they always do, call you dramatic, disloyal, ungrateful, say you burned the bridge, that you walked away from peace, from family, from love. But here's the truth they won't tell, that bridge wasn't peace. It was a trap dressed up as connection. You didn't destroy a relationship, you destroyed a setup. That bridge was built on control, on manipulation, on guilt and silent suffering. It was a passage into self-betrayal, where your needs came last, your voice was too loud, and your boundaries were always too much. It wasn't designed for mutual respect. It was designed to keep you in your place. So when you stopped walking across it, when you said, "This doesn't feel like love, this feels like bondage," they lost more than access. They lost leverage. Because you didn't just burn a bridge, you burned the blueprint they were using to shrink you, the invisible rule book you were never allowed to rewrite, the one that said, "Stay small, be quiet, don't make waves, be who we need you to be, not who you really are." But you stopped playing along, and the moment you lit that match, it was over. They didn't panic because you left. They panicked because you saw it. You saw through the game. You saw through the performance. And you left with clarity, not confusion. Now they're stuck trying to use an outdated strategy on someone who's no longer playing that role. Their manipulation doesn't land. Their guilt trips fall flat. Their silence doesn't sting like it used to. You're no longer crossing bridges that lead to pain, pretending it's love. You didn't burn a bond. You broke a cycle. You broke the architecture of emotional captivity that generations before you normalized. And you chose freedom, even if it meant walking away from everything familiar. And the best part? You didn't burn it in anger. You burned it in awareness. That bridge was never yours to begin with. It was built to control, not to connect. And you finally had the courage to walk away, not in bitterness, but in truth. Let them talk. Let them spin their story. But deep down, they know what you did wasn't destruction. It was liberation. You didn't burn a bridge. You burned the blueprint. And you built a new path where your soul can finally breathe. Number 12. They tried to make you the villain. But the truth kept clearing your name. They couldn't handle your truth, so they tried to destroy your image. The moment you stopped playing silent and started speaking your reality, they went into damage control, not to repair the harm they caused, but to paint you as the threat, the villain, the unstable one, the overreactor, the problem. They didn't want healing. They wanted a cover-up. So they reached for every dirty tactic in the book, twisting your words, exaggerating your flaws, playing the victim, not because your story was false, but because it was too true. It shook the illusion they had carefully built. But here's the thing, truth doesn't flinch. While they scrambled to control how people saw you, the truth stayed calm, silent, still, and that stillness, it started doing the work for you, because real stories don't need a spotlight. They don't need rehearsals. They don't shift every time someone asks a question. But lies start leaking. They require energy to maintain. They need updates, repairs, constant attention. And the people watching, they noticed. They saw how your story never changed, how your words came from clarity, not chaos. They saw how you weren't attacking, you were revealing. They watched you remain grounded, while others spun out, trying to paint a picture that no longer matched the frame. You didn't need to beg for support. You didn't need to scream for validation. The truth did that for you, one quiet day at a time. And now, the same people who once doubted you are starting to see through the performance, the inconsistencies, the drama, the holes in the narrative that only grow wider the harder they try to plug them. The truth doesn't need defense. It needs time, and time has been on your side. You were never the villain. You were the one who stopped pretending. You were the one who exposed the lie hiding in plain sight. And that kind of courage, it makes people uncomfortable, especially those who benefited from your silence. But guess what? Let them talk. Let them spin. Let them exhaust themselves trying to bury a truth that refuses to die, because in the end, the light always wins, and you, chosen one, were the light all along. Number 13. Your presence is the reckoning they can't escape. There was a time you entered rooms quietly, shoulders lowered, breath held, scanning for permission to exist. You questioned your worth. You shrank to fit. You tiptoed around egos just to keep the peace. But not anymore. Now when you walk in, something shifts. Not because you've become louder, but because your stillness carries weight. A silent authority, a grounded glow, the kind that doesn't ask to be seen, but can't be unseen. You don't speak to prove, you don't posture for power, you just are. And that being, that unapologetic presence, is shaking people to their core. Because your presence is no longer about fitting in, it's a mirror. It reflects everything they tried to suppress, deny, and twist. You don't have to say a word for people to start fidgeting. Your energy speaks before your mouth does. It says, I've walked through fire and didn't come out smelling like smoke. I know betrayal. I know silence. I know masks. I know you. And that truth, that knowing, it rattles them. Because you represent something dangerous to people still hiding in delusion. You represent clarity. You are the proof that healing is real, that survival is powerful, and that truth doesn't need a podium. It just needs presence. They don't avoid you because you've wronged them. They avoid you because you've seen them. And some people would rather hide behind their masks forever than be in the presence of someone who recognizes their true face. You're not the threat. Their guilt is. Their shame is. Their inability to manipulate you anymore is. And for those who don't run, they watch you, study you, try to mimic your grace. But they can't recreate what was forged in silence, heartbreak, and fire. You didn't become this through performance. You became this through truth. Now your presence alone makes liars nervous, narcissists uneasy, and fakers flee. You've become what they never thought you would, undeniable. So let the room shift. Let the air get heavy. Let their whispers trail off when you walk in. Because when a chosen one finally stops dimming her light, the shadows no longer have a place to hide. And that is the reckoning. And here's the truth to end it all. This was never about fitting in. It was about remembering who you are. You were never designed for quiet corners or watered-down roles. You were meant to shake foundations, break generational blueprints, and set fires to systems built on silence. Your voice didn't just change your life. It cracked open something ancient. And now that you've remembered your power, there's no going back. Keep walking in it. Keep speaking. Keep disrupting. Because you are not the exception. You are the awakening. If this hit your soul, drop the number 777 in the comments, like, subscribe, and send this to someone who needs the reminder. The one they tried to bury was the one who held the blueprint to their survival. Now the roots they cursed are cracking their own foundation. They didn't just cross a line. They drew the line in your blood. They didn't just betray you. They offered your name like a sacrifice and laughed while you bled. Let's not sugarcoat it. They saw your innocence and called it weakness. They saw your kindness and weaponized it. They saw your silence and mistook it for defeat. And now, omen after omen is haunting them. Tower after tower is collapsing. Every whisper they sent into the universe to curse you is now screaming in their own ears. This message is not for everyone. This is for the chosen ones who got lied on, spied on, dragged through the mud, and still rose with clean hands. So if you feel this message in your bones, if the signs have been too loud to ignore, then like this video and subscribe right now to help it reach more chosen ones. When you engage, you help signal to YouTube's algorithm that there are others who need to hear this truth before another enemy tries it again. You see, omen after omen, they're watching you win while they lose it all. Their in divine timeout is not just a title. It's a reality they tried to rewrite and failed. You were never delusional. You were never overreacting. They gaslit you to sleep while plotting how to silence you for good. But now, the signs are everywhere, and they know it's about them. Let's be honest, these people didn't just want to see you fall. They wanted to orchestrate it. They gossiped like it was gospel. They smeared your name in rooms you were never invited to, then sat front row pretending they didn't know why the lights kept flickering. But now their ears are ringing. Their homes feel haunted. They're glancing over their shoulders because the same protection they mocked is now exposing their secrets. Don't you remember how they treated you when you were down, when you were rebuilding in silence? They kicked you, mocked you, tried to break your will with their silence, their control, their obsession with your downfall. They called you crazy, said you were cursed, said you'd never make it. They slandered your name in courtrooms, offices, family kitchens, and even spiritual circles. But here's the part they didn't see coming. You were always being watched and protected, even in your lowest moment. They tampered with your reputation. They sent dark energy your way. Some even did rituals, thinking their little circle of broken souls had the power to override your future. They were out here casting shadows while you were building light. And now, they're feeling it. Cars breaking down, health collapsing, relationships falling apart, unexpected losses, financial ruin, court dates, surveillance, panic attacks in the middle of the night because they know you didn't touch them, but something is. Why? Because universal law doesn't miss. Energy doesn't lie. What they sent is coming back, and it's not asking permission. They mocked the omens. Now they are the omens. You're the one walking in peace, and they're the ones watching in pieces. You don't need revenge. You don't need to prove anything. Your glow is louder than their gossip now. Your elevation is evidence. Your silence is suffocating their lies. And every time they see you win, a part of them dies a little inside, because they know they tried to kill the very spirit that's now thriving. This is divine timeout, and they're not just watching you rise, they're watching themselves sink. One by one, they're being removed from your story, not with drama, but with silence, distance, and omens they can't shake. The universal balance doesn't need your help, it just needed you to let go. And you did. That's why it's their turn now, omen after omen, breakdown after breakdown, while you sit in stillness, protected, covered, and aligned. They underestimated your light, and now they're blinded by it. Let them feel it. Let them see it. Let them remember what happens when you try to destroy someone whose story was meant to survive. Because this season, the show is yours, and they're stuck in the audience, trembling in divine timeout. And chosen one, don't go anywhere. What you just heard, that was only the warning shot. The real revelations, layered, raw, and ruthless, are about to unfold one by one. So if you've been feeling the shift, seeing the omens, and sensing eyes on your glow, this message is yours. Drop a 777 in the comments if you feel like your wins have been triggering strange losses in others. And if this message is speaking directly to your spirit, hit that super thanks and support the ones who stay up decoding the signs so you never have to second-guess your path again. And now, let's dive into it, step by step. Don't blink, don't scroll, because if you're truly one of the chosen, your soul won't let you walk away from this message unfinished. Let's begin. Number 1. The window is closed, permanently. The universe gave them grace. They used it to plot. They had time, so much time. They had space, silence, mercy, and even hidden protection they didn't deserve, but they used all of it to sharpen their knives behind your back. While you were healing, they were scheming. While you were trying to rebuild your peace, they were busy collecting bricks to throw at your name. And now, that window, the one they thought they could crawl through when it all crumbles, is slammed shut, permanently. This isn't a warning, it's a verdict. They gambled with grace, thought they'd always have another chance to play innocent, to say, "I didn't mean it," to circle back like nothing happened. But the universe isn't some passive force that tolerates disrespect. It's a ledger. It watches. It waits. And when it moves with justice that doesn't knock twice. They didn't just mess with you, they messed with a soul that was meant to overcome. And now they're seeing exactly what happens when you betray someone who was chosen to survive, not suffer. Ask yourself, how many times did you give them the benefit of the doubt? How many nights did you cry while they celebrated your confusion? How many fake apologies did they offer with a smirk, only to stab again once your back was turned? The truth is, they never thought you'd make it this far. They never believed you'd be the one they'd have to watch from the bottom while you ascend, without even glancing down. Because let's be real, they never respected the way you fought. You didn't scream, beg, or cause a scene. You just evolved. You just kept showing up to your life while they kept betting on your downfall. And now, the door they assumed would always be open, the door to your forgiveness, your energy, your alignment, is locked with no spare key. They're calling you cold now, right? Distant, heartless, saying, "You changed." Of course you changed. You were never meant to stay accessible to people who mistook your softness for stupidity. That wasn't love they had for you. It was entitlement. They didn't value you. They just assumed you'd never walk away. But when the universe shut the door, it didn't just protect you, it trapped them on the other side of their own karma. This is what happens when you mistake a season of grace for a lifetime of access. Look at the greats, Michael Jordan, Oprah, Steve Jobs. Every single one of them had a period where they were doubted, disrespected, sabotaged, where people whispered, "They'll never come back from that." But what happened? They didn't just come back, they became unreachable. The same voices that laughed behind their backs now study their every move. That's what happens when you walk through fire and come out gold. Not everyone gets to witness your rise, especially not the ones who tried to burn you down. And don't let their silence fool you now. Just because they aren't speaking your name doesn't mean you've escaped their minds. No, you're haunting them. Every success you post, every glow-up they hear about, every piece of peace you carry like armor, it triggers something in them that can't be buried. You are the proof that what they tried didn't work, and that's eating them alive. You ever wonder why they're still watching you? Why they linger around your life like moths to flame? Because they thought they'd always have time. Time to control the story. Time to twist the narrative. Time to come back when you forgot what they did. But the clock struck, and now the only time they're experiencing is time out. The universe doesn't wait for people to change when their hearts are committed to harming others. It removes them abruptly, ruthlessly, and without explanation. That's what you're seeing now. Strange losses, delayed blessings, doors slamming in their faces, people turning on them the same way they turned on you. That's not coincidence. That's collection. That's the universe saying, you had your window. You misused it. Now watch someone else walk through the one that was meant for you. You've been elevated to a level they can't fake their way into. This isn't a temporary shift, it's a permanent separation. Because you're not who you used to be. You no longer entertain conversations that drain your spirit. You don't chase after people who treated your presence like an option. You don't explain your boundaries or beg for understanding. You've tasted peace, and now you refuse to go back to anything that threatens it. And they can feel that deeply. It's not just that they lost you, it's that they lost access to the version of you who was willing to give without receiving, who prayed for them when they gossiped, who tried to heal what they were busy breaking. That version is gone, and in its place, a force, a presence, a spirit that answers to truth, not manipulation. They thought they could come back whenever it was convenient, but the stage is set, the curtains are open, and their name isn't on the program. Let them talk, let them twist the truth, let them pretend they walked away first. It doesn't matter anymore, because the real ones, they see it, they feel it, and most importantly, you feel it. That peace in your spirit right now, that stillness that doesn't need revenge, that's the confirmation. The window is closed, and nothing they say, post or perform can open it again. So if you're feeling that shift, don't question it, embrace it. You're not heartless, you're healed, you're not cold, you're clear, you're not bitter, you're better, and you're not alone. There are millions of us who had to watch the people we loved turn into enemies just because we chose to grow, just because we didn't die when they expected us to, just because we refused to stay small for their comfort. And now, we rise. Not with vengeance, but with vision. Let this be your reminder. Grace is temporary, karma is guaranteed, and access to your life is not a revolving door. The window is closed. Let them watch from the outside. Number 2, omens everywhere. They can't escape the signs. Oh, the universe doesn't whisper anymore, it screams. They wanted to mock you when you spoke about energy. They rolled their eyes when you mentioned intuition. They smirked when you said, the universe has a way of handling things. They called you delusional, overly emotional, said you were just trying to play victim. But now they're the ones sitting up at 3:33 a.m., staring at the ceiling with a stomach full of regret and a room full of signs. Because the whispers they laughed at have turned into screams they can't ignore. There are omens everywhere. Flickering lights in rooms with no wiring issues, random chills running down their spine when no windows open, nightmares that repeat the same faces, same conversations, same consequences over and over again. They're hearing your name in conversations that have nothing to do with you. They're seeing symbols that connect back to you. They're watching you show up in their dreams, not peaceful, not angry, but distant, untouchable, gone. And that's what scares them most. Not the punishment, not the consequences, but the distance. Because deep down, they know the moment you stopped caring was the moment everything around them started unraveling. They tried to erase you, but the universe carved your presence into their atmosphere. You see, the spiritual realm doesn't operate on ego, it operates on energy. And when someone tries to destroy a soul that's aligned, the universe doesn't just sit back and observe, it reacts. Slowly at first, a glitch here, a weird sign there, but once the disrespect reaches a boiling point, it sends the storm, and right now, they're in it. Crows on windowsills, mirrors breaking without reason, phones glitching when they try to spy on you, music that plays the exact lyrics that remind them of what they did, angel numbers that don't feel so angelic anymore. These aren't accidents, these are messages, and they know it. They feel it in their chest. It's why they've grown paranoid, why they've started burning sage they don't believe in, why they suddenly care about what Mercury retrograde means. Because their spirit knows they've been marked, not by you, but by the very order they mocked when they were busy pretending their hands were clean. They thought karma was a joke. Now they're praying for grace in a storm they created. You ever wonder why they don't look the same? Why their glow is gone? Why they age like they're carrying something heavier than their years? That's not just life. That's what guilt looks like when it festers inside someone who refuses to take accountability. That's what denial looks like when it tries to outrun the truth. That's what happens when you mess with a spiritually protected soul and think the universe won't respond. The same way they mocked your prayers, they now whisper their own at night. The same way they laughed when you tried to heal, they now Google spiritual cleansing with trembling hands. But it's too late, because the omens aren't just external, they're internal now. Their intuition is tormenting them, their subconscious is glitching, their dreams are betraying the masks they try to wear in public. They can't escape the mirror now, and in that mirror, all they see is what they did to you. Let me be clear, this isn't about revenge, this is about justice. You never asked the universe to harm them, you never wished pain on them. But truth doesn't need your permission to rise. Energy doesn't need your approval to correct imbalance. The universe is not cruel, it's precise. And what they're seeing now, it's the reflection of everything they threw at you, coming back to them with interest. The signs are tailored, specific, personal. They don't just see crows, they see crows right after they think of you. They don't just hear your name, they hear it from people they'd never expect. They don't just feel tension, they feel it when they scroll past your picture, pretending they're over it. That's how aligned this reckoning is. That's how locked in the justice is. Some of them are trying to act unfazed, posting fake smiles, living their best lie, but even in their captions, they're giving away the fear. Vague quotes about guilt, cryptic stories about energy shifts. Suddenly they're into protecting their peace when they were the ones disturbing yours. Don't fall for it. What you're witnessing is the unraveling of someone who knows. The universe is on your side, and there's no coming back from what they set in motion. They might not speak your name aloud, but your silence echoes in their life louder than any conversation ever could. You ever hear the story of Edgar Allan Poe's The Telltale Heart? A man commits a crime and hides the evidence beneath the floorboards, but he starts hearing the heartbeat of the one he destroyed. Day after day, it grows louder. Not because it was real, but because guilt is a sound that never stops playing once it's been triggered. That's where they are now, living in that heartbeat. Not yours, theirs. Reminding them every day of what they did to the one they should have protected. Omens are like mirrors in motion. They reflect not what we want to see, but what we need to face. And for them, that reflection is brutal. That reflection shows a coward, a traitor, a manipulator, a jealous soul who tampered with something sacred and thought they'd never be held accountable. But now, every strange coincidence is a courtroom. Every repeating number is a witness. Every nightmare is testimony, and the verdict is circling. They used to brag about how unbothered they were. Now they jump at shadows. Used to say, the universe doesn't care. Now they read horoscopes looking for mercy. They're scared of things they once dismissed. Why? Because deep down, they know The signs are not just signs. The omens are not just warnings. They're proof. Proof that they lost you. Proof that they were wrong. Proof that there's a force watching everything, and that force doesn't forget. And let's be honest, these omens aren't done. They're only intensifying, because the more you rise, the more pressure is placed on them to feel what they avoided. Your glow forces exposure. Your peace disrupts their narrative. Your win is a spiritual subpoena. So let them watch. Let them panic. Let them call it superstition. The signs won't stop just because they're uncomfortable. That's the thing about omens. They don't seek your approval. They arrive with divine timing and ruthless purpose. They're seeing it everywhere, and no matter how hard they run, they can't outrun what's already inside them, because truth lives in the nervous system. And guilt is the ghost they can't silence anymore. So the next time they roll their eyes at your growth, the next time they try to play like they're above it all, remember this: behind the scenes, they're being haunted, and every omen is screaming what they refuse to hear when you try to tell them with love. The universe is loud now, and they can't turn the volume down. Number 3, they tried to curse you and got cursed instead. The spell bounced, the price heavy. They thought they could tamper with energy like it was a game. They whispered your name in dark places, lit candles not for healing, but for harm. They may not have used cauldrons or cloaks, but don't get it twisted. Intention is the ritual, and they laced their thoughts with venom. They visualized your downfall, sent prayers to your enemies, meditated on your ruin. Petty jealousy disguised as protection. But guess what? The spell didn't stick. It bounced. And now the consequences are chasing them like shadows with teeth. See, when a soul is truly chosen, it walks with protection you can't see. You're not alone. You've never been alone. Your ancestors, your spiritual guards, your unseen allies, they saw it all. Every whisper, every fake smile, every manipulative move made behind closed doors. And they let it slide at first. But the moment your name was used in rituals of hate, the moment your peace became someone else's obsession, that's when the protection activated. Suddenly, they started slipping. Strange illnesses, jobs falling through, friendships crumbling, cars breaking down at the worst possible time, unexplainable losses, one after another. That's not bad luck. That's divine balance. That's what happens when you aim dark energy at someone whose glow is spiritually guarded. They thought they could hex your progress, but now they're living inside the very energy they sent. They ask, why is everything going wrong? The answer is simple. You touched a soul that was off limits. You trespassed on sacred ground, thinking you could walk away clean. But energy doesn't play favorites. Energy returns home. And what you send out with intention always finds its way back with interest. You ever notice how they go silent now, how they don't speak your name? That's not respect, that's fear, because they've realized the universe wasn't playing. That sending darkness to someone chosen doesn't just fail, it backfires. That's why they're stumbling. That's why everything feels cursed now. Because it is. You didn't have to retaliate. You didn't have to fight back. Your silence was enough. Because when the universe loves you, it avenges you without noise. It brings justice in the form of chaos they can't explain. So if you've been feeling like something is shifting, like you're protected in ways you can't put into words, it's real. You're not crazy. You're covered. You're shielded. And the very people who tried to break your spirit are now haunted by the truth. You were never touchable. So leave them in their chaos. Let them wrestle with the shadows they unleashed. You stay focused, stay glowing. The universe already handled it. Number 4. Your silence is driving them insane. They don't know your next move, and that's killing them. They never thought the day would come when you'd stop explaining yourself, stop defending your name, stop entertaining their gaslighting, their guilt trips, their fake apologies laced with manipulation. But it came, and when it did, you didn't scream, you didn't announce it, you just went silent. And that silence? It's doing damage no argument ever could, because silence is power, it's a mirror. And right now, they're being forced to sit with their own reflection, and it's filthy. No distractions, no justifications, no chaos to redirect the blame, just the weight of what they did, and the chilling truth that you've gone quiet, not weak. See, they thrived off your reactions, fed off your pain. They needed you loud, emotional, triggered, because it made them feel in control. But now you've unplugged, you've withdrawn your energy. You're not answering texts, not lurking, not chasing. And for the first time in a long time, they're the one wondering if you've healed, if you've replaced them, if you're never coming back. They can't see your next move, and it's eating them alive. They scroll your page, hoping for a clue. Watch your stories, trying to read between the lines. Ask mutual friends if you're doing okay, while pretending they don't care. But the truth is, they're obsessed. And your silence is the loudest thing in their life right now. That's the kind of psychological warfare they didn't prepare for, because silence doesn't just starve attention, it exposes desperation, and they're cracking under it. They might pretend they're fine, post cryptic quotes, act unbothered, but behind that fake composure is chaos, restlessness, sleepless nights wondering how the one they underestimated found the strength to disappear. You didn't ghost them, you evolved beyond their frequency, and that right there, that's what they can't handle. Because your silence took away their power, their ability to control the narrative, their chance to play victim while painting you as the emotional one. Now, they're stuck arguing with your absence, fighting battles they created with no audience. So keep quiet, keep moving in shadows, let the silence choke their ego. Because what they're learning now is this: once a chosen one goes silent, it's not a game, it's closure, without conversation, without warning, without mercy. Number 5, everything they stole is crumbling. They lied, they schemed, they forged. Now it's all burning. They thought they could get away with it, with the lies, the betrayal, the carefully calculated fraud. They smiled while doing it too, looked you in the eye and denied it all with a straight face. But behind the scenes, they were signing your name on papers they had no right to touch, spreading lies in courtrooms, hiding money, forging documents, manipulating wills, blocking opportunities, and for a while it looked like they won. But let me tell you something about spiritual law. It runs deeper than the courts. What they built was never a legacy. It was a ticking time bomb wrapped in ego and theft. They didn't just rob you of money or land or opportunities. They tried to hijack your destiny. But destiny doesn't work like that. It can't be faked. It can't be stolen. What's yours by divine alignment will always return to you. And now, it's returning with vengeance. You ever seen a house that looks perfect from the outside but starts cracking from the foundation? That's their life right now. Cracks showing up in every direction. Lawsuits, audits, secret affairs coming to light. Family turning on family. What they took through deception is now collapsing through divine exposure, because energy built on theft can never stay upright. it rots from within. You were the rightful heir, spiritually and otherwise. They may have pushed you out, rewritten the rules, played politics behind closed doors. But now even their allies are jumping ship. Why? Because guilt is contagious. And truth always leaves fingerprints, no matter how much they try to wash them off. They thought no one saw them, but the universe did. They thought they could fake loyalty and forge blessings, but now their mask is slipping. Their hands are getting caught in places they swore they never touched, and the silence they once weaponized, it's now the very thing exposing them. Their name is being whispered in rooms where they're not present, just like they did to you. The difference is, this time, it's not gossip, it's justice. So let them lose what they stole, let it burn. The house, the land, the fake title, the name they tried to rewrite. It was never truly theirs. And now, everyone's watching as the fire spreads. While you rise from the ashes like the rightful one you were always meant to be. Number 6. The ancestors marked you safe, but not them. You're covered, they're hunted. You ever notice how the birds don't scatter when you walk by? How the street goes quiet just before something spiritual hits your chest? How you've been waking up at certain hours with chills, only to find out later that something tried to touch you, but couldn't? That's not coincidence. That's coverage. That's your ancestors, your spiritual backup, the protectors that walk beside you while others pretend you're walking alone. You've been marked safe, not because you begged, not because you fought back, but because your spirit carries the kind of weight that cannot be touched without consequence. Your walk is different because your roots are deep. While others chase clout and clapbacks, you've been silently guarded by forces older than time. And now, those same forces have drawn the line in the sand. You've been spared, they haven't, because those omens, those signs they used to laugh at, the black cat crossing their path, the shadow in the mirror that wasn't theirs, the recurring dream of something watching them, the sound of whispering when no one's around. Those aren't random. Those are notices, warnings, red letters from the spirit world that their deeds have awakened something that won't be ignored. You didn't have to curse them. Your ancestors saw enough. They watched the betrayal, the theft, the smirks, the arrogance, the way they used your name like it was disposable, and they let it ride for a while. But spiritual justice always has timing, and when it hits, it's not loud, it's surgical. It isolates them, it confuses them, it makes their prayers feel like screams into a void. Because what they don't understand is there's a point where even mercy pulls its hand back. So if they're restless, haunted, feeling sick for no reason, watching relationships fall apart with no warning, that's not bad luck. That's what it looks like when the ancestors mark you out. See, they messed with a soul that didn't walk alone. They tried to dismantle a spirit that had divine GPS tracking, and now everything they once stood on is cracking beneath their feet, because you were never the target. They were. So walk boldly. You are surrounded by protection they can't decode, and every sign, every number, every dream you've had telling you to stay quiet and keep moving. Listen, the ancestors are not confused. They marked you safe for a reason. And them, they're not safe at all. Number 7. They wanted your power, but couldn't handle it. They drank from your cup and choked. They didn't want to honor you, they wanted to be you. Every smile they gave was a scan, every compliment a download. They weren't clapping for you, they were calculating, studying, plotting how to mimic your light, your voice, your energy. But here's what they didn't understand. Power like yours isn't borrowed. It's birthed through pain, through fire, through spiritual alignment. You didn't just wake up magnetic. You earned that frequency through every betrayal, every night you cried alone, every time you had to rebuild with nothing but prayer and grit. Your glow came with a cost they were never willing to pay. So when they tried to copy you, your style, your words, your walk, it short-circuited their spirit. Because this isn't a costume. This isn't something you can replicate with filters and fake smiles. And when they drank from your cup thinking they could carry what you carry, they choked. Now look at them, drained, paranoid, losing followers, losing clout, losing income, their energy, office, their aura, dull. That magnetic pull they tried to imitate is slipping through their fingers because the universe doesn't reward stolen frequency. You can't Photoshop purpose. You can't mimic spiritual depth. Eventually, the mask cracks, and the people watching see it all. They thought they could attract your blessings without walking your path. But the blessings you carry aren't free. They're bonded to your pain, to your resilience, to the anointing only suffering can produce. So when they tried to wear your crown without bleeding for it, the weight bent their neck. And now they're scrambling. Their content doesn't hit anymore. Their presence doesn't land. People are noticing the shift because energy never lies. And when you're faking it, it shows. What's wild is they didn't even want to heal. They just wanted your results, your applause, your light. But your light was born from a darkness they ran from. So now they're exposed, drenched in envy and desperate for validation, while you rise, untouched, unfazed, unbothered. So let them copy, let them watch. Because when the source is divine, the counterfeit never survives. And baby, you are the source. Number 8, your health, your food, your spirit. They tried to poison it all. They fed on you, but now you're detoxing the demons. They couldn't touch your destiny, so they came for your vessel. They knew they couldn't outshine your soul, so they tried to slow down your body, poison through kindness, curses through closeness, offering you food that carried the weight of envy, smiling while handing you energy laced with destruction. Yes, they came with plates, beds, and hugs, but their intention was spiritual decay. You ever wonder why your body suddenly felt heavy around them? Why after spending time with them, you'd feel foggy, tired, drained for days? That wasn't love. That was leeching. You weren't tired. You were being targeted. Because chosen ones aren't just mentally strong. We're energetically rich. And they thought if they couldn't beat you, they could weaken you through your diet, through intimacy, through false friendship, through toxins that look like tenderness. But the joke is on them because you woke up. You started to notice. You felt the nausea, the sudden headaches, the recurring dreams, the gut feeling. You stopped eating what they made. You stepped back from the sex that left your soul uneasy. You stopped hugging those who felt cold underneath. You didn't just physically withdraw. You went inward. You fasted, you cleansed, you cut cords, you gave up certain foods, music, people, conversations. You prayed not for revenge, but for release. And that was the moment everything shifted. Because parasites panic when the host fights back. They can't survive in purity, in silence, in light. So now they're flailing, confused, sick. Some of them even publicly spiraling, random weight loss or gain, skin breaking out, mental health unraveling. Not because you hexed them, but because they lost access to your life force. You were their fuel, and now that you're gone, they're starving. They didn't realize your temple had divine security, that your body was sacred ground, guarded by ancestors, angels, and spiritual fire. They underestimated how dangerous it is to poison someone who's protected. Now, every spell, every toxin, every bad intention they sent is coming back through their own bloodstream. Their guilt is festering inside them. Their own energy is turning toxic, because what you send out always returns multiplied. So keep detoxing, keep cleansing, keep protecting your plate, your bed, your circle. Because you've done the work, the parasite has been exposed, and they're not just sick now, they're spiritually infected. Number 9, they can't cancel what the universe already crowned. You were never for the crowd, you were for the throne. They tried it. Oh, they really thought they had it. A little lie here, a fake screenshot there, a whisper behind your back, a smear campaign in full swing. They thought if they could just twist your image, if they could convince enough people that you were the problem, the weirdo, the threat, they could erase you, cancel you, strip you of your power by contaminating your name. But what they didn't understand is this. Your crown wasn't voted on by man. It was assigned by the universe. You weren't chosen by popularity. You were chosen by purpose. That's why no matter how loud the lies got, the truth started screaming back. And the same mouths they used to tear you down, now stuttering in shame. Because here's the divine irony. They tried to drag your name through mud, but all they did was make people look at you longer. They gave you attention trying to destroy you, but they accidentally amplified you. People got curious. They started watching you, listening, reading your energy. And what they saw wasn't chaos or evil. It was poise, clarity, and strength. That's when everything started flipping. The crowd that once doubted you, quiet. The ones who took sides against you, starting to distance themselves from them. The gossip ring is cracking. The screenshots they used are surfacing with new context. The truth is moving like a storm, slow at first, but then all at once. And you didn't even have to clap back. Your silence did all the talking. Because when the universe crowns you, no slander, no plot, no jealous group chat can remove what's already written in the stars. You weren't built for public approval. You were built for alignment, for elevation, for legacy. And that legacy, it's already unfolding. Your reputation is not only restored, it's reinforced. People are seeing what they refused to see before. You're the real one, the grounded one. The one who stayed calm while being hunted, who grew stronger through every shot fired. And now they know, whoever tried to cancel you is the one who's really crumbling. So let them talk, let them spin, because you've already won. The throne doesn't answer to the crowd, and you've already been seated. Number 10, the karma is personal and public. They thought the consequences would be quiet. They were wrong. They truly believed they'd walk away clean, that they could betray you, violate you, lie on your name, mock your spirit, and still get applauded for it. They thought the karma would be subtle, private, software. But the universe doesn't play patty cake with wickedness. The karma you send out with venom comes back with violence. And this time, it's not just showing up in their emotions, it's hitting their entire reality. See, when they were laughing, gossiping, conspiring in their little circles, you were silent. You let them talk, let them scheme. You even warned them, gently at first, then in silence. But they took your stillness for weakness. They mistook your elevation for isolation, and they assumed the universe would look away. But the universe was taking notes, and now those notes are turning into headlines, into subpoenas, into firings, into public collapse. What they did in the dark is being dragged into the light, and it's not cute. Someone is being exposed in front of the very audience they once tried to impress. Another is facing legal consequences, charges, audits, fines, lawsuits. There's a shake-up happening that can't be hidden anymore. And here's the most poetic part. It's personal. It's not just some vague karmic payback. It's tailor-made. Everything they tried to do to you, they're now experiencing it. But worse, you were slandered. Now they're being humiliated. You were stolen from. Now they're watching everything they built collapse. You cried in secret. They're screaming in public. And it's not just physical, it's spiritual. Their sleep is broken. Their circles are shrinking. Their peace is gone. Every mirror they look into shows them the one person they can't escape, themselves. Because this isn't about revenge, this is justice. And justice doesn't knock softly when it shows up. It walks straight through the front door while the whole world is watching. You may not see all of it yet, but the energy is shifting. The whispers are getting louder, screenshots are leaking, eyes are turning, and they know it's not random. It's a reckoning. They're unraveling behind closed doors, yelling, scrambling, losing control. And deep down, they remember every single thing they did to you, every message they sent, every lie they spread, every time they thought you'd never recover. And now, they realize you weren't bluffing. You are protected, and the universe was watching the whole time. This karma isn't just punishment, it's proof. Number 11. You're in your winning season, and they know it. Every win you get feels like an omen to them, because it is. You didn't have to announce it. You didn't have to broadcast it. You just kept showing up, quiet, consistent, focused, while they were busy trying to dismantle your name, your reputation, your mind. You were building, healing, rising. And now, they feel it, in their gut. Every laugh you share, every win you post, every moment of peace you experience hits them like a siren they can't shut off. Because you're not just surviving, you're thriving. You're not bitter, you're better. And that glow, that isn't just the light of success. That's the radiance of restoration. You got back everything they tried to take from you, and then some. And now the tables have fully turned. You don't chase anymore, you attract. You don't beg for clarity, you embody it. You don't prove yourself to people who are committed to misunderstanding you. You walk in purpose, and the universe clears the path. That energy shift they feel every time you walk into a room, that's the power of alignment. That gut punch they get when they see your face, hear your name, or watch you thrive from afar. That's their soul remembering what it lost. They fumbled you, they misjudged you, they thought you were replaceable, but the universe marked you for greatness, and now, every single thing you touch turns into gold. Not because you're lucky, but because you're anointed by experience. You didn't just level up, you earned it, and now they're stuck watching from the sidelines of their own downfall. And here's the twist. They're obsessed, still checking your page, still replaying conversations, still trying to decode your moves, because your life has become the very thing they tried to block. A walking omen of what happens when truth wins, when silence speaks louder than slander, when character crushes manipulation. They tried to bury you. You grew roots. They tried to replace you. You became irreplaceable. They tried to end your story, but the universe made sure you're just now hitting chapter 1 of your rise. So stay calm, stay radiant, stay aligned, because your winning season isn't a fluke, it's a message. And every win you collect is a reminder to them that no weapon formed against you could ever prosper. Not then, not now, not ever. And now you see it, clear as day. The signs weren't random. The setbacks weren't losses. It was all divine setup for this moment, your rise. They tried to destroy you, but the universe had other plans. Now they're stuck in karma while you're stepping into your crown. Stay focused, stay elevated. Your season is here, and there's no going back. If this message hit your soul, like this video, subscribe for more truth like this, and drop the number 777 in the comments to claim your victory. Share this with another chosen one who needs to remember who they are.